list of quality candidates from our resume database. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
This is Joe. He used to have bad breath. Now he uses a Calcare TheraBreath, Fresh Breath, or rinse to keep his breath smelling great all day long. TheraBreath. It's a better mouthwash. Walmart, Target, and other home stores.
Being a patient with diabetes myself, I can say without question that the Dexcom system is the most powerful tool to help navigate diabetes better on a daily basis.
I love it. I just wear a little sensor, and that's it. It's totally painless and private.
The Dexcom sends my glucose readings to my receiver every 5 minutes. I just pull it out of my pocket and look, and I don't have to prick my finger.
Dexcom puts you in control.
But some historic things happened last night, and some didn't. One of which, when you talk about what the president was told 4 years ago, he only won because of the Russians. He only won because of the Comey letter. He only won because WikiLeaks. They only won because Hillary Clinton's emails. He only won, and then Jill Stein demanded a recount. He only won because he lost the popular vote. And remember, the Russians hacking in. That's the reason he won. Well, I got news for you. After he took Ohio again, after he took Florida again, now he's leading in Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Alaska and Wisconsin is a dead heat. Is it time for people to admit that he really won in 2016 and he's on the cusp of doing it again? And not only that, does he have coattails? Yeah. The Senate did not flip. It's not over yet, but right now it looks like the Democrats are in a panic because the hundreds of millions of dollars that they spent and they raised seem to have gone down the sewer.
Well, you know what? As you wake up, usually when we don't have the winner, it's because it's too close to call. Right now, there are still so many votes that have not yet been counted, and so they have not been reported. So news organizations are not making projections. The states are not certifying things. But what we did hear from Arden in Michigan, who we're going to talk to in just a bit, from our decision desk yesterday, and this was historic, Donald Trump probably won the election day vote, where people go in and vote on election day in every state of the union, Arnon said, except the super blue states of places like New York and California.
There were some shockers. Susan Collins, it looks like, is going to hold on to her seat. Tom Tillis, he called it for himself, even though it hasn't officially been called, in North Carolina. Joni Ernst won in Iowa. Lindsey Graham, speaking of money, all the money that was spent, more than $100 million was sent into South Carolina by the Democrats to defeat Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham won by more than 12 percentage points, so he will remain the senator there to complete a 4th term. John Cornyn in the state of Texas won. So much to talk about this morning. President Trump says he does have a path to win. He's actually declared victory. He spoke in the middle of the night. So did Joe Biden, and so did Mike Pence. Griff Jenkins is live in Wilmington, Delaware, with a breakdown on the road to 270 Electoral College votes. Griff?
That's right, Ainsley. That's what matters. Brian and Steve, good morning to you as well. So let's go right to the race boards and show you where that road to 270 stands. It is Joe Biden who is leading right now, 238 to Trump's 213. Now, here's the states we know so far. The first big surprise of the night, Florida, going to President Trump. The Sunshine State's 29 electoral votes. Then came a bigger prize, the Lone Star State, 38 electoral votes in Texas. We were told, by the way, that'd be close, but that's a near 6-point margin. And then our first swing state of the night, Ohio, going to President Trump. But then a blow dealt to the president. Joe Biden picked up, surprisingly, Arizona. Then another big pickup for Biden, Minnesota going blue. Now, what's not yet called and likely to determine the outcome of the election, the Rust Belt Trio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. You can see the numbers there. Pennsylvania may take days to call before we know exactly what happened there. Now, Biden, shortly after 12:30 last night, here in the parking lot behind me, spoke to the supporters here in their cars. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
We're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia. Although That's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Then a little later, the president spoke from the White House feeling confident. Watch.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Well, after that, the Biden's campaign put out a statement saying, quote, the president's statement tonight about trying to shut down and counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. Now, guys, we're also waiting the outcomes of 3 more possible swing states, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. Carl Rove says it's all about Georgia, and we can tell you just some breaking news now. Fox News' decision desk in the Senate race there, the special Senate race to place retiring Senator Johnny Isakson. It's a 2-year remaining term. It is going to be a runoff between Republican incumbent Kelly Loeffler and Democrat challenger Raphael Warnock. Doug Collins, the retiring congressman Republican, did not meet the threshold to be in that, so it's going to be a 2-way race, and we won't know the answer to who's going to win that runoff until perhaps a little later in December. Brian, Ainsley, Steve?
And thanks, Griff. If Senator Perdue stays above 50%, he won't need a runoff on his side of Georgia. But Georgia means so much, not only for the president, but you see for the balance of power in the Senate. Let's bring it on into Michigan. He's director of Fox News Decision Desk. That's a very important business card that he has. Arnon, things are beginning to change, and if we can begin in. We're looking at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Nevada. And by the power vested in me, I'd like to start with Michigan and take a look. It is closing a little bit, and I wonder if you could take a look at that. It looks like it is 50.5 to 48.3. We'll take a look. Excuse me, 49.8 to 48.6. Do you know what counties are coming in?
It's not so much what counties are coming in, although we do know that the Detroit area and that stuff is coming in, and that is one of the reasons why former Vice President Biden has kind of closed some of the gap with the president in Michigan, where, last night, a couple of hours ago, it looked like the president had a very large lead. That lead has been reduced significantly. And in fact, in our models right now, it's basically a toss-up. It is an unknowable toss-up, but it's clearly a toss-up. The thing about Michigan is what we're waiting for is not the election day vote. We're waiting for the early and the mail-in vote. And we know that the early mail-in vote this year was really strongly Democratic. Just as the election day vote was strongly Republican, the early mail-in vote was strongly Democratic, and that's the vote we're waiting for. And so right now, Michigan is a toss-up. And this is very important for the president, because even if the president wins Georgia, where it's almost tied right now, he's got a slight edge. North Carolina, where I think he has an edge. We're not ready to call it, but he's got an edge. Mm-hmm. And Pennsylvania, he still winds up at 268 electoral votes. And so he needs either Michigan or Wisconsin or Nevada. I don't think he's going to get Nevada. It's sort of very strongly leaning Trump. He needs either Michigan or Wisconsin in order to close the deal and win re-election. And right now, both Michigan and Wisconsin are looking increasingly toss-up. And that's significant news.
Could Michigan be done today? Could Michigan be done counting today?
That is clearly within the range of possibility. We're not going to call it until we're convinced that one side or the other has certainly won. But given the way Michigan's been counting, it's very possible that we could have counted enough vote to be confident in a call one way or the other. But as I said, right now, it's a toss-up.
Right. And if we could look real quickly at North Carolina, you mentioned that. According to foxnews.com, we've got the interactive map, and it's fantastic. Something like 94% of the ballots have been returned. And as you can see, the president is up by that much, 94%. And then you look at Georgia as well, also 94%, and the president is up. It looks substantially. It looks substantial to us. Arden, they both have 94% in. How much more do you need before you declare a winner?
Well, the thing is that the remaining vote, even in the southern states, which are really good about counting the early and election day vote, much better than the northern Rust Belt states, which have very little experience in it. Even in these southern states, the last vote to be counted tends to be, or last tranche of vote to be counted, is likely heavily early and mail-in vote. And that's the vote that sort of tilts to Biden. Actually, it doesn't tilt to Biden. It swings to Biden in terms of what it compared to the election day vote, which very much swings to the president. And so we're not ready to call Georgia. North Carolina is looking a little better for the president, but Georgia is clearly, a slight edge for the president. But really, when I say slight, I mean slight.
Okay.
Arden, what could some of these Rust Belt states learn from a state like Florida that had their act together, that did this smoothly and got results in last night? And does the American public have a right to know immediately, and, the nominees, too, or the candidates?
Well, the candidates for sure have a right to know, and the American public certainly has a right to know. I mean, look, if you're in my business, there's a beauty in the vote counting process. There's a beauty in watching democracy and the vote be counted. I got to tell you, it'd be nice if it were to go faster. I do think that if the northern states, in these Rust Belt states, move to much more early and mail-in votes, which the southern states and the western states have embraced wholeheartedly, then yes, they've got to get better at it. They've got to decide whether or not they can start counting the vote earlier than they've been when they've had, and make for shorter election nights, so that I can get some sleep.
Arden, Arden, I can imagine that there are going to be challenges either side, because there's 1% separating Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia. Do you imagine that too? There's going to be a challenge, being that the whole presidency is at stake?
Yes. I mean, my sense is that both these parties have raised hundreds of millions of dollars to prepare for legal challenges in all the states where the vote is close. And I think the president said so yesterday, and I think that we know that the Biden folk are also funding lawyers.
Okay, go get one more cup of coffee. We're going to talk to you and pick your brain in 1 hour. Arden, thank you very much.
Because these elections are all moving. They're counting votes now.
Indeed, they are in some places, just not Pennsylvania, I don't believe. Although I think they started at 7 o'clock, so they've been counting for 11 minutes. Mike Huckabee has been counting the moments until he could pop up on our air. There he is right now. Okay, Governor, we don't know a lot. What are your observations this morning?
Well, I think it's going to turn from attention to the voters, and now it's going to be all about the lawyers and the courts, as we were just hearing. And it's going to be a Donnybrook. I don't think there's any doubt about it. One of the things that's interesting, in 2000, Florida was a national embarrassment in terms of how it counted voters. Now it's the national model of efficiency, and it's been proven that they knew how to do it. I wish the other states would take a lesson.
Do you ever worry, though, about these states? I understand why some of these states are not doing it. I prefer the Florida model. But when you look at these other states, they don't want to count until Election Day or that night or maybe the next day in Pennsylvania. Right, because if word got out who was winning so far, then that might influence voters.
Well, but I think there's a bigger concern. Look at the polling. I mean, I think polling is now as obsolete as an 8-track tape and as worthless as a milk bucket under a bull. Let's never hear about polling anymore. It's worthless. And all it did was cause some people to think, oh, well, there's no point in going to vote because it's already, a 10-point Biden lead or a 10-point Trump lead. I think we've got to get to a place where we don't depend upon very unscientific methods of polling that have proven to be horribly wrong, both in 2016 and 2020. One of the things that would be a tragedy in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia was the birthplace of liberty. And if a lot of these votes, sort of suddenly get found and they get counted days after the election, it would be a real shame if Philadelphia became the place where liberty also died.
Governor, 67 million Americans, eligible Americans, came out to vote. That's a stunning number. For the longest time, we beat each other up, saying under 50% show up. This time, 67% do show up. That's one thing I'm going to salute the American people. The other thing is, even Democrats got to salute the president. 15 appearances in 72 hours to almost single-handedly, with a great ground game, force something which would be a second stunning now, this time, in an unimpeachable victory if he can pull up the states he's leading in right now?
Well, nobody can say the president didn't really want this, that he didn't work hard for it. I've never seen any presidential candidate, or for that matter, any candidate for any office, work as hard, put as much into these final days as President Trump did. The rallies were stunning, and it's a whole new model for getting a message out, because he was grossly outspent. And let's not forget, Donald Trump has faced the headwinds of the national media plus the opposition party for 4 long years. They've been blowing it in his face at 200 knots, an hour. It's been stunning, and yet he continued to march on. And it's one of the reasons his supporters are so for him, because he's willing to fight against insurmountable odds.
Okay, Governor, stand by because we want your opinion about this next story, because we're taking a live look right now at Philadelphia, because you just mentioned that, where election workers have been counting ballots apparently around the clock at that particular facility.
But we still might not know who wins Pennsylvania's 20 electoral votes until at least Friday.
Yeah, I did not know they were counting through the night. Jillian Milley is live with more as a handful of counties still starting counting ballots, mail-in ballots this morning, and the president enters today with a lead in Pennsylvania.
And that's right. So, yes, and you're exactly right. At least 8 counties put off counting mail-in ballots until today. Right now, President Trump, as Brian mentioned, is leading with over 55% compared to Joe Biden, who has over 43% of the vote. But the legal mess has already begun with 2 Republican-led lawsuits over ballot counting. The DNC already filing a motion against one. The bigger question, though, is will this ultimately land in the Supreme Court? Last week, the Supreme Court denied a GOP request to fast-track a ruling upholding the state's mail-in ballot due date extension. The court's conservatives warning they could take up the GOP appeal again after Election Day. For now, though, both sides state.
It's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're really encouraged by the turnout.
We're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. It's going to be almost impossible to catch.
Some Democrats ready to call PA for Joe Biden. Senator Bob Casey releasing a statement overnight saying, quote, when all the votes are counted, Vice President Joe Biden is going to win Pennsylvania and be well on his way to necessary electoral votes to win the presidency. That echoes the state's Attorney General Josh Shapiro, who tweeted Saturday, quote, if all the votes are added up in PA, Trump is going to lose. Now, updated numbers just as of a few minutes ago. So far, the Pennsylvania Department of State reports at least 1.1 million mail-in ballots have been counted. That, though, is less than half. Send it back to you guys.
All right, that means that there's at least 1 million to go. Thank you very much, Jillian. Let's bring back in Mike Huckabee. So, Governor, you know, the president has suggested that he wants to make sure there's no shenanigans, but the way the law is written in Pennsylvania is that as long as your ballot is postmarked midnight last night, they're going to give the post office 3 days to get it to them. So it can be legally counted. And that's why it's so frustrating, because we'd like an answer right now, but we might not know till Friday.
I do think everybody wants every legal vote to be counted. And if it takes 3 days, it takes 3 days. It's not what we want. We'd like for it to all be over on Tuesday night. But let's remember this. The key here is legal votes. Let's make sure that people didn't drop off votes that were not legitimate. And that's what I think the Republicans want to make sure of, is that these are identifiable votes from legitimate, legal voters. And if the president loses on that front, then he loses. That's life. But look, America is still a great country. I salute the fact this many people went out to vote. It's a great affirmation of our process. I hope we've learned some things through it. But maybe the best lesson of all is that we get to choose our leaders. And if we don't maybe get the way that we wanted it to go, I hope we do. But that's life, and we live to fight another day, and our country goes on. And we need to make sure that we do it without taking to the streets and clubbing each other. We win by ballots, not by bullets, and we got to keep reminding ourselves of that.
It would be a different morning for you as a conservative, though, if Democrats got the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and packed the court. So how do you feel about the direction that the Senate's going, at least?
Well, I think it's terrific to see Joni Ernst win. I think Tom Tillis is winning. Steve Daines has been declared the winner in Montana. A lot of these races, that were supposed to be so close. Look at South Carolina. I've never seen so much money, funny money put into this. It was really so much money that Democrats burned a lot of dough. I call it the bonfire of the vanities, because they just knew that if they threw that much money against Joni Ernst or Lindsey Graham, they couldn't help but win. And once again, the American people have proven you cannot buy a Senate seat, or for that matter, the White House.
Right. Governor, thanks so much.
Thank you, Governor.
Just overall, the president's still in a good spot to win 4 more years. We'll see how this unfolds. It's going to take a couple of days, it looks like. Meanwhile, protests in our nation's capital as the country was counting votes in the election. Alveda King, the niece of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., reacts to the nationwide unrest in some places.
Sharing smiles together is a gift. At Aspen Dental, it's easy.
to not stop praying. You've heard me say many times, I support President Trump. The babies, saving the babies in the womb, doing things in the African American community to help level our playing field, all of that. But I have always relied on and depended on God. President Trump says we don't worship government, we worship God. This is time, folks. Keep praying while they're counting those ballots. There is shady business going on, but God is the big. At the end of every day, elections come and go, and God is still God. We have to appeal to heaven.
Well, hopefully, if anything did go wrong, then it will be investigated and prosecuted if they find that someone was guilty in the situation. Thank you so much, Dr. King, and thanks for that great reminder. You're right. We have to pray. God's still in control, though, no matter what happens. God bless you. Thank you. All right, market futures are mixed as we await the winner of the election. Former Obama economic advisor Robert Wolf and White House Economic Recovery Task Force member Stephen Moore on the economic impact of this race. Coming up next.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm...
On SiriusXM, America is listening.
Well, Democrats are expected to hold on to the majority in the House of Representatives, but Republicans did make gains overnight. Meanwhile, the Republican Party appears likely to keep the Senate, with both parties flipping a number of seats that we know of so far. Todd Pyro joins us live, breaking down where the balance of power stands at 7:32 Eastern Time on this day after Election Day.
Steve, great to be with you. No doubt the presidency, of course, is the focus. But as you know, the Senate and the House ultimately determine what D.C. gets done. And right now, the Senate is the story, with the GOP on track to keep the upper chamber. Let's start with the Republican holds. Lindsey Graham keeping his seat in South Carolina despite a huge money challenge from Jamie Harrison. Joni Ernst holding her seat in Iowa, fending off Teresa Greenfield. Next to the Democrat flips, starting in Colorado, where John Hickenlooper defeats Cory Gardner. And in Arizona, Mark Kelly defeating Martha McSally, who has not yet conceded despite Kelly declaring victory. Now, here's where it gets interesting. North Carolina, where Republican Tom Tillis has declared victory over Democrat Cal Cunningham, despite the race not yet being called. And Michigan, where Republican John James is ahead of Democrat Gary Peters. As for the House, it will stay in Democratic hands, but Republican Madison Cawthorn becoming the youngest member of Congress with his victory.
I believe it's time for a new Republican Party to rise. I'm looking forward to having a Republican Party that can lead on issues, that can bring people of all races, religions, and creeds together to work for a better America.
Cawthorn, also the youngest person elected to Congress since the 1700s. Steve, back to you.
All right, historic for him. All right, thank you very much, Todd. Meanwhile, U.S. stock futures, the stock market futures, pointing to gains at the open as we await the outcome of the presidential race. This, as a majority of voters say, President Trump would do a better job handling the economy than Joe Biden, according to our Fox News voter analysis. Here to discuss, former Obama economic advisor and Fox News contributor Robert Wolf, and member of the White House Economic Recovery Task Force, Steve Moore. Guys, good morning to you. We were hoping we would know who's going to be the president, but right now there are still so many outstanding ballots. Robert, let's start with your observations on this Wednesday morning.
Yeah, my observations is I think it's going to be President Biden. It's going to be exactly the map you and I discussed, the Hillary map of 16, plus Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nebraska won to get the 270. I'm cautiously optimistic, and the betting markets are there as well. With respect to the economic recovery, I think with a Republican majority in the Senate, a Democratic majority in the House, and a Democratic president, you're going to have debates much different than we've had. It's going to be about deficit spending versus deficits. It's going to be about stimulus versus tax reform. I mean, I think there is no clear-cut vision for the way that this economy and this recovery is going to work. And there's going to have to be a real, what I would say, bipartisan effort to really get things passed. And we're going to have to do it because we're still in a tough time during this recovery and COVID.
All right. So, Stephen Moore, worst case scenario for you if the president were to lose. By Robert's assessment, it would be a deal where if Joe Biden were president, there's a Republican Senate, which essentially would be a firewall to keep the Democrats from changing taxes and a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, Joe Biden is not going to be the next president. Donald Trump is going to be reelected. We feel very confident in Pennsylvania and Michigan and North Carolina and Georgia. But I think Robert's predictions are about as accurate as the polls were. Look, the markets clearly want Donald Trump. Last night when he surged into the lead, I don't know if you noticed, Steve, the stock market just went through the roof, just as it did, by the way, the day after the election exactly 4 years ago when the market went up 700 points. So I think that it's clear voters think that Trump is much better for the economy. That was very evident from the exit polls. And investors also think Trump is better. And I think that's ultimately when he wins, it will be because he is better for the economy.
All right, lightning round. Robert, now that the election is passed, can Nancy Pelosi make a deal with Stephen's friend, Mr. Mnuchin, and so that the folks out there who are hurting can get some stimulus?
I think absolutely. I think you'll see McConnell come to the table, Pelosi and Mnuchin. especially with McConnell keeping the Senate. I think everyone knows there needs to be a CARES Act 4. My gut tells me it will be somewhere near $2 trillion, and it's going to have to get passed. No one's going to want to go into the new year with this type of overhang of 10 million unemployed and 1 in 5 businesses closing and the government sitting on their hands.
All right, Stephen, final word.
Well, look, I think the reason that Trump won this race, and I think he will, is precisely because the economy is so red hot right now. I mean, we saw last week the 33% growth in the economy. We're seeing, very dramatic reductions in unemployment. I don't think the economy needs another stimulus, frankly. I think we just need to, do the smart things. And by the way, Robert, how is a $4 trillion tax increase tax reform? That's just called a massive tax increase. It's not tax reform.
Are you asking me the question? Do I have time to answer that?
Tax reform is fixing the tax system. That doesn't do that.
Well, it is tax reform. I can explain it to you. Some of the people will be getting interest earned tax credits. They'll be getting tax credits for schooling, for elder care. There's a lot of things they'll be getting. And it's going to be tax reform because we're going to change the idea of how it works for the minimum that companies have to pay, a 15% minimum if you're at $1 billion+ of revenues. But either way, Steve, it's unlikely that's going to happen, right? Your Senate's not going to pass it, even though President Biden will want to. So they're going to have to find a common balance.
There will be no President Biden. Right. Well, okay. Once again, we thought all the yelling was going to be done after the election. I guess not. Robert and Stephen, thank you very much for joining us.
We'll know next week.
Respective corners. Right. Indeed. All right. 20 minutes before the top, they are still ahead. Will Cain and Pete Hegseth are having breakfast with friends. Pete is down in Florida, and Will is in Wisconsin, and we're going to check in with them next.
Deep sea driving, I see.
Contract with our military and first responders that when you go and serve your country or your community and you give your kids a kiss goodbye and you don't come home or you're catastrophically injured, we are going to give them a mortgage-free home.
It means so much to me as a law enforcement officer who was affected by a tragic incident with the loss of my husband to know that if there is a loss in the future, the Tunnel to Towers will provide support for those families. They're not alone. I lost the father to my children. And for $11 a month, you can make families like mine more whole.
I'd like to ask you to donate $11 a month to support their efforts. Please call now at 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Severe storm damage can cost you thousands in repairs. Hi, Phil Swift here. This storm season, you need the entire Flex Seal family of products. Make fast, easy, on-the-spot repairs. Seal up cracks and holes to prevent wind and water from damaging your home. Push Flex Paste deep into wet surfaces to help prevent flood damage. And make quick automotive repairs. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
Can't get to the salon? You can still look and feel your best with Flawless from Finishing Touch, the easy way to instantly and painlessly remove facial hair at home or anywhere. An 18-karat gold-plated head with a built-in light to see and gently remove every single hair from your upper lip, cheek, or chin. No redness or irritation. Salon-style results at home. Now available at these fine stores.
President Trump picking up big victories in Florida and in Texas, while key swing states, including Michigan and Wisconsin, still hang in the balance. It's changing as we speak.
So what do those voters think? We are asking them over Breakfast with Friends. We have Pete Hegseth. He is live from Benny's on the Beach, which is down in Lake Worth, Florida. But first, we're going to check in with Will Kane. He's at the Pancake Place in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Good morning to you, Will.
Good morning, Ainsley. You're right. We are at the Pancakes Place, which is, I think, right now the epicenter of this election. Not just Wisconsin, Green Bay. This is where everyone's eyes are focused on which way this election could go. Let me introduce you to some of our friends. We were talking earlier. This is Jeff, Josie, and Nancy. By the way, Josie was loading up on chocolate earlier. Hot chocolate, chocolate chip pancakes. She's moved on to something heartier. Nancy, we were talking earlier. You're a little nervous about the way this is going for Wisconsin. Why do you think if Wisconsin switches from voting for President Trump in 2016 to Biden in 20, that would happen?
I think people just can't get past their hatred for Trump. You know, I mean, the economy was doing awesome up until the virus showed up. And I think people just can't get past their hatred for him, and that's why they, you know, that it might not work out the way we want it to be.
There's still some votes to count. We're watching this. You guys enjoy. Josie, get back to the chocolate, I think. It's perfectly fine this morning to load up on chocolate. I want to introduce you to a few more friends really quickly. This is a sentiment I'm picking up over and over here in Green Bay. First of all, this is Gary. Gary, tell me, you're a little bit disheartened with the process you were telling me earlier.
Yes, I am. In fact, I had a couple of votes that were sent to me to fill out and send in, and I kind of backed out on doing that, and I ground them up, and I went down and voted when I had a chance a couple weeks ago. But I am afraid of, how honest this is. We have too many people sending in votes and stuff like that, and I just don't feel good about it.
I've heard that over and over. Really quickly, let's back up if we can one more, because I want to show you Kenny as well. Kenny's right here, and he was saying, as Steve talked about earlier, they ran out of ink in Green Bay. And Kenny, same thing Gary's saying, you're just nervous about the entire process.
Yeah, I think, we've seen over a few months that the Democrats are going to do everything they can to steal this election, and Green Bay runs out of ink. I hear something about the mayor moving the ballots to another location to count.
Right.
Yeah.
We keep hearing that, folks, over and over here in Green Bay. Hey, Hegseth, I saw that shot on the beach, on the boardwalk you had. The sun was coming up there in Florida. Well, I just want you to know the sun has come up in Green Bay. Beautiful. So eat your heart out, Florida. What's going on down there, Steve?
Well, good try, but you will never beat this. Welcome to Benny's on the Beach. Folks, how are we feeling this morning? There's a lot of Trump supporters waking up this morning, looking at the states that haven't been called. Do you feel like the president's going to win? All right, guys, I'm telling you, from hardcore supporters of the president, there's a belief that the votes are still out there in those swing states and that the president will come out on top. And I think it's important to get the voices of a couple of folks that have been involved here in Florida. Big win in Florida, by the way, yesterday. Congratulations. Joe and Vinny, you guys have been involved in mobilizing voters here in Florida. Joe, I'll start with you. How do you feel right now as the race exists right now?
First of all, I feel fantastic that Florida brought it home. We brought it home big time for the president. Right. Our president did a great job for the American people. The American people our way of saying thank you is to deliver Florida to our president. And I'm positive that the rest of the states will follow. These votes will come in, and our president will get another 4 great years to lead our country.
And Benny, thank you for your service in law enforcement. What's your sense of where we're at right now?
We won this election 4 years ago. The folks on the left wouldn't accept 2016. They're certainly not going to accept 2020, but we don't accept their judgment. My family right here knows where America stands. Florida stands with President Donald J. Trump.
Yes. Definitely is a family. I'll tell you that. An amazing group that's come out all morning. Daniela, can I ask you to as well? I mean, they just take control when they want to. Daniela, real quick, your thoughts. How are you feeling right now?
I think we're going to get all those swing states. Florida brought the red wave, and we're going to get it everywhere else, too. President Donald J. Trump.
So Florida feels like they started the red wave, and they're counting on the rest of the country to finish it for them. I think that they're thinking. Folks in New York, back to you. You can't beat this crowd, this sunset, or this food. Benny's on the beach.
I don't have a counter argument. There's no debate. Juan Williams could not be up to counter that argument, so it's going to go with Pete Hegseth being 100% right.
This is why we love Florida. Y'all look like you're having so much fun.
Right. And we're having a lot of fun, too. Meanwhile, we have a lot more show to do, including trying to find out who the next president is. We're going to do that with Newt Gingrich. He's going to be here. Lawrence Jones has also promised to play. Ben Dominici will be in his living room, and we'll wonder what's going on with his baby. He'll also talk to us about this election. Tammy Bruce is here, tweeting congratulations to the president. And Dave Rubin, exclamation point.
Journey requires Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
It's time for Sleep Number's Veterans Day sale on the Sleep Number 360 smart bed. You can adjust your comfort on both sides. Your Sleep Number setting.
Can it help me fall asleep faster?
Yes, by gently warming your feet.
But can it help keep me asleep?
Absolutely. It intelligently senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you both effortlessly comfortable.
Will it help me keep up with Mom?
You got this.
So you can really promise better sleep?
Not promise, prove. And now during our Veterans Day sale, save $1,000 on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition smart bed. Now $17.99. Only for a limited time. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
These folks, they don't have time to go to the post office. They have businesses to grow, customers to care for, lives to get home to. They use Stamps.com. Print discounted postage for any letter, any package, anytime, right from your computer. All the amazing services of the post office, only cheaper. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/now and never go to the post office again.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we set out to create a better home selling experience.
with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America that'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the Ideal Agent was that we saved $12,000 in commissions.
We would definitely use Ideal Agent again. The whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent service.
Getting right to the point, hiring Ideal Agent, I wish we would have done that sooner, and we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would have probably never happened if we would have just gone with them first.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent now to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokerage. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
I just cannot get over my total surprise at the disconnect between what we're watching on the screen and what has been confidently predicted across the media landscape for months. That there was a very good chance of a blue wave, of a total Biden blowout, of an early night. The media, even on the basis of the data we have now, got it really wrong. We have a huge problem in our business with being cut off from the country we cover. And I really sincerely hope we fix it, because we're moving toward like zero credibility, and that's bad.
Not him. Tucker's not cut off from the people he covers, and neither are we. He was explaining last night the disconnect between the media's prediction for a blue wave versus reality as the country awaits the outcome of the presidential election. Here to react is founder of Blexit and author of Blackout, Candace Owens. Candace, I don't know if you saw, but the Senate, it looks like in Georgia, Purdue is probably going to prevail without a runoff. Tillis is up 3. Joni Ernst won. Susan Collins hadn't been winning one poll, and she seems to have a secure victory. John James within 1.5 points of securing victory and upset in the Senate in Michigan, as well as Daines holding on to a seat in Montana. He was supposed to lose. As Frank Luntz said, the political profession of polling is done. It's devastating for our industry. We are finished. He's saying that. What are they missing about America?
What they're missing about America, and honestly it's a combination, I would say, between the media and the polls. They become hyper-judgmental of Americans, right? So when every night you're telling an American that if they support the president, they're a racist. If they support the president, they're a white supremacist. If they're a black conservative like me, they're a race traitor. But there's no inclination for us when you give us a phone call to say, oh yes, actually I am one of those people. I am one of the people that's supporting the president. So you've lost the trust of the American people because you've become judging of the American people. You become extremely judgmental, and that's exactly what's happening. There is no honest relationship anymore between the American people and the media. The media continue and routinely lies about the American people, about why it is that so many Americans have gotten behind Trump, why he won this amazing upset victory in 2016. It wasn't because of widespread racism. You know that. I know that. It was because people felt like they were being forgotten. And we see that routine snark and elitism that seeps through the media and then, of course, seeps through the polls. There's just no inclination for people to tell the truth to people anymore.
It also shows Americans can't be bought. $109 million, Senator Lindsey Graham, you're wrong for South Carolina. Big rebuke. Senator Cornyn, you should be out. $24 million to beat Senator Cornyn. He wins by 6. And the same thing with Mitch McConnell. Finally, you did predict that there'd be a big African-American vote for President Trump. So far, it looks well under 15%. What happened?
Well, I actually haven't seen those exit polls. From what I saw last night, it seemed like Black Americans and Hispanic Americans came out in support of Donald Trump. So I'm not sure what numbers you're looking at. But we had a great night last night. It was very celebratory, and I saw a lot of the critics on the left being upset and calling black men chauvinists for showing up. He increased his presence for Black Americans and for Hispanic Americans by a lot. So I think that we've done very well.
Gotcha. All right, we'll see those final numbers. Candace Owens, thanks so much. Meanwhile, in the final hour amongst our guests, and we're bragging just a little bit, Newt Gingrich will join us live with his instant analysis. Also, what he thinks is going to happen in Georgia. It's within 2 points. Don't move.
Advanced non-small cell lung cancer can take away so much. But today, there's a combination.
on your terms.
Hard work gets rewards.
A trainer that live controls your machine.
Everything you got right now, go!
To give you a truly interactive experience.
This is your reward.
Interactive personal training. Only at NordicTrack.com.
Hey guys.
You know Robert, Tracy, and of course Mark, who delivers our sandwiches.
Hi.
What's up?
Why is Mark here?
You said to get this merger done, I should ask Mark.
I said ask Markham.
Ever wonder where the people with all the answers get all the answers? Ask Markham, accountants and advisors.
Find your rhythm, your happy place. Find your breaking point. Then break it. Every emergency gives you a potent blend of nutrients, so you can emerge your best with Emergency.
I am so proud that I served my country. I can't imagine not having Wounded Warrior Project in my life. We need Wounded Warrior Project to help us in our ongoing recovery. My family learned that they weren't in this by themselves. Wounded Warrior Project definitely saves lives. I am living proof that this organization works.
Things are really uncertain in the world right now. We wanted to feel protected, so we immediately called ADT.
I got ADT because I had a really bad burglary at my house earlier this year. The smoke alarms can be connected to ADT. If there's a fire, they know about my dog Kencho.
The last couple months helped us to focus on what really matters most to us.
When it really matters, trust ADT. ADT. We are what we protect.
Live from the Jersey side of the Hudson River, it is Fox and Friends. This is our 4th hour on the post-game show for election 2020. Actually, it's not post-game because usually the post-game means you tell folks what happened. We still don't know.
Give them the score.
Millions of votes still have not been accounted for on the big board.
That's right. We're still in the middle of the game, right? To use the sports analogy. Yeah, we don't know who the president's going to be, but the numbers are coming in today, and we hope to know something by the end of the day today. We do know that Republicans, it look like, are going to keep the Senate, Democrats the House.
Yeah, we'll see. But by the way, Nancy Pelosi lost seats in the House. She promised more. They spent zillions of dollars. They got almost nothing. But right now we're seeing if it's going to be President Biden or President Trump. Griff Jenkins is live in Wilmington, Delaware, with the breakdown on the road to 270. Hey, Griff.
Hey, Brian Ainsley, Steve, good morning. If you're just waking up, exactly as you guys said, no winner yet, and nothing matters more than that magic number of 270. So to the race boards, let's go right now and show you where they stand. Joe Biden holding a lead, 238, to President Trump's 213. Now, here's the states that we do know. It was the first big surprise of the night. Florida going to President Trump. The Sunshine State's 29 electoral votes. By some 3 points, he won. Then came the Lone Star State, 38 electoral votes for President Trump. We were told it would be close, but that's near a 6-point margin, so they got that one wrong. Then there was the first swing state of the night, Ohio, also going to President Trump. But then a blow dealt to the president. Joe Biden surprised everyone, picking up Arizona. Then another big pickup for Biden, Minnesota going blue as well. Now, here's what's not yet called and likely to determine the outcome of the election, that Rust Belt trio: Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania likely to take days, even into next week, to call it. Total together, all that would be 46 electoral votes. Now, Biden spoke first last night, shortly after 12:30 a.m., to a parking lot full of supporters sitting in their cars. Here's what he said.
We're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Well, we'll see about that. About an hour or so later, the president spoke about his confidence from the White House.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, afterwards put out a statement slamming the president, saying the president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. Now we are also awaiting 3 other swing state results, and that is Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. In the famous words, last night in the dead of night from Karl Rove, it's all about Georgia, Georgia, Georgia. He held up on the whiteboard. We'll have to wait and find out what happened. Brian Ainsley, Steve?
All right. Thank you very much, Griff. Somebody who knows all about Georgia and the other states still in question. Arnon Mishkin, he is the director of Fox News Decision Desk. He is literally the man behind the curtain. He's the guy who gets to make the big calls and tell us exactly who the winners and losers are. You know, Arnon, as we look at the states still too early to call, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Nevada, which Griff kind of detailed right there. I know you're not a pollster. You're an analyst. But yes, isn't it clear that the so-called shy Trump voter was pretty much impossible for the professional pollster to figure out which way they were going to vote?
Well, before we start doing a deep dive and an autopsy on the polling this year, I'd like to get the final votes in. I think that, you know, the key thing this year that made it so different was you had Election Day vote, and the Election Day vote in person was clearly Republican. And then you had early vote and mail-in vote, and that was clearly Democratic. And the skew was enormous in both cases. I think Biden was winning the early vote by 25 points. Trump was winning the Election Day vote by 25 points. Trump won almost every state on the Election Day. Biden won almost every state with the exception of North Dakota in the early and mail-in vote. Trump, I think, may have lost New York on the Election Day vote, but nothing more. And so before we get it, let's get all those votes, particularly the early and mail-in votes, which are the ones that get counted last. That's what we're looking in Michigan and Wisconsin in particular. That's what Nevada is counting right now. That's why Georgia, you know, Trump is ahead, but it's tough. So right now, what we're looking at is a place where, in order for the president to win re-election, he's going to need to win Georgia, which I think is very doable, North Carolina, which I think is almost likely for him right now, and Pennsylvania, who knows. But even if he gets all those 3, he's still at 268 electoral votes. And in order to win, he's going to have to win either Michigan or Wisconsin. And if you look at the vote right now, those are, if anything, frankly, let's put it this way. When I look at Michigan and Wisconsin right now, we are nowhere near calling it. But in those states, I'd rather be Joe Biden than Donald Trump. In North Carolina and Georgia, I'd rather be Donald Trump than Joe Biden. That's how I'd put it. Mm-hmm. And in Pennsylvania, I don't know who I'd like to be.
Yeah. What if they don't finish counting all these votes until the end of the day Friday, or maybe even next week? Would we, if Trump does get Georgia and North Carolina and Biden gets Nevada, that leaves Wisconsin and Michigan. If Wisconsin and Michigan go to Trump, would he be the winner at that point, or would we have to wait on Pennsylvania?
If the president wins both Wisconsin and Michigan, North Carolina and Georgia, he's the next president. If Biden wins Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he's the next president. Mm-hmm. We all think that Pennsylvania is ground zero. It might not be. It may be Wisconsin and Michigan.
What distance, Arnon, do they have to be in Pennsylvania to not be waiting on them to count every single ballot? Right now, to the layman, Trump's up pretty substantially, 600,000 votes, 55 to 43, and we're kind of trying to avoid them counting ballots with no postmark on them for the next couple of days. What distance do you need? What lead do you need to make it secure?
For the president, that's the $64,000 question, because historically we look at the vote that's come in and we say, well, the next vote's going to look like that. This year, we may think that the president has a lead, but it doesn't mean he's got a lead in the state. He's got a lead in the Election Day vote. And what's left to be counted is the early vote and the mail-in. And that's what Pennsylvania has shown itself somewhat lackadaisical in counting. We saw that in the primaries. We're seeing that now. We anticipate it could take days in Pennsylvania to count the early and mail-in vote. And it's not my job to decide which votes should count or not count. That's the job of the courts and the state, and primarily the state legislatures. My job is to follow those, whatever regulations they have, and say who's going to win in that database. That's my team's job.
Sure. And right now in Pennsylvania, according to your team, Fox News, only 64% of the vote is in. So Back to work, Arnon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's bring in Jonathan Turley, Fox News contributor, George Washington University law professor. Professor, good morning to you. You know, the president last night said he was optimistic, but then again suggested that, he wanted to make sure that what goes on from this point forward is completely legit, and he might go to the Supreme Court. Our question is, what could he possibly go to the Supreme Court and say?
Well, I would be surprised if some of these challenges do not make it back to the Supreme Court. In past presidential elections, we waited for the wave of litigation that came at the end of the election day, or more often the next day. In this election, we started in the red zone. I mean, we had already been to the Supreme Court. We've seen challenges in all of these swing states. Many of these cases were placeholders. Many of them were challenging practices in case this state turned to be one of those nail biters. Well, that's happening. Our worst case scenario is happening. We're looking at states that, quite frankly, are a mess. I mean, Pennsylvania is a mess. I mean, it has had a lot of previous litigation that tore apart these election rules. So you have these controversies. In Pennsylvania, they will take ballots after election day as long as they're postmarked. But even if they're postmarked and you can't clearly see when they were postmarked, they're going to give the benefit of the doubt to the voter. Even if their signatures don't match, once again, that will not bar ballots. All of those types of issues raise the integrity of the voting process. But they also raise the role of courts in changing state election laws. So all of that is ripe for challenge. So in the next few days, we will focus on counting the votes. But after that, we will focus on keeping the votes. That's where litigation gets quite intense. We do not have at this time the type of blowout that would make litigation largely irrelevant.
Right.
What was your reaction when you found out that Republicans, it looks like, will take the Senate? Because there was that worry from conservatives that they would try to stack the court and add more Supreme Court justices if the Democrats won.
Well, the threats against the Supreme Court were a source of really deep concern for many of us. And indeed, I think that was a blunder of the first order by Joe Biden. Many Americans would vote for him, but would have serious trouble voting for anyone who was willing to consider taking a hatchet to the Supreme Court. But, months ago, I wrote that if Donald Trump prevailed in this election, the people most responsible, I think, would be the media. That we've had this just unrelenting level of negative coverage from the media. And I think the result was that a lot of voters were turned off by it. They certainly turned off the news.
Yeah, the impeachment were the good old days. The pandemic is all his fault. He never does anything right. And after a while, with Twitter and Facebook freezing his account, it becomes this, and with them putting all the money into everybody against him and Republicans, I think the American people stood up and said something, and we'll see what happens. But my last question to you, Jonathan, is in these states that look like they're going to be decided by 1%, Wisconsin, Michigan, maybe Pennsylvania, perhaps Georgia. If you don't like the outcome, do you have a legal right to challenge it, especially with so many absentee ballots, absentee ballots, to go in and just look at all these ballots and make sure there are signatures, make sure they're filled out correctly, make sure they shouldn't be provisional or no longer in the hopper?
Or live?
Absolutely. This is a target-rich environment for litigation. There is every right in the world for both camps to challenge the counting of these ballots. There are conditional and provisional balloting. There's controversy involving how these ballots were sorted and stored. All of that can legitimately be brought to the court and will be by both parties. So this could very well be decided in the court. And the only good thing is that all of my political commentator friends will be taken off to television in favor of legal analysts who should have been here all along.
It's all about you, Jonathan. That's your reputation. All about you. There you go. All right.
Jonathan Turley, thank you.
FaceTime for the legal experts.
Indeed. All right, let's bring in one of those political guys. Newt Gingrich was Speaker of the House for a while, and he joins us right now, also author of the book, Trump and the American Future. Mr. Speaker, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay,
it's a wild night.
Yeah, no kidding.
Not over.
It sounds like it's going to be a couple of days before we know about Pennsylvania. But right now in Wisconsin, with 95% of the vote in, Joe Biden is leading by just a little. And then over in Michigan, with 90% of the vote in, Joe Biden is trailing the president by a little. So where are we on this Wednesday morning?
Well, former Attorney General of Nevada, Adam Laxalt, warned 6 or 8 weeks ago that the Democrats in Nevada were setting up the state to steal it. I think anybody, and I was born in Harrisburg, I think anybody who knows much about Pennsylvania history knows that Philadelphia is the center of vote theft, and that the governor and the governor did all he could to maximize the opportunity to steal votes in Pennsylvania. So I think what you're going to see is when you sit around and you watch all evening long, 6 states in which Trump is ahead, well, you're asked to believe none of that counts, and you watch decisions to make other states where Biden is barely ahead go into his column, giving him a psychological boost, and you just wonder what is going on. And I will say I was particularly happy last night that Susan Collins survived a wave of money,
yes.
And I'm delighted that Senator McConnell is going to be the majority leader of the Senate again. And frankly, from the standpoint of Kevin McCarthy, I think he will have the largest number of women, black and Latino Republican House members in history, and that they will actually have gained maybe 10 to 15 seats. So you're going to have a very weakened Nancy Pelosi in Democratic House, a solid Republican majority in the Senate, and now we're in a running fight because, I think from the president's perspective, this looked like a setup to steal the presidency by the Democrats, and is a very deliberate model of, you send in ballots after the vote. They don't have to have a signature. They don't have to have a witness. It's an invitation for vote theft.
I know all of us who do this for a living, our friends are texting, you're texting with your friends, I'm sure, getting on the phone with all these people that have so much knowledge about each of these states. If you look at the bottom of the screen, the last state on there is Georgia, and that's the state that you represented in the House. When you look at these states at the bottom of the screen, the ones that are still up for grabs, what are you hearing from the experts who are lawmakers from these states, and what do you have to say about Georgia? What do you think will happen?
Well, I mean, the truth is, this has been so chaotic that I hesitate to rely on anything. The pollsters I relied on turned out not to be totally accurate. They were less inaccurate than the traditional mainstream pollsters, but nonetheless, they didn't get it all right. In Georgia, the people I trust most believe that in the end, that Senator Perdue will be reelected, that the president will carry the state, and that we will go into a runoff, and then Kelly Loeffler will win the runoff in January. That's what the people I trust the most. But frankly, as a historian, this is the most chaotic environment. This reminds me of 1876. This is not like Florida, where you had one county with one particularly bad registrar in 2000. This is nationwide, all sorts of things going on. A media which is unbelievably hostile to Trump. And so if you're a conservative, you look at all this, you cannot, as a conservative, look at this and not feel that the Democrats have done all they could to steal the presidency, and that the legal fight the president's going to wage is exactly right.
the pollster profession is dead. They have to redo how they do this stuff. Everything from 538 and the great Nate Silver, who said Biden's going to win Florida by 2. Oops, that didn't happen. I'm going to spend enough money and finally get our point across to the American people who are going to be receptive to the Democratic message. Hundreds of millions gone and very little gained, and they're in the death match for the presidency. You know, that illegitimate president that didn't really win in 2016? Well, because the Russians hacked in and gave him the victory, well, he replicated it and is on the cusp of doing it again. If you're advising the president on how to handle these contentious situations in North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, tactically, not emotionally, what do you advise him?
I advise him, first of all, to ask Senator McConnell and Senator Graham to have the Judiciary Committee in the Senate open up investigations on all these different states. As I said, Adam Laxalt's been begging people to realize how much Nevada was set up to be stolen by the Democrats. Philadelphia is notorious for a place that steals votes. All of those things ought to be looked at, first of all, by the law enforcement side, because those things are crimes. Second, I think he should be prepared, as Jonathan Turley said, and I think his commentary has been, frankly, remarkable all the way through this. The president should be prepared to file suit in every single state, and he ought to go back and look carefully at Arizona. He shouldn't assume automatically that was legitimate. And I think that he has to continue. The other thing I would say is the more he can be presidential and not candidate-like, the more disciplined he can be in going into this, the better off he's going to be, because the country is tired. The country is now frightened, and yet the country, as you said it yourself, the country repudiated a wave of Democratic money.
No question.
I mean, you have just the amount of money spent. For example, I think they spent $3 per vote or per citizen in South Carolina and lost.
Yeah, Newt, we ran our credit card just so I went over my limit, so we're about to lose your shot. Thanks so much for joining us today on this historic day after.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, critics in the media pushing a whole new narrative after Trump's victory down in Florida. Watch this.
We've heard the president for almost 4 years talk about how Joe Biden and Democrats would enact socialist policies in this country. To a lot of Americans, that kind of goes over their head.
Republicans were successful in trying to tie Democrats and Joe Biden, even though he made it very clear publicly he's not a socialist.
There was a lot of disinformation in radio stations in Miami and in Spanish language media there, and they really scared people into socialism.
Okay, here with reaction, Fox News analyst Lawrence Jones joins us live from our headquarters. Lawrence, what do you make of that?
Well, good morning. This is lazy commentary. As you know, Steve, I came on here quite frequently with my reporting on the ground, and I indicated there was a shift with the Latino vote, Hispanic vote in Florida. It's not only because of the socialist policies, but it's because they did not trust Joe Biden. And so to see pundits and journalists get on national TV and not criticize the strategy of Joe Biden is just mind-blowing to me. The Joe Biden camp did not hire as many Latino consultants. They looked at all Hispanic voters as the same. They did not invest into a ground game with the Hispanic vote in Florida. Not only that, they decided that they were going to just direct ads at them, not really trying to understand the difference between the Cuban population to the Puerto Ricans. And so this was a failure of strategy. Typically when that stuff happens, you go and you reevaluate. But now they're just saying it was just a lie.
Yeah. So, Lawrence, what do you make of where we are right now? Because millions of people are waking up all across the country, and they're turning on the TV, and they see that little box under you, and it shows that Joe Biden is ahead of Donald Trump. You need 270. There are a number of states that, at this point, so many votes have not been counted. We don't know who the next president of the United States is going to be. Will it be Joe Biden, or will President Trump continue to have the keys to Air Force One for another 4 years? So what do you say to those people who were so anxious and so frustrated and worried about the election, and now they're essentially in a little purgatory for a little longer?
Well, it's not the best news, but it is what I feel like we as people with platforms and cover this for a living have to tell our people, and that's we got to wait, guys. We cannot afford to get this wrong. And so I would prefer us to have all the information before declaring races prematurely. And I understand that it's frustrating. I will note that it's frustrating for me because I feel like there's such a efficient way to do this. We've proven in some states that there is an efficient way, and the fact that some states choose not to do that is just mind-blowing to me. Now, I understand we live in a republic, and local government and states have a lot of power, and they should keep that power. But I think their voters in their states should question them on why they can't get this done more efficiently.
Right. But given the fact that, and Arnon, Michigan broke down the map a little while ago, it could be so incredibly close. 4 years ago, Trump had a substantial margin of win. This could be so close, the losing side will never accept it.
Well, they're not. And that's the sad part of it. But again, this is why I think it was so crucial for pollsters and pundits to get this right. Because going into this race, everyone thought this was going to be a blowout. And I kept telling people, what I hear on the ground is much different from what we see in these polls. I'm not saying I know who's going to win it, but what I'm saying is that there is no way that Joe Biden is blowing Donald Trump out, because I see on the ground a much different story. They said we were wrong and 2016 was different. So again, I think we could have prepared the American public for this moment if we would have did our jobs better. And I think as the days come, and I know some people think that the pollsters were right, and I don't know how they could, but there is going to be some analysis and some soul searching with the people that do this for a living. And I think we have to say, well, they screwed up on it. And should we be trusting these pollsters? Maybe they need to change their methodology. But I don't think it's fair to say they got this right.
If I had a nickel for every time in the last 2 weeks I read the word landslide, I'd have about $1.50. Just saying. That's all right.
I would be rich.
Thank you. All right. That's your definition of rich. We just have to figure that out. Lawrence, thank you very much for joining us on this post-game show.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, sir. All right. Meanwhile, as you've been watching, we're still awaiting final results from a number of battleground states. Ben Domenech and Tammy Bruce here with their post-election day reaction. They're coming up next.
You're strong. You power.
Amputation. When we were driving down a road in Iraq, and the fuel tank basically was inches away from where I was sitting and covered me and my buddies who were in the vehicle with me in fuel, and instantly on fire. Now, I lost my leg because when I escaped out at the top of the vehicle, I jumped off and couldn't see anything around me because my face was on fire. So when I landed, 10-foot jump, I couldn't brace myself for the landing. So when I hit, my leg broke.
I'm Frank Silla, Chairman and CEO of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. We started the foundation to honor my brother, a firefighter who gave his life saving others on 9/11. And we have been supporting our frontline heroes ever since. We have been there for our military, police, and firefighters who serve and protect our country and communities.
I mean, financial situations are one of the most anxiety-driven things that people deal with. So the fact that we don't have to worry about a mortgage on a home, it's going to make us be able to concentrate on much more important things in life. My life's going to be changed in the way that I'm going to have more independence in general. It's kind of crazy to think it has nothing to do with a house. It has to do with people who do amazing things for other people, and the house just needs to be the product of that amazing thing.
3, 2, 1.
Tunnel Towers have built me a smart home, and it's going to let me live my life more independently.
I'm asking you to join us on our mission to do good and support these heroes. Please donate $11 a month by going to tunneltotowers.org or call 1-844-BRAVEST.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Are on the race for the White House, but voters were also weighing in on issues from minimum wage to magic mushrooms, believe it or not. Jillian Mealy joins us live with some of the most interesting ballot measures that passed in some states. Hey, Jillian, never thought we'd be talking about that on a ballot.
I know. Good morning, Ainsley, and you're exactly right. Magic mushrooms on the ballot in some states. Oregon became the first to legalize them as a form of mental health treatment administered by trained facilitators at licensed centers. Voters in D.C. passed a measure dropping magic mushrooms to the lowest level of law enforcement priority. Meantime, voters in New Jersey, Arizona, and South Dakota passed measures to legalize recreational marijuana. South Dakota making history as the first state to pass recreational and medical use of pot at the same time. And Florida voters approving a $15 minimum wage. The measure will gradually hike the starting rate for workers by 2026. And for the first time in 126 years, Mississippi will fly a new flag over its state house. Voters opting to replace its controversial Confederate-themed state flag with one that will feature the magnolia flower and the phrase, "In God We Trust." Ainsley, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Jillian. Well, the election coming down to just a handful of states now, as some major ones still remain up in the air. Here with more on where the race stands right now, we have Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce, along with the Federalist publisher Ben Domenech. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Tammy, I'll start with you. What's your take on what we're going through this morning without knowing who the president's going to be?
Well, it's frustrating, obviously, and the president was frustrated. He expressed that last night. Even his approach last night is being misrepresented when it comes to his sense of this race and what we all saw unfolding, which were massive leads in many of the states which were not being called. States that were being called too early. And, you know, it's understandable considering we've dealt with 4 years with an establishment that has been willing to lie and cheat and present fake Russian dossiers and lie to the FISA court in an effort to change the outcome of that election. So maybe this is all the new insurance policy. Who knows? But we've got to remain, I think, vigilant. I trust the president's decision and how to proceed. This is going to be the first time that the Democrats have seen a Republican who's willing to fight back. This is an extremely important election. We all know that. The polls were extraordinarily wrong, almost like they were wish casts. And of course, people are concerned that vote counting stopped overnight, ballots being moved into various places, and it's understandable that the American people are suspicious of the process and want to see transparency and want the system, perhaps like in the year 2000, to be used in the way that it was meant to be used to make sure that this election is legitimate and accurate and fair.
Ben, how about you? What's your take? What's the headline this morning?
I think the headline this morning is that the system that was supposed to tell people what was going to happen in this election utterly failed them. The pollsters, the data geeks, all the people who were asserting the way that things were going to happen, they turned out to be wrong, and they turned out to be wildly wrong. We have a situation now where the last poll that we got from ABC and the Washington Post about Wisconsin is a 17-point lead. Yeah, you're only off by 16 or 17 points, guys. That's great. This is a total failure, and what we saw after 2016 was a lot of these media organizations, they doubled down on the idea that Donald Trump was a fluke, that he didn't represent something new that was going on in the Republican Party, and they refused to change any of their approaches. The New York Times, in their run-up to this election, went weeks without publishing any kind of support for the president whatsoever. And the idea that they could just ignore the opinions of millions and millions of Americans, it's just insulting. And I think that, look, after 2016, the media, I think, failed to or refused to learn any of the lessons that they needed to learn. This time around, they'll probably try to do the same thing. Then the American people, I think, shouldn't allow them to happen. In terms of the short term, as Tammy said, this is a situation that's not going to be like Richard Nixon in 1960. I think the president's going to fight this and fight it hard legally. We're going to see what happens in particularly these Midwestern states. But I think the concerns that are being raised about what's going on there are absolutely legitimate, and we can't have any confidence in the media to report on these things accurately either. We're going to need more people on the ground paying attention to what's really going on. This isn't just like Florida. It's much bigger than Florida, and that deserves, the American people deserve to have confidence in what comes out of it.
Absolutely.
Can I add
All right,
something?
we're out of time, guys. Real quickly, yes.
Well, just that the Seltzer poll in Iowa shows you that people can get it right. Pollsters can do the good job when they want to. It's a difference between getting it right because you want to versus getting it wrong because you want to.
Yeah, that's the Des Moines poll, right?
That's right. That's right. The Des Moines, Iowa, which got it perfectly right when it came to how he performed in Iowa.
All right, guys, thank you so much. All right, coming up, Breakfast with Friends, Pete Hegseth and Will Cain are talking to the voters. They're in two key swing states. One's in Florida and one's in Wisconsin. We're going to chat with them coming up next.
One day, we'll look back.
proprietary blend of ingredients, which first regulates the natural sleep cycle, then relaxes the body, and finally calms the mind. In a double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trial, Relaxium Sleep was proven to help you fall asleep 140% faster. You'll be 260% more likely to sleep through the night, 69% more refreshed and alert, and experience 80% improved concentration.
With Relaxium Sleep, I woke up alert with no after effects.
And it's 100% guaranteed to work. We're so confident that Relaxium will work for you that we're giving away 1,000 bottles today. You deserve a good night's sleep, so call now and try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days.
I work better, I'm more productive.
And if you call within the next 15 minutes, you'll also receive free expedited shipping on your order.
Thank God for Relaxium Sleep because it's truly changed my life.
To receive your risk-free 1-month supply of Relaxium Sleep and free expedited shipping, call 800-251-1717 or visit tryrelaxium.com. That's 800-251-1717 or visit tryrelaxium.com. Fall asleep, stay asleep, wake refreshed with clinically proven Relaxium Sleep. Act now.
All right, President Trump winning Florida overnight big. The coveted battleground state is a major key to the race to the White House. Phil Keating is in South Florida, in Miami in particular, with a look at how the president got that particular state into his win column. Phil?
3 words, Brian. Miami-Dade County. That's the big difference between Trump winning Florida by 1.2% last time and winning it by 3.4% this time. Miami-Dade, Florida's most populous county and historically a Democratic stronghold, but Cuban Americans came out and voted for Trump in far much larger numbers than they did for him 4 years ago. In Little Havana last night, they were partying it up, waving Trump flags, yelling, cheering, honking horns. It appears Trump's boost in Hispanic support in Miami-Dade cut his 2016 vote deficit in the county by a whopping 200,000 votes.
All the Cuban community is for Trump. You can see it here. You can see it. All the support to Donald Trump. No sleeping, yo!
We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
And by Florida standards, 3.4% is a landslide. Both candidates thought they'd pull it out in what was a dead heat toss-up in the polls for weeks. Biden did win Miami-Dade County by 7%, but Hillary Clinton won it by 30%. That's a huge difference, and Biden's Hispanic underperformance and President Trump's impressive improvement was all it took to win the state of Florida.
All right. Thank you so much, Phil. So what do the voters think? We are talking to them live over Breakfast with Friends. Will Kane is at the Pancake Place. That's in Green Bay, Wisconsin. But first, we're going to start with Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth, since we're already in Florida. You're down in Lake Worth, Florida, right, Pete?
Yes, Palm Beach Island. Benny's on the beach with a great crew here. Good morning, everybody. A lot of enthusiasm for the reason Phil Keating just talked about. Florida came in big for the president last night. He won. He got over 1 million more votes this year than he did in 2016 and won by 3 percentage points. But I want to talk to voters here, not just about Florida, but about how they're feeling with all the states that are still outstanding. We've got Lorraine and Gary here. Gary, thank you for your service in the Marine Corps. Appreciate it. Lorraine, so you've watched, you're like everybody else, you're watching these states that are still out there. How are you feeling?
I just wish it was over. It's nerve-wracking is what it is. And I'm just hoping that he wins. He's done so much for the country.
You're hoping. Do you think he will?
I think he will.
You do?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Gary, how about you? You've been involved in getting people mobilized down here in Florida. What's your take?
The red wave is going to come through. You know, it ain't over till it's over. We're praying, and this country sure needs the president for 4 more.
You know, the president has voiced concerns about Pennsylvania, about votes. What's your thought on...
The Supreme Court's given that many days after. Isn't it supposed to be over when it's over? Election day is election day. What is this? What are you going to count ballots till Christmas?
Well, you never know.
I know, the way that is. I mean, What happened to Election Day and absentee voting? 2 ways to vote.
We'll see. We could be counting for quite some time with a lot of lawyers dissenting. Real quick, do you have a comment?
No.
Okay. No, it's a good comment. All right. We got one more over here. Ma'am, what's your name again?
Paula Massey.
Great to have you this morning, Paula.
Thank you.
How are you feeling as a supporter of the president this morning?
I'm feeling wonderful. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, we got it. Red tsunami.
Red tsunami. So there's a lot of hope here. Sir, if I would, we were talking earlier as well. Sure. How you feeling?
I'm a little anxious, but I think we're looking good. I think Trump's going to win. I think he deserves to because he's kept his promises. And look what he's running against, a career politician who hasn't.
All right, well, a lot of people counting on Wisconsin, where it's still on the board, and we'll pass it over to you in Green Bay to get your take. From sunglasses on top of your head to sweaters and sweater vests, Pete, I am at the Pancake Place in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Welcome, come on in. This is a Women for Trump group. They've been working hard. Let me ask you, ladies, and a few gentlemen here quickly. We talked earlier, when you went to bed last night, what was your confidence level in a victory for President Trump? In general, what was your confidence?
100%.
Everyone at the table felt that way, extremely confident. Okay, Deborah down here told me that it's just defying expectations. What were you seeing on the ground afterwards that made you so confident that President Trump would take Wisconsin?
When you're with the rally, when you're with President Trump, you get a euphoric feeling. Your adrenaline boils over. God is with us. We know, we feel it.
And you were contrasting that, Deborah, with what you saw from, at least from a distance, the Biden campaign.
You know what? I try not to get depressed. I like to be happy. So instead of going down the basement, I want to go up. I want to have freedom.
Okay, they were confident. They said 100% confidence going to bed last night. But admittedly, there's a little nervousness at the table. That confidence, and I was talking to Tamara here, has dropped a little bit. Now, the number you gave me, Tamara, let's see if we can turn around here, was 90-10. That's how you're feeling this morning. Still confident, but dropped a little bit. Tell me about that.
Okay. When we were door knocking, going door to door with voters that could go either way, I looked at the people I was walking with and I said, man, that really felt like 90-10 to me. And she's like, what do you mean 90-10? And I said, 90 Trump, 10 Biden for all the doors we knocked on.
And you and I were talking about when you knock on a door, you don't know who's on the other side. At a rally, it's admittedly a bunch of fans of President Trump, but you didn't know who's on the other side of that door when you knocked.
Right. And she had the same sentiment. We looked at each other and had the same sentiment. So that's how we've been feeling.
Now, Vicki really wants to be on TV. That's what she told me, right? Right, Vicki? No. But Vicki knows the numbers, and we've been looking just really quickly, Vicki. It all comes down, it seems like in Wisconsin, to one city, right?
Well, in Brown County, I just want to say that we took it by about 10,000 votes, and that's because of this table being out there knocking doors. Check was about 50% reported, so they're not totally in with Trump in the lead. Right. So I'm feeling confident in Kenosha.
We're in Green Bay. The attention now moves to Kenosha. I want to say this, guys, back to you in New York. I've heard you talking about that this morning, talking about this, the idea that polling has been so off, and our media seems to have so little grasp of what's going on across this country, so out of touch with values and opinion across this country. It's absolutely amazing. I heard Tucker talking about this last night. Deeply, condescendingly, sneeringly, out of touch with Americans. These diners are fun. It's good to interact with people. It's increasingly important to hear exactly from the people on the ground across this great country how they feel. Because, look, it couldn't be any worse than the stuff we're getting from the media and polling. Back to you guys in New York.
All right. Thanks so much, Will. Good job, Pete. Great diners. Meanwhile, we're continuing to monitor what's going on in these other states because the presidential election is still up in the air. How could all this play out? When are we going to get a verdict in Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, and Nevada? We'll make a prediction with Ruben next.
We made USAA insurance for members like
We started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Put a DR leaf and lawn vac to work on your property. The DR rides behind your lawn tractor and inhales everything. Unloading takes just seconds. Spring, summer, or fall, the DR is the most powerful leaf machine you can buy.
Go online to drleafvac.com to request your free buyer's guide. DR leaf vacs are now on sale and free shipping is in effect. Hurry, this offer won't last.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America that'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the Ideal Agent was that we saved $12,000 in commissions.
We would definitely use Ideal Agent again. The whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent service.
Getting right to the point, hiring Ideal Agent, I wish we would have done that sooner, and we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would have probably never happened if we would have just gone with them first.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent now to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokerage. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
The race for the White House continues this morning, watching key battlegrounds yet to be called in this race. All eyes on Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Our election coverage continues with our Fox News Decision Desk. Joining us with an update, top of the hour, Stu Varney, Byron York, Jonathan Turley, and more on deck as our Democracy 2020 coverage rolls on this Wednesday morning after Election Day 2020. Join us live from America's Newsroom, top of the hour.
All right, results from several key states still up in the air this morning with ballot counting still going on in Georgia and Pennsylvania. You can go on our website and watch as a live update. Here with how the next week could play out, author of Don't Burn This Book, Dave Rubin. Dave, I understand you, like many Americans, went to bed and looked like the president virtually locked this up, and it looks like Joe Biden might be en route to a perfect inside straight. Is that tough for you to get your head around?
Well, Brian, as you know, I'm here in Los Angeles, so it's Pacific time right now. It's not even 6 a.m. I went to bed at about 1 a.m., and Trump was leading seemingly comfortably in a bunch of these important states that you guys just mentioned. Now, look, everyone wants every legal vote to be counted. They should count mail-in ballots. They should count every vote that was voted yesterday, that was submitted yesterday. We don't want votes to be counted if they suddenly magically are appearing right now. I mean, the thing is, I've been talking about this for a few months now, that we really are in a war on reality at this point, that depending on what news you watch, depending on what Twitter feeds you follow and what pundits you follow, you're going to see the world in a very different spot. And in a certain way, it seems like this is exactly how it was going to all end, that we would end in this mucky, murky nothingness where now we're going to have to trust that the states are going to do it right. In a place like Pennsylvania, where literally 2 or 3 days ago, the Attorney General, Shapiro, was saying that Biden was going to win. I mean, the Attorney General was saying it before Election Day. So we're sort of left with this, can you trust the institutions? I'm not so sure anymore. And then, of course, it goes without saying, we don't have a mainstream media, a network news media that anyone trusts. And in many ways, this election was far more of a referendum on that than it was even about Trump or Biden. So, if this ends up in the courts and we have weeks of this, I just don't know how long the average person can tolerate this. People have bigger problems between the pandemic and the economy and everything else.
people did speak. I mean, they spent $1 billion to oust senators and House members, and the Democrats fell flat on their face. They wanted to prove the president was unpopular and incompetent and not legitimate. And this thing is down to the wire. It'll be Biden who has to come back to try to grab it. Pennsylvania, it is still a 7-point lead for the president. North Carolina, the president's got a full 1.5 lead. In Michigan, the president is got a 0.5 lead. And then in Georgia, the president's leading with over 50%. Nevada, he's within a point in Nevada. So this illegitimate president that doesn't belong is showing, funny, the American people seem to feel differently.
Yeah, well, that's a good point because, you know, the pollsters, and again, if you had listened to mainstream media, this thing was basically going to be a blowout. There were bigger margins than last time, although let's remember, last time the pollsters and the mainstream media got pretty much everything wrong, and this time they got it wrong again. So no matter what happens here, and it seems like we're going to be in for a long fight, and both sides are going to dig down and get ready for that fight, and there's going to be a lot of lawyers and the rest of it. But no matter what happens, this is a major, major blow to the pollsters and to all of the mainstream pundits who just repeat the same thing over and over. It is very obvious that whatever coalition Trump has put together here, that it is far more diverse than mainstream wants people to believe it is. And the fact that more people showed up, and, you know, putting all of this aside and putting all the partisan stuff aside, a lot of people voted. So if Trump is the one that ultimately got more people engaged in the system, that actually is a net good as well.
And if you watched him over the last week and a half, people who don't think he is a power like we have not seen before just can't see past their bias. And on what you said, Dave, there is a place to stop. I am biased. It is Fox News. We give all opinions. It drives people crazy, but we do. Dave, thanks so much for staying up for us. Dave Rubin, appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, I'll take a delay even in delay. Thanks. Back in a moment.
You may know Mount Rushmore, but that's only the
Ever wonder where the people with all the answers get all the answers? Ask Markham, accountants and advisors.
With the Ninja Foodie Power Pitcher, you can crush ice, make smoothies, and do even more. Chop salsas, spoon-thick smoothie bowls, even power through dough and never stall. The Ninja Foodie Power Pitcher. Rethink what a blender can do.
Dun, dun, dun. Come make a whisk and make them bounce. Right on your lip, come make that sound. Drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. You gotta work it, work it, work it, work it, work it.
Ready to Juvederm it? Correct age-related volume loss in cheeks with Juvederm Voluma XC. Add fullness to lips with Juvederm Ultra XC. And smooth moderate to severe lines around the nose and mouth with Juvederm XC. Tell your doctor if you have a history of scarring or are taking medicines that decrease the body's immune response or that can prolong bleeding. Common side effects include injection site redness, swelling, pain, tenderness, firmness, lumps, bumps, bruising, discoloration, or itching. As with all fillers, there is a rare risk of unintentional injection into a blood vessel, which can cause vision abnormalities, blindness, stroke, temporary scabs, or scarring. Juvederm it. Talk to your doctor about the Juvederm collection of fillers.
Find your rhythm, your happy place. Find your breaking point. Then break it. Every emergency gives you a potent blend of nutrients, so you can emerge your best with Emergency.
I'm Bill Hemmer.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Dana Perino, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
America is listening to the Fox News Rundown, covering all angles of the election results and top news stories 7 days a week. Download the Fox News Rundown at foxnewspodcasts.com.
Well, thanks for joining us over the last 4 days here at Liberty State Park. It's been fantastic.
Yes, it has. Hopefully we'll know the winner tomorrow morning when we see you next.
And thanks to everybody to put this all together and having us out here.
Great.
See ya.
We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by.
We're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Election day now turning into election week. Both sides projecting confidence the morning after the vote, but the outcome still very much undecided at this hour as several big swing states count a record number of ballots. Right now, the Electoral College, here is the snapshot. Joe Biden sitting at 238 votes, President Trump at 213, and of course 270 is needed to win the presidency. We will be watching that all morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith. Trace, good morning.
Sandra, good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Trace Gallagher. We're still waiting for results from a half dozen key battlegrounds, including Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the Rust Belt states that went for Trump back in 2016. All three right now very close, too close to call. We're also keeping a close eye on Nevada, a reliably blue state the president nearly won 4 years ago. And also we're waiting on Georgia. The results there still up in the air. The same goes for North Carolina, a state Democrats have not carried since 2008.
We've got Fox team coverage for you. Darren Shaw from the Fox News Decision Desk is here to take us through some of those scenarios. Eric Shawn covering the ballot count in Pennsylvania. Griff Jenkins is in Delaware with the latest on the Biden campaign from there. But we begin with Kristen Fisher. She is live at the White House this morning where the sun is now up. Kristen, what is the president saying about last night this morning?
Good morning, Sandra. Well, overnight, President Trump did exactly what he promised that he would not do yesterday morning on Fox and Friends. He declared victory prematurely with several battleground states still undecided and neither candidate close to 270 electoral votes. The president also claimed without evidence that his supporters were being disenfranchised.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it.
Now, to be very clear, he has not yet, but he could, fair and square, potentially without taking any legal action, without going all the way to the Supreme Court, because so many votes are still being counted. And this is something that the vice president alluded to when he spoke right after the president last night. Mike Pence said that him and the president had not won yet, but that they were well on the path to victory.
While the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote.
Well, the president and vice president made those remarks around 2:30 in the morning in front of about 400 of his supporters inside the White House. They've been waiting for them all night. And even though the race is still too close to call, they definitely had something to celebrate because there was no blue wave. Republicans on Capitol Hill exceeded expectations. And Trace and Sandra, once again, President Trump proved those pollsters wrong. Trace, Sandra?
A whole lot more on all that coming up. Kristen Fisher, thank you. Trace?
Meantime, Joe Biden is waiting for the remaining results from his home in Delaware with 6 critical battleground states too soon to call. The former VP says he's got a good feeling about this. It's not over until every vote is counted. Griff Jenkins is live for us in Wilmington. Griff, is Biden expected to make an appearance today?
Hey, Trace, good morning to you. It's certainly a possibility. Things are really fluid here right now, and we suspect that if he does indeed make remarks, it'll be prompted by some movement in the numbers of those races you just mentioned, those 6 swing states, and some movement there. Let's show you those. Remember, it's that Rust Belt trio, as you mentioned, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which amounts to 46 electoral votes. Then you've got Georgia, North Carolina, and Nevada. Now, we got very little notice last night. I was here shortly after 12:30 when the pool got rustled because there were cars here in the parking lot, and then all of a sudden the former VP showed up. He took the stage, and he was very optimistic about the results he had seen so far. Watch.
We're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it from Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Well, we'll see about Pennsylvania, and it's likely not going to be called for several more days. But in some of those other states, the former VP is leading by narrow margins, roughly 8,000 votes in Nevada, 20,000 in Wisconsin. Now, in another development overnight, after the president spoke and claimed victory, as Kristen just laid out, Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, put out a pretty strong statement slamming those comments, saying, quote, "The president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect." Now, when I mentioned the movement could prompt remarks, remember with the 238 tally that Biden has going right there, you only need 32 more to get to that magic number of 270, and that's why behind me you have the Secret Service still having things locked down. There are no cars, there are no supporters out here, but certainly the footprint of the Secret Service and protective detail here is such that very quickly the Vice President can take that stage behind me and perhaps declare victory or a concession, depending on which way it goes. Trace?
Yeah, 32 to go, Griff, but those are a tough 32. Griff Jenkins live for us in Wilmington. Griff, thank you. Well, now to some hotly contested congressional races. Republicans fending off a blue wave and maintaining control of the Senate while Democrats hold the House. But the Democrats flipped 2 Senate seats. In Colorado, former Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper unseating Republican Senator Cory Gardner. And Democrat Mark Kelly, the former astronaut married to former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, unseating Republican Senator Martha McSally in Arizona. McSally replaced John McCain after his passing in 2018. In Iowa, Republican Senator Joni Ernst is projected to defeat Democratic challenger Teresa Greenfield. Meantime, Michigan Senate race between incumbent Democrat Gary Peters and Republican challenger John James still too early to call. Same goes for North Carolina's race between incumbent Republican Tom Tillis and Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham.
All right, for more on all this, let's bring in Darren Shaw from the Fox News Decision Desk. Darren, great to have you here this morning. I know it's been a long night, but we want to pick your brain when we go through this electoral map, because as we know, the number that we're watching, 270, is the number of electoral votes that is needed to win. Here is the map. The gray states, of course, are those key battleground states that have yet to be called. And Darren, can you give us an update on some of these, especially North Carolina this morning? Still too close to call here, 94% of the vote in. Donald Trump leading by more than 50% in that state. Do we expect to call this state soon?
Well, North Carolina has been a bit of a mystery to us because, as you mentioned, we're about 6% shy of the expected vote. And, you know, we don't have as strong a sense in North Carolina of where that remaining vote is as we do in other states. So, for instance, we feel pretty confident about where we think the race is going to wind up in Wisconsin and in Michigan. But in Carolina, you know, our geographic models and our partisan models that take into account where the outstanding vote is, they're a little ambivalent here. So we're not sure. Right now, Trump has a narrow lead. It's not clear that Biden has an obvious pathway in North Carolina, but the data just aren't right. We're not quite there on a call, and they've been a little ambiguous about when exactly they're going to update their counts. So we're, like you guys, we're just waiting here, sitting tight on North Carolina.
Really interesting. I'm going to dive into Wisconsin in just a second, because I know that you have been talking about some of those counties that Hillary Clinton led in 2016, where Joe Biden's leading by a wider margin now, but also the same for Trump. Some of those counties that he was able to claim victory back in 2016, he's leading by a wider margin there. I'll dive in there in a second. But Nevada, will you be able to call this state in the next couple of hours?
We've just got an update. We're following, like you guys, some of the election officials, Secretary of State's office, even some political reporters and stringers who are kind of working on the ground there. We expect another tranche of data to come. I believe it's 9 o'clock local time from Nevada, and that will update the totals. We may be closer to making a call then. But Nevada is another place, unlike some of these other states where we have a strong sense of where the vote's going to come from and therefore how it's going to break. In Nevada, it looks like it's coming from all over the state. It's not just coming from Vegas or Reno. There's a lot of vote in the balance of the states. So that's a narrow Biden lead. I think it's like 8,000 votes or so. It could expand to about 10,000, but that's a little iffy to make a call. So we're sitting tight. We're going to wait for that, hopefully, last tranche of data to come in from Nevada. All
right, back to the board here. When looking at Wisconsin, as I mentioned, some of those key counties that you're watching from 2016, especially Kenosha, where you see the president 51+% of the vote in that county, leading by a wider. Sorry, I just clicked on Racine. Here we go. Kenosha. The president 51% of the vote there, leading by a wider margin than he was in 2016. You move a bit further north, and you've been watching Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. Again, a county that Hillary Clinton secured in 2016 that Joe Biden has managed to secure a wider margin of victory so far. What can you tell us about being able to call Wisconsin anytime soon?
Wisconsin seems like they're just about done collecting data. And I believe the latest, and Senator, you might have, at this point I've been in the pod for about 5 minutes, so you may have more recent data than I do. But we think the Biden lead is about 20,000, I believe, at last check. Look at your monitor. Yeah, about 20,000 votes. It seems to us like, well, let's just say you'd certainly rather be in Biden's position than in Trump's position right now. There's still some outstanding vote, but we think most of that is mail-in balloting. And as you know, the mail-in balloting in especially these upper Midwest states has had a decidedly pro-Biden slant to it. So I think it's possible that Biden lead may even increase a little bit. But again, in a race like this where a call has such consequences in shaping the news and how people are viewing the election, we're gonna make sure it's coming from where we think it's going to be coming from.
All right. And by the way, I just want to pull up Brown County, home to Green Bay, Wisconsin, where President Trump, 53% of the vote there. And to your point, it was a difference of about 20,000 votes. So we'll continue to watch that state. Want to go into Michigan now, because obviously this is one of the big battlegrounds that we are watching. What can you tell us as far as Wayne County? 62% of the vote, last I looked, was in for Wayne County. How crucial is that, the Detroit area in Michigan? What are you watching there?
You've hit the nail on the head, Senator, that if people are looking at this right now, you notice that the president is leading. And we, of course, in the decision team got a lot of blowback last night for some states where, like Virginia, for instance, where we had an early call, where people said, well, I'm looking at the screen and the president's winning decidedly. Well, two factors. Where is the outstanding vote located? And is it election day vote or is it mail-in vote? So those two factors come together in Michigan. A lot of vote remaining from very pro-democratic places like Wayne, and a lot of that vote is mail-in vote, which skews even more heavily to Biden. Right? So even though the president maintains the lead and it's going to be a close race, we expect that to narrow considerably. When they release those data, we think we're going to get more data from Wayne and some other counties relatively early this morning, so we may have some clarity in Michigan by around noon.
Good information. Here's Wayne County, just pulled it up. Obviously, the southeastern corner of the state, a cluster of those blue counties that we will be watching as they come in. Darren, while I have you, can I take you into the what-if board? Because we're playing around with those electoral votes and wondering what the paths to victory are for both candidates. And if you're saying right now, and you're hearing from from the Trump campaign as well, that they're still feeling good about North Carolina and Georgia, is it fair to play around with this scenario at this point, knowing those states aren't called, Darren, to give to give Georgia, North Carolina to President Trump. That brings him to 244 on the map. He's leading in Pennsylvania, although we know the situation. I'm waiting on all of those early votes to be counted. You tack on Pennsylvania, and all he would have to do then, which would still be a big one, is to secure Wisconsin for the win there without having to win Michigan with the 16 electoral votes there. What kind of scenarios are you playing around with?
Well, one I'd mention, Sandra, is you go back to your board, don't forget about Alaska. Trump has a significant lead in the early votes that we've got there. Alaska's a tricky state because it's so big and there's a robust mail-in program, but you're talking about getting ballots in from all of these rural areas and from Native American lands and stuff like that. But remember, that's another 3 electoral votes that look to be leaning Trump at this point. But if you go to that board, and I believe at this point, if you give, let's set aside Georgia, which I think is going to continue to narrow, but I agree with you that it's certainly plausible the president could hold on there, and North Carolina, where he clearly has a lead, I think. If you go Nevada to Biden, if you go Wisconsin to Biden, and you go Michigan to Biden,
okay,
right, I believe, let's see.
So you got Pennsylvania to Biden at this point. Are you playing in?
If that clearly would put him over the top.
Right.
Right. But if I think you got Michigan red, flip Michigan to blue. Okay. Right. There you go. Right. I think the most plausible pathway for Biden at this point is if you go Nevada plus Wisconsin plus Michigan. I believe, again, I've got to be careful because we're talking about single electoral votes. I believe that actually gets him to 270. So this is then I don't believe he would actually have to have Pennsylvania. But you can check me on the math on that. As I said, things are sort of moving quickly and by the minute as we continue to get data here.
Darren, I got to leave it there, but just a few second answer. When do we know who wins this race? That is the question.
I know. I wish I could give you something better. I do think we'll have some clarity by the early afternoon, and I think it's important.
All right. Darren Shaw, I really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And keep it up on Fox News for up-to-the-minute coverage on this closely contested race for the White House. Our special coverage will continue this morning with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum. That kicks off at 11 a.m. Eastern Time right here on the Fox News channel. It is now election week, Trace.
Yeah, I checked his math. His math is correct. It would be 270 for Joe Biden with those states you just mentioned. Meantime, new election results are coming in, getting both President Trump and Joe Biden closer to 270 with all eyes on 6 big swing states. One of them, of course, Pennsylvania. Its 20 electoral votes could determine the winner. A look at where the race stands in the critical battleground state is next.
Most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. These aren't even close.
America's Newsroom is brought to you by Aspen Dental. Visit Aspen.
points and inflammation support. Unlike regular turmeric supplements, Qunol's superior absorption helps me get the full benefits of turmeric. Qunol is the turmeric brand I trust.
Good morning, Mr. Sun.
Good morning, Blair.
Ooh, I'm gonna grow big and strong. Yes, you are.
I'm gonna get this place all clean.
I'll give you a hand.
And
I'm gonna put Lisa on crutches. Wait, what?
Says she's gonna need crutches. She's going pretty hard. You might want to take that up, girl. Excuse us.
When owning a small business gets real, Progressive helps protect what you built with customizable coverage.
And I'm gonna...
Donnie, no.
This is important. Perhaps you received a settlement from a personal injury claim, maybe from medical malpractice or a car accident, or you may have won the lottery, and it seemed like more money than you ever imagined possible. Or not. If the settlement comes to you in regular payments rather than one lump sum, it may not meet your current needs. If you have a structured settlement and need a lump sum of cash for a car, to pay off debt, or to start a new business, Peachtree can help you get the cash you need sooner. For more than a decade, Peachtree has helped thousands of individuals turn their structured settlement into cash to meet a wide range of personal needs. Many received a large sum of cash and still continue to receive regular payments going forward. It's your money and your choice to use it when you want to. Peachtree is here to help. To learn more, call today at 866-717-0461. That's 866-717-0461. Or visit PeachtreeFinancial.com. Representatives are available now.
Well, battleground Pennsylvania is still counting votes this morning with President Trump leading right now, although in-person votes are tallied before mail-in votes, which are expected to favor Joe Biden. Lawrence Tabus is chairman of the Pennsylvania GOP and an election law attorney. Sir, welcome to you. Can Joe Biden overcome this lead? We're looking at maybe 600,000 for the president right now. We know, as we just said, that the Democrats are expected to dominate the mail-in voting, and you still got a lot of votes out in Allegheny County, in Philadelphia. The question is, are there enough votes out to overcome that deficit?
I think the president will win Pennsylvania, and I'm very proud of our team from top to bottom. I mean, we've held the state Senate, the state House. We may have picked up at least one congressional seat, and I think that bodes very well for how the president will ultimately do and win Pennsylvania.
When you say the president will win Pennsylvania, that's a very big statement, because we know that kind of all roads lead to 270, kind of go through Pennsylvania, except in a few scenarios. What are you attributing that to, sir?
I think, again, as I said, we've done very well in our state races, in our congressional races. We've outperformed in so many different parts of the state. In the northeast part of the state, the southwest, some of our polls showed that people were waiting in line for 2 hours in our strongholds. So I am confident that even with the ballots yet to be counted, and we want all votes counted, just applying the same fair standard to everybody.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of people saying, look, when we get these votes in from Allegheny and Philadelphia, it's going to change the game dramatically, because they will heavily favor Joe Biden as they heavily favored Hillary Clinton back in 2016. It really is now a numbers game, but you're saying you think the rural vote and the popularity, the fact that, you know, the early information shows the president did very well in some of these rural states, you think that's going to be enough to edge him out?
Well, look, the Democratic elected officials in our state, the governor, the secretary of the state, the attorney general, they've been using their official position to stack the deck, repeatedly change the rules throughout. And if the rule and the laws and the Constitution are followed by all sides, including the Democrats, and one standard applies, a fair standard equally in our state, the president will win. And I think you will see he will do better than he did in Philadelphia in 2016 if the rules are fairly applied.
We should note that you were also an election attorney, and it's interesting. I want to put up, this is what your governor said, and he's saying, quoting here, "Let's be clear, this is a partisan attack on Pennsylvania's elections, our votes, and democracy." He's talking about the lawsuits against Pennsylvania. "Our counties are working tirelessly to process votes as quickly and as accurately as possible. Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and we will count every vote." Do you expect litigation to slow this process, to potentially stop this process?
You know, the governor has to say what he did because he knows that his Secretary of the Commonwealth used their official positions to repeatedly change the rules, including less than 12 hours before the election itself. This process from the beginning has not applied an even standard to everyone in Pennsylvania. They have not followed the Constitution. They've not followed the statute. And that's the key. To get unity in this nation, in our state, one fair standard needs to be applied equally to all of the voters and all of the counties, not just those the governor and the secretary prefer.
Timeline, Mr. Tibbs, I got to go, but do you have a timeline? When are the votes going to be counted? Very quickly.
I don't think we'll have our done till next week, till maybe Monday or Tuesday.
Lawrence Tavis, thank you for joining us, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Joe Biden, on his part, saying he's confident about the outcome of this election.
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
That is for sure. Poll workers Pennsylvania resumed ballot counting this morning. We will have updates as soon as we get them. Plus, we are watching the U.S. stock market reaction after Election Day as investors wait for final results from several of those key battleground states. There's the electoral map. Stu Varney will join us for the opening bell moments from now.
Do you know the beautiful secret of gold? Today, more and more savvy people
Z-Shield has thousands of reviews and smiles from happy customers.
Z-Shield is great for our restaurant employees, especially when they're preparing and serving food.
Facial expression is such a big part of everyday communication.
Be the shield at tryzshield.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent. Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now. Meet the Ninja Foodi Air Fry Oven. Make family-sized meals fast. And because it's a Ninja Foodi, it can do things no other oven can, like flip away. The Ninja Foodi Air Fry Oven, the oven that crisps and flips away.
It's every municipal bond investor's dream. A bright, shining city on a hill where there won't be any financial problems. But what if there are? That's why Assured Guarantee protects your principal and interest payments. Assured Guarantee, a stronger bond.
The race for the White House is still up in the air, and that means uncertainty on Wall Street. As you can see, 30 seconds into trading day after Election Day, Dow up 233. Let's bring in Stuart Varney, the anchor of Varney & Company, and he joins us now live on his show. And Stuart, great to be with you the day after Election Day 2020. I want to get your big picture thoughts this morning, knowing that we don't have an outcome of this race yet.
Okay, big picture is this. We have a very close race, which will probably come down to 4 battleground states. We don't have results from those states yet, but they may come fairly soon. In the absence of a clear winner, the other big positive about this election is that the Republicans, and I'm talking about a positive for Wall Street now, the Republicans keep control of the Senate, and that is extremely important. With them in control of the Senate, you're not going to see a big tax increase on American business. You may see a nice stimulus package, but you're not going to see a tax increase, and that matters a lot to Wall Street. If there's no big tax increase, then you don't have to worry about that hitting your bottom line if you're a major corporation. That's why big tech is off and running big time this morning. Of course, they're also a source of safety. They've got the growth in the future. They've got a ton of money in the bank, so there is a flight to the safety in uncertain times right to big tech. That's what's happening right now, Sandra.
That is fascinating because we saw this huge sell-off in October, right, Stuart? And then in recent days, we've seen the rally happening. And everybody was trying to understand where Wall Street stood on predictions for this race. And here we are this morning, the morning after Election Day, and we still have yet to call several of these major battleground states, Stuart.
Yep.
So as we work our way through the day, through the week, could we see Wall Street still trying to predict one way or another, whether it is Trump or Biden, or have they decided?
No, I don't think Wall Street has decided. In fact, we've just reported a reversal in the betting market. You know, you can put your own money on the line here. You can bet on who you think is going to win. You're risking your own money, so that bet has meaning. Well, we've got a reversal. About, I'd say 3 hours ago, the betting market favored a Trump win. That's completely reversed. The betting market now thinks that Biden has a 76% chance of winning. That's a complete reversal. So the betting market has made up its mind. Biden's going to win. The stock market has made up its mind that there is no Republican loss in the Senate or loss of control in the Senate, and that's pushing prices up. It's a fascinating situation here. There are plenty of winners, there are plenty of losers. I would say that socialism has lost. The idea that you're going to get some kind of socialist revolution in America, that's gone down the drain. That is not going to happen. I think Chuck Schumer has lost. He is still the minority leader in the Senate. I think Michael Bloomberg has lost. He spent $1 billion on trying to get elected, $100 million trying to get Florida to go for Biden. He's lost it all, and he's got nothing to show for it. So there's some winners and there's some losers, depending on which standpoint you want to take.
And Stuart, you and I have spoken so many times over the years about America reaching energy independence, something that we have seen happen. And then you saw on the debate stage in this election cycle and all the discussions over fracking and whether or not the Biden-Harris ticket would put an end to it. And that played a big part in what we are seeing develop in the state of Pennsylvania. I just wonder, Stuart, when it comes to the economy and you look at these key battlegrounds, especially up north, Wisconsin, Michigan, and the big one, Pennsylvania, how you saw that playing out.
Well, I'm interested in Pennsylvania because, as you say, fracking was very much in the news. And as things stand, I think with about 76% of the vote counted, the president has a 677,000 lead over Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. But the votes that are still to be counted come from largely urban areas, which will favor Joe Biden, and that may make up the 677,000 deficit that Biden currently has in Pennsylvania. You're not going to get a result out of Pennsylvania until probably the end of the week, maybe Saturday, or maybe even longer, depending on court processes. But that Pennsylvania race is absolutely fascinating, and fracking was right in the middle of it.
And Michigan just went lean Biden, according to our decision desk. Yep. And so if you play around with the 270 scenario, Trace and I were just talking, he was pointing out, Darren Shaw, that Wisconsin, Michigan, if Biden secures those, and they should be calling Nevada soon if that goes Biden, that is a path to victory for Joe Biden. Of course, then if one of those, Michigan or Wisconsin, does not go Biden, he would need Pennsylvania. And Stu, I don't have to tell you, that's when things get really messy if they're down to that.
Very messy.
Stuart, it is great to catch up with you day after Election Day. Good to see you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you.
Let's get back to your money. Check.
And speaking of Pennsylvania, ballot counting is now underway in Pennsylvania, where President Trump promises to take the state to the Supreme Court over mail-in votes. The president leads Joe Biden with nearly 55% of the votes in the state he flipped red in 2016. The senior correspondent Eric Shawn live for us in Philadelphia. And Eric, strong words from the governor on the election.
That's right, Trace. Already there's a Republican lawsuit. They are counting in the building behind me. And as you said, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania strikes back at President Trump. The governor, Tom Wolf, in Harrisburg said basically that the president is issuing baseless claims about this election supposedly being stolen. The governor tweeted in part, quote, "Let's be clear. This is a partisan attack on Pennsylvania elections, our votes, and our democracy. Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and we will count every vote." The defense comes as Republicans have already filed a lawsuit against a county right outside of Philadelphia. Republican congressional candidate Kathy Barnett, who challenged incumbent Democratic Representative Madeleine Dean, who, by the way, won her re-election, is suing the Montgomery County Board of Elections for helping voters with their ballots. Barnett wants 1,200 ballots tossed, but the county says it only helped 49 voters correct mistakes that they made on their mail-in ballots. Barnett claims that violates state election law. A hearing is set in federal court this hour. Here in Philadelphia, Republican poll watcher Gary Feldman was at first denied entrance to a polling place yesterday, even though he was certified by officials to do that. Officials later called that a misunderstanding, and he eventually was permitted to go inside to observe the vote. Let's look back live now here at the Philadelphia Convention Center, where they're still counting the votes. 65,000 votes were added overnight, but you know they still have more than 1 million votes to go.
We're still doing everything. It's just a reporting of. We can't load any more numbers into our system until we're done with the machines. So everything is going. The ballots are being, the envelopes are being opened, everything's going. We just can't report it out into the system until we're done with the machine portion.
Well, election officials insist that they are processing the votes in a fair, legal, transparent, and honest manner. Trace?
Eric Shawn live for us in Philadelphia. Eric, thank you.
6 key states still too close to call at this hour as the nation and the world await the final results of the presidential election. A look at what sent voters to the polls with our Fox News voter analysis Plus, we will break down the results in Florida next.
There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
We made USAA.
Her last option was to sell her home, but her home meant everything to her. Her husband had been a high school football coach, and it turned out one of his former players came up with an answer, a loan created just for older homeowners. And pretty soon, Nellie Young had one of the first reverse mortgages.
Discover if a reverse mortgage loan is right for you. Use it to eliminate monthly mortgage payments and increase cash flow. Create an emergency fund, preserve retirement savings, and more. Call now for your free information kit. Call 800-304-1758.
That first reverse mortgage loan meant Nellie could stay in the home she loved so much, with memories that meant even more. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, and it's tax-free cash just when you need it. It's about making your retirement better.
Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
Of course, you can use it to pay some bills, cover medical costs, update or repair your home, but best of all, it eliminates those monthly mortgage payments so you get more cash in your pocket every month.
Learn how you can use a reverse mortgage loan to cover your expenses, pay for health care, preserve retirement savings, and so much more.
A lot's changed since 1961. Since then, over 1 million older Americans have used a reverse mortgage loan to finance their retirement. It meant so much to Nellie. Maybe it can mean as much to you.
Call now and get your free info kit. Call 800-304-1758.
Well, President Trump and Joe Biden locked in a very close race. Millions of votes still being counted in some key battleground states. Let's bring in our panel. Guy Benson is host of The Guy Benson Show, a political editor at townhall.com and a Fox News contributor. Richard Fowler is also a Fox News contributor. Guy was up with us late last night, Richard, so please take it easy on him. You know, it's interesting here, Guy, because you look at this, and it really is. The numbers show this was a referendum on the president. I want to put these on the screen. You can see here Fox News voter analysis showing that for those who support President Trump, 79% of his supporters voted for the president, where you look at the next poll, and for those who voted for Joe Biden, only 49% actually voted for Joe Biden, 51% voted against Donald Trump. Guy, what does that tell you?
Well, good morning, Trace. Long time no see. I hope you enjoyed your nap. I sort of did. Look, this was going to be a referendum race on President Trump's leadership. That is what the Democrats wanted it to be, and President Trump was more than happy to lean into it, and that's exactly what we got. And what's interesting is it looks like we're on track to have the highest voter turnout in terms of percentage of the electorate since the turn of the century. Not this century, last one, 1900. So there's this huge passion in this race, and most of it on both sides was surrounding one central figure, and that was President Donald Trump. And it looks like he's going to receive millions already. He has millions more votes than he did in 2016. There was really significant Republican turnout. Joe Biden's going to build on Hillary Clinton's numbers and go beyond them, beat President Trump in at least the national vote, it looks like. So sometimes it's a case of be careful what you wish for. And if you're a Republican, this race can still go either way. But you start thinking about, okay, if this were a race happening without coronavirus as the backdrop, and there were a referendum on President Trump, I think it's hard to argue that he wouldn't have won perhaps handily last night. Of course, that's not the reality that we live in. But this was a race at the very top that was all about one man, although down ballot, maybe a little more complicated than that.
Yeah. And Richard, look, it's a fair point because Joe Biden kind of adopted the strategy of saying, this is the wrong guy to be the president of the United States. So what are your thoughts on how this, how the perception of Joe Biden and President Trump came out?
Listen, just like you and Guy, I was on Fox News until about 4, but I agree with Guy, so I will copy and paste everything that Guy said. And what I will add to that is this. I think, this was a referendum on the president, and as a result, voters voted against him. But where Guy is right is what you see them doing down ballot is it looks like the American people want some level of divided government. And maybe that's the best thing for the country, to have a Senate that is narrowly controlled by Republicans, so there can actually be something done that both Democrats and Republicans can agree on, so we could get to some sort of semblance of normal. Yeah. But I think it's very important to realize that the biggest issue that Donald Trump faced in this election, I think that his campaign sort of failed to deal with, was the coronavirus and this global pandemic and the impact that it had on the American voter. And as a result of ignoring that and that denialism, he likely it might cost him this election.
I want to get this in because switching topics a little bit, because we talked about this a lot last night. Everybody talked about this a lot because it was a big deal. And we're talking about the Cuban American vote that came out of Miami-Dade County. Guy, I want to put this on the screen. 41% Cuban voters turned the tide in Florida. 41% for the former vice president. 58% for President Trump. And it really does show, since day one when he got into office, he was trying to court Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans, and it apparently boded well for him, Guy.
Yeah, I would first say it's not just Florida and Cubans and Venezuelans. President Trump in a lot of really key places in Texas overperformed with Hispanics. Mm-hmm. So the map was shuffled a little bit and the demographics were shuffled in, I think, ways that are counterintuitive to a lot of the people who are in the supposed smart set. Yeah. As for Florida, there were a drumbeat of stories out of South Florida, Miami-Dade over the last couple weeks saying the Democrats are pushing the panic button. They are very concerned about what they're seeing in South Florida. And President Trump racked up a really impressive victory in that state because of South Florida. Bottom line, socialism does not play with people who have escaped socialism.
Richard, let me give you the last word here, 10 seconds. Are you surprised? Were you think Democrats surprised at the showing among Latinos for the president?
Look, I'm from Fort Lauderdale, the bordering county to Miami-Dade, and I think Guy is right. I think that we have to understand that the Latino vote is not a monolith, right? And Cuban Americans and Venezuelan Americans, that socialism message has resonated very well with them. What you also saw happen in Arizona is Joe Biden's message resonated very well. So we're going to have to really recalculate as a party how we talk to Latinx voters and communicate with them on the issues that they care about.
Yeah, it's a very good point, and it's very accurate, Richard. Richard Fowler, Guy Benson.
Latinx.
Yeah, good to see you both. Thank you.
They were lively.
They were
morning
awake.
after Election Day, awake. Several battleground states still too close to call this morning as mail-in ballots are being counted in Philadelphia. We're going to take you to the Keystone State next.
Did you know you can go to Liberty Mutual?
Race on the next Hannity.
There was a time when this represented the future, but this is the future. The future of communicating, of hearing, and connecting with life. And this is Eargo. No appointments, no waiting, no hassles. And they're practically invisible in your ear. Now you see it, now you don't. If you have hearing loss, now is the time to do something about it.
For Veterans Day, everyone gets $200 off Eargo Neo Hi-Fi. Veterans get 20% off Eargo Neo Hi-Fi.
You won't see these folks at the post office. They have businesses to grow, customers to care for, lives to get home to. They use Stamps.com. Print discounted postage for any letter, any package, anytime, right from your computer. Get the services of the post office, plus UPS at up to 62% off. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial, plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/save and never go to the post office again.
Here's important information for anyone with an annuity or structured settlement. It's your right to sell all or part of your annuity payments for the cash you need now. Whether you need to make an important purchase, pay off debt, or build a business, call the pros at Peachtree today. We can help you get the cash you need. We're professionals at buying structured settlements.
Hi, I'm Maggie from Peachtree. We've been helping people for over 20 years. We can help you turn your settlement or annuity payments into the cash you need for a new car, housing, or to manage debt. Recently, I helped a customer get money for fertility treatments to start a family. It's your money, and you have the right to use it now.
Get your money faster by calling Peachtree now at 1-800-PEACHTREE. That's 1-800-PEACHTREE. Call today for a free quote. You may even qualify for a cash advance. Call now at 1-800-PEACHTREE or visit PeachtreeFinancial.com. Representatives are available now.
The presidential election still up for grabs this morning, the morning after Election Day. Races in 6 swing states still too close to call at this hour. Let's bring in Byron York, chief political correspondent for the Washington Examiner and a Fox News contributor. Byron, I know you've got a lot on your mind this morning as we await more results. And you see the electoral vote count, 238 to Joe Biden at this hour, 213 to President Trump. So I know you're looking at various pathways to victory for both candidates. What are you thinking about?
Well, for the president, I mean, the first thing he has to do is win Georgia and North Carolina. Those are not totally in the bag right now, and he absolutely has to have them. It's looking pretty good for him in Pennsylvania. So if he wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, he still needs to win something else. And that something else was going to be either Wisconsin or Michigan.
Right.
Maybe it could still be one of those things, but what we know now is that if it's not either one, Nevada seems to be surprisingly close. The president is not in the lead, but there still are votes to be counted there, and not just in the Democratic-heavy areas, perhaps all over the state.
Byron, when you see what happened with some of these Senate races last night, you look at the big picture. What does it mean ultimately for, not knowing how this race turns out, the Democratic dreams of packing the court, eliminating the filibuster, the Green New Deal? What are we able to take away from what we saw play out last night?
There was a Democratic dream of just completely remaking government, of packing the Supreme Court with additional justices, of making Washington, D.C. a state, of making Puerto Rico a state, of passing the Green New Deal, of raising taxes, all sorts of things. And that dream depended on Joe Biden being in the White House, on Democrats controlling the House, and Democrats controlling the Senate. That's why so many Democrats poured so much money, historic amounts of money, into efforts to knock off Lindsey Graham and Tom Tillis and Susan Collins and many others. And right now it appears that that failed. Even if Joe Biden becomes president, a Republican Senate is the wall that stops all of those Democratic dreams.
It's a fascinating look. Byron, as we head through this morning, it's still not even 10 a.m. on the East Coast, and we're awaiting these key battleground states still to come in. Pennsylvania is going to be a big one to watch. When you look at those various pathways to victory for the candidate, there are scenarios that could play out where it comes down to Pennsylvania. What do you expect to see play out in the coming days?
Well, obviously there's going to be a lot of controversy about the Democratic vote in Philadelphia, in the Philadelphia area, because there always is. And Republicans will be suspicious of those vote totals. But I spent the last week of the campaign in western Pennsylvania. It was clear that Trump's support there was growing from what it had been in 2016. And if he wins Pennsylvania, that's going to be the reason.
Byron, always great to catch up with you. Thank you.
Well, as they were talking about, it's all about the math as America waits to find out the winner of this presidential election. The latest numbers from the 6 big states when our special coverage continues.
Our retirement plan with Voya gives us confidence.
We can spend a bit now, knowing we're prepared.
Call 800-454-1178 now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Now is the time during the Medicare annual enrollment period to see if you are eligible to save money and get additional benefits at little to no additional cost. You don't get these savings or additional benefits automatically, so make sure you call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period to make sure you are getting all the benefits you deserve. If you're not sure you're on the best plan for you, just call the number on your screen now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call before the December 7th deadline. You may be able to save money and receive additional benefits. You may also be eligible for a plan that includes additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. Just call 800-454-1178 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. If you're not sure if you're on the best plan for you, just call the number on your screen now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. You don't get these savings and additional benefits automatically, so call before the December 7th deadline. You may be able to save money and receive additional benefits. Call 800-454-1178. 800-454-1178.
President Trump, Joe Biden remain locked in a tight race at the moment this morning as a few key states continue to count their votes in a race to reach that magic number 270 on the electoral map. That is what is needed to win the White House. Joe Biden 238 so far, Donald Trump 213. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Sandra Smith. Good morning.
You talk about political chess. Sandra, this is it. Good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Trace Gallagher. An election night stalemate dragging into Wednesday morning. In the states where this race will be decided, things are still far too close to call. And here's how things are playing out in the Midwestern states. We're talking about Wisconsin, right? There's a lot of different scenarios there. We're talking Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Let's look at Georgia. Georgia's very key, 16 electoral votes. You can see it right there. The president leads right now. It's a must win for him. And then you move on to North Carolina. Another, analysts say, must win for the president. He's got a lead there, but not nearly enough to call that at this point in time.
And Nevada could be called shortly, according to our Fox News decision desk. We talked to Darren Shaw, top of the hour. Right now, Joe Biden leading in that state, 49.2 to 48.6 for President Trump. 6 electoral votes up for grabs there. Hopefully an update on some of those states soon. Both candidates did stay up late last night. We heard from both of them.
The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Team Fox coverage. Phil Keating is live for us in Florida. Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. Mike Tobin in Wisconsin, plus Darren Shaw from the Fox News decision desk. But we begin with Mike Tobin, who's live in Milwaukee, where state officials are still counting a record-breaking number of absentee ballots. Good morning to you, Mike.
Good morning, Trace. Megan Wolf, the administrator of the Wisconsin Election Commission, repeatedly said, don't be surprised if we're still counting in the morning. Here we are in the morning, and we're still counting. What really seemed to change things is the absentee and early ballots here in the city of Milwaukee. There was a prediction that we'd be counting into the wee small hours of the morning, and indeed that is what happened. Ultimately, a woman named Claire Woodall-Vogt, she is with the city election commissions. She hand-delivered under police escort a zip drive to the county, and that seemed to make the the difference. Up to that point, President Trump was leading by upwards of 100,000 votes in this state. But you were counting 169 absentee votes from a heavily populated and deep blue area. So that really seemed to close the gap. Then once the total started getting counted in Green Bay, that also closed the gap. There was a problem in Green Bay. Apparently one of the voting machines ran out of ink. That slowed things down. There is no allegation thus far that somehow compromised the integrity of the election. We're still waiting on numbers on two small rural counties. One of them, Pierce County. A person in the clerk's office tells me their numbers should be posting at any minute now. Richland County, the county clerk there, Victor Vlasic, tells me that one township, Willow, Wisconsin, population 493, just didn't turn in their numbers, so he can't post final numbers. So come on, Willow, you can do it. Get those numbers in. Let's start finalizing things here in Wisconsin.
As the numbers come up, we'll put them on the screen. Mike Tobin live for us in Milwaukee. Mike, thank you.
All right, 6 states up for grabs. That's what we're all watching this morning. Darren Shaw joining us again from our Fox News decision desk. I know the coffee's flowing this morning, but we're gonna get what we can from you as we await more of these states to be called. So, Darren, while we were talking last hour, top of the hour, something changed in Michigan, and our decision desk went lean Biden in that state, as you can see now, leading the president by 0.2 percentage points with 94% of the vote in. How close are we to calling this state?
I know this is an unsatisfactory answer, but we're still not there yet. We think that a huge chunk of the outstanding vote is, and you alluded to this last hour, Senator, is in Wayne County, which is heavily Democratic, and the fact that most of it is probably mail-in suggests it might be even more heavily Democratic. So there's a chance that Biden's very, very slim lead expands. But like Mike Tobin was suggesting in his earlier report, a county that hasn't reported all of its precincts or an error in reporting one way or the other that could change the numbers, just a few is enough to bring this thing back into question. So we're, again, exercising an abundance of caution here.
Darren, what can we take away from this? When I just brought up Wayne County, where right now it shows Joe Biden 67.1% of the vote to Donald Trump's 31.7%. What can you take away from this? As I flip back to the 2016 results, Hillary Clinton led that county by a greater margin than Joe Biden is leading Donald Trump right now. Can that tell us anything else about the rest of the state as we await the total?
You know, I think it's reasonable to infer that, these sort of county-by-county variances suggest that, well, people have come to like Trump a little more in some of these areas, that he's made some enemies in other areas, and so you patch it all together. But we're looking at, honestly, although the direction of the result may switch, it's possible that Biden would win Michigan, whereas Trump won it last time. But I think basically we're almost spot on what we saw in the last election, which is kind of astonishing. A small point, Senator, also, Wayne has lost a lot of voters over the last 10 or 15 years as people left Detroit and even to a lesser extent suburban Detroit. So even better numbers might not result in the same vote totals, which is obviously critical here.
All right. I'm back to the electoral map when it comes to the what-if scenario. If you could help us, help bring us along that pathway to victory that you are identifying for potentially Joe Biden, if in fact the decision desk calls Nevada soon, which we are waiting on. You pointed out if that happens, a possible pathway to victory for Joe Biden would clearly be securing Wisconsin and securing Michigan, as we talk about that just now. That would bring Joe Biden to that even 270, Darren.
Yeah, 2 points here, Senator. The first is we continue to get updates from Nevada, and I feel somewhat sorry to report this, but when they said noon, that they would be done with their counting,
tomorrow.
They meant noon tomorrow.
Yes.
And we were, just to make people possibly feel a little better, they're processing mail-in and absentee ballots that they received yesterday. And they've got a signature check and some other requirements, so it's not, even as frustrating for us, it's not unusual. The other thing I just point out real quickly, that it's possible that if Joe Biden wins with 270, that the second CD in Omaha will have delivered the presidency for Joe Biden if all of this plays out. But who would have thought that?
Oh man, are we down to that? Wow. Okay. So because obviously that has already gone blue.
Right. Right. So that would take him from 269 to 270. So isn't that just stunning? I mean, again, we're not there yet, but if we're playing these hypotheticals, that's a non-trivial hypothetical possibility.
So
here.
that is a possibility for a pathway to victory for Biden. Let's play around with some possible red states and pathway to victory for Donald Trump. He's at 213 before he potentially receives Georgia, North Carolina. What has to happen next? Obviously, Pennsylvania comes into play.
Right. Senator, he'd need to carry Alaska, right? So, which is still outstanding.
Yep.
Keep Pennsylvania, where he's currently leading, and then hold one of these three states, Nevada, right? And right now, perfectly candidly, I think Nevada may be his best shot, barring discrepancies in that Mike Tubin was pointing out, possibly in Wisconsin, or if we're incorrect about where the outstanding vote is in Michigan. But Nevada is still very close, and our models suggest that the remaining vote is going to be fairly even.
All right, so let's go back into that state, by the way, as we see the extremely close race. You can see vote totals, not just the percentages, but vote totals, a difference of less than 8,000 votes between the two candidates. But Darren, to go back to your news that you were sad to bring us, it is that we won't receive any additional reporting from that state until Thursday. People are going nuts about this on the social media universe. Why is that? Why aren't we going to get any more reporting from Nevada till tomorrow?
Yeah, and we on the decision team should know better. We study this stuff, but we forget things. And in the heat of the drama last night, we'd forgotten some fundamental things. Nevada tends to be very good at vote counting, but because they have this mail-in system and they're receiving ballots on Election Day, they're not processing them until today. And to process them properly, this according to the Secretary of State, they're going to need to do signature checks to make sure that the person didn't also vote in person, right? So no double voting. So all those sorts of safety features, which I think all of us would suggest would concede are necessary. They're going to delay the processing of the ballots. It looks like. Who knows? Maybe they'll get done early.
All really good information. Darren Shaw, I know you're busy. Thank you very much for your time.
My
really
pleasure.
Appreciate it. All right.
Well, Pennsylvania is still counting ballots, and the race there remains too close to call. So how long until we get the votes in? Joining me now is Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Lieutenant Governor, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Good to see you again, sir. I talked to the Pennsylvania GOP chair a short time ago, and he says that he believes that President Trump is going to win the state of Pennsylvania. Your U.S. Senator, Democratic Senator Bob Casey, said the following, quoting here, "When all the votes are counted, Vice President Joe Biden is going to win Pennsylvania and be well on his way to necessary electoral votes to win the presidency. It's going to take time, and we all need to exercise patience. Every Pennsylvanian who cast a vote deserves to have their vote counted." So we're having a tough time getting a straight answer. Can you square it up for us? What do you think? Who's going to win in your estimation, and how long is it going to take?
I mean, the facts in Pennsylvania are really not up for dispute at the moment. There's approximately 1.4 million ballots outstanding in Pennsylvania, mail-in ballots. And they're coming from very Dem-heavy counties like Philadelphia County, Montgomery, Chester, and so forth. So if you trend that out, even under the most generous kind of projection in terms of divvying up the respective candidate whom they go to and compare that to the president's current lead, it's certainly much more in Senator Casey's camp in terms of the likelihood of Pennsylvania at this point, just from a mathematical perspective.
Yeah, and you said, and you mentioned it, Allegheny County is in one of those, another Democratic stronghold, Pittsburgh. The question is, the president is 500,000+ votes up. That's a lot of votes to make up, and the word is that he's doing good.
It's not a lot of votes to make up when there's 1.4 million outstanding mail-in ballots that are going to be more than likely overwhelmingly Democratic.
But some of those are in rural areas where the president, according to a lot of political analysts, did very well.
I agree with that. I agree with that. The president did, really well in rural areas, as I suspected that he would. But the fact is that many of these rural counties still have a significant Democratic portion, and they may very well likely use mail-in ballots too. That's the point. Like overall, mail-in ballots, regardless of their county origin, trend more towards Democrats. So statistically, that would be, my observation on that.
We had a live camera at a ballot counting operation in Philadelphia yesterday, and it was going gangbusters. I mean, they were doing, these machines could do 32,000 an hour, and there it is right there again. They're back at it. And then all of a sudden it just kind of stopped yesterday. What happened to the counting of the ballots, sir, and when do you expect all of these things to be counted in full?
Well, nothing really stopped. Philadelphia has been cranking them. Pennsylvania is going to count every ballot, and it's going to have a safe, secure, true reflection of the democratic will of our voters, one way or the other, whether it goes to the president or whether it goes to the vice president. So this idea that we have to rush through it, but we're systematically going and processing every ballot that is in our receipt.
Yeah, the Philadelphia City Commissioner said this about the vote count. Listen, and I'll get your reaction on the other side.
We've never had to count this large number of mail-in ballots and have an in-person election. So we thought that we had timed it right, but truthfully, we've never done it before this, in this large number.
Just dealing with numbers, what do you say when people talk about these lawsuits, the litigation that could slow this down or stop this process altogether?
My understanding is that any lawsuit would be involving those ballots that have yet to be received. Either they receive them today or tomorrow or Friday. But in terms of what's in every county's possession now, we're all securely received by Election Day. So they would absolutely, I don't think anyone would argue that those aren't going to count. So as those get processed through today, you're going to see a trend emerge. And whether or not that bears out with the way they broke the ones that have already been counted, across Pennsylvania.
Our understanding is 8 o'clock last night was when some of these ballots, the quarantine on a lot of these ballots being put aside in case litigation goes against the Democrats in the state.
Yeah, correct. Anything, after 8 o'clock last night onward would be sequestered. But again, we don't know how many we're going to get because obviously, Friday, today's a new day, Thursday and Friday. So given we know what we have right now, 1.4 million, and how those votes have broken for Democratic versus Republicans, that's kind of the current state of play here in Pennsylvania.
Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, thank you, sir, for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, you won't miss a thing as we track every twist and turn on the election. Special coverage begins next hour with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum. We hope you stay with us for that. I'll be watching.
We're getting some word from the Trump campaign. There was a last-minute phone call with the campaign manager, Bill Stepien. He said just a moment ago, we're confident in our pathway. We are confident in our map. The president also just tweeting from the White House a short time ago, the first of the morning. Last night I was leading, he writes, often solidly in many key states. In almost all instances, Democrat run and controlled. Then one by one, he writes, they started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted. He calls this very strange, and the pollsters got it completely and historically wrong. To provide some context to that, the president is talking about how some of those states initially appeared very strongly red. And of course, that was initially in some states that count the same day, election day, in-person voting first before the early mail-in or in-person early voting. And that's why you saw some of those numbers change throughout the evening and well on into the morning. Interesting to hear from our own decision desk this morning, commenting on just that, saying that Trump may have won every state on election day across the country, with the exception of states like New York and Connecticut. And the same for Joe Biden. When it comes to the mail-in voting, he may have won every single state with the exception of the Dakotas. So that is the state of play in 2020, considering the massive early voter turnout that we did see.
They talked about the red mirage, right? Yep. And then the blue shift, and then the blue mirage and the red shift, and that's exactly what we were seeing all night when you counted the absentees first, the mail-in first, and the in-person second.
And it was not just the White House up for grabs, of course. We were watching for the fight for control on Capitol Hill. That is far from over as both sides duke it out for the House and the Senate. A breakdown of the biggest races later this hour. Plus, going from the campaign trail to the courts, both sides mobilizing attorneys as they brace for a legal battle. So will this all end up at the Supreme Court? We'll ask Jonathan Turley next.
This is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have.
I try to put my arm around any.
Use Cardio Mobile every day, sometimes twice a day.
Every morning I check, make sure I'm in good shape, and it makes me feel pretty good about my heart condition.
It's a complete game changer. I mean, you might as well be in a doctor's office.
There's a way that I can communicate with patients now in a way I never could before. They have their own EKG in their pocket.
With Cardio Mobile, the FDA-cleared personal EKG device, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardio Mobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke, and it can also detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
Having Cardio Mobile, it's a peace of mind for me.
Because you can't see your cardiologist every day, but you can see your Cardio Mobile every day.
It's never been more important to check your heart at home. Cardio Mobile is now available for just $89. Order at cardiomobile.com or Amazon.
The presidency still undecided as votes continue to be counted. Karl Rove and Sarah Sanders have must-see reaction to the critical race on the next Hannity.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America that'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the Ideal Agent was that we saved $12,000 in commissions.
We would definitely use Ideal Agent again. The whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent service.
Getting right to the point, hiring Ideal Agent, I wish we would have done that sooner, and we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would have probably never happened if we would have just gone with them first.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent now to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokerage. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. This is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have.
That was President Trump last night declaring victory in the early hours of the morning, saying he is ready to go all the way to the Supreme Court over those mail-in ballots. He gave his speech as the results for some of the key battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, remain up for grabs and still are. And with attorneys for both campaigns bracing for a potential post-election legal battle. What that might look like? Jonathan Turley's here, a law professor and Fox News contributor. We keep working through these scenarios on the touchscreen to figure out pathways to victory for both candidates, Jonathan. If this does come down to Pennsylvania, what does that battle look like?
It doesn't look great. It's going to be very messy. We're really seeing a paradigm shift from the political to the legal, from counting votes to keeping votes. And so there are a number of states where valid challenges could be raised. It doesn't mean they'll be successful. Nevada is an example of that. There were very early concerns raised about balloting and how these ballots were being opened and stored. In Pennsylvania, there are a myriad of issues that could result in litigation. And Michigan has also seen some early challenges. And so we are now honing down to the key states that will be the focus of litigation. This is sort of like legal triage. You know, there are states that have had problems, but they're either going for Biden or Trump, and any problems that they had with balloting is largely immaterial. But the states that are swing states, particularly Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania, have some very serious questions that have been raised. And it's not that it's uncharted territory, it's just a territory that's hard to predict how it will all come out. When the lieutenant governor in Pennsylvania said that he couldn't imagine a reason to challenge any ballots except those received after Election Day, I think he may be deluding himself. It's not simply the question of when the ballots were received, but how they were accepted and how they were recorded. When you have millions and millions of ballots, even in a normal election with conventional means, it is a target-rich environment.
So be more specific to that point, because obviously as the rules are laid out before the American people, the people of Pennsylvania, if you were to look specifically at that state, if it's postmarked by Election Day, November 3rd, then there's 3 days for that vote to be counted. So where does it get sticky?
Well, it gets sticky from the get-go. First of all, Pennsylvania changed or had a change of its election laws ordered by the courts. That didn't just include the extension for the receipt of balloting, but also rulings that said that if the signatures do not match, it will not necessarily negate a ballot. Even if the post date is not clear, the ballot can still be counted. All of those things, or all those controversies, can be raised in a state where the vote is expected to be quite close. There's also provisional, conditional balloting in these states. We're talking about a very narrow margin in these states that will invite litigation. So people that expect this to be over are truly deluding themselves. And believe me, this is going to make Florida look like a walk in the park if everything is going to turn on Pennsylvania.
This is the Biden campaign statement. I want to make sure I get this in here, Jonathan. The president's statement tonight, this is Jen O'Malley from the Biden campaign, about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. It was unprecedented because never before in our history has a president of the United States sought to strip Americans of their voice in a national election, and it was incorrect because it will not happen. Jonathan, you've spent time talking about the battle that might ensue. How should or how would you advise the president to proceed if they have legitimate concerns? Final thoughts.
Well, first he's got to tap down the rhetoric. That's only going to alienate courts. It's going to inflame people on both sides. He did not win these states last night. These states are still in play. There are ballots that will be counted. That doesn't mean that he didn't win them ultimately. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have a lead. And it certainly doesn't mean he doesn't have legitimate objections. But we all have to sort of take a step back here. We have an interest in counting valid ballots, including ones that have not been counted to date. That's going to go forward. But as these margins narrow, these lawsuits will increase, and judicial scrutiny is going to start within a matter of days.
Jonathan Turley, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it was one of the biggest headlines last night, President Trump winning Florida with a wider margin than 4 years ago. So what was his key to victory in the Sunshine State? We're live in Miami next.
gold.
All of us. However, if you have a structured settlement, there are steps you can take now to get the cash you need during these unsettling times. If you receive regular payments from an insurance company, a personal injury settlement, or a car accident, for example, J.G. Wentworth is here to help you and your family get cash now. In the past year alone, J.G. Wentworth has helped customers get over $349 million from their structured settlements, annuities, and lottery winnings. Now, in response to COVID-19, J.G. Wentworth is offering cash advances to current customers with unanticipated needs. Current customers should call this dedicated number to learn more. Call 800-763-0143 to speak with a representative today. That's 800-763-0143 or visit jgwentworth.com. Please stay safe and stay well.
These are the hands of our nation. Proud, diverse. These are the hands that taught our children, fought for freedoms, and contribute to the most industrious workforce in the world. These same hands push the bounds of acceptance and tear down the barriers of resistance. It takes many hands to build a world of work that works for all. Now more than ever, we need a show of hands to move forward together.
With the Ninja Foodie Power Pitcher, you can crush ice, make smoothies, and do even more. Chop salsas, spoon-thick smoothie bowls, even power through dough and never stall. The Ninja Foodie Power Pitcher. Rethink what a blender can do.
We are Empower Retirement, and we are giving over 9.7 million people the guidance they need to help them pursue the future they imagine, making it easier for them to take action so they can focus on today while saving for tomorrow.
Well, President Trump not only won Florida again, he won it by a bigger margin than he did 4 years ago against Hillary Clinton. And one of the keys to his winning the Sunshine State, a surge in support from Latino voters. Phil Keating is live for us in Miami with a closer look at how this victory for the president went down. Phil, good morning to you. For weeks, the polls showed Florida was a dead heat. It was a toss-up. And this. Oh, it absolutely was, Trace, as Florida usually is. But the biggest swing state prize in the country went handily to President Trump after both candidates spent tons of money in the state. They made multiple campaign appearances, and each candidate thought he would win the 29 Electoral College votes. But Trump won Florida for the second straight time instead, and it appears all came down to Florida's most populous county, Miami-Dade, which is historically a big Democratic stronghold. But Cuban Americans came out big and strong and voted for Trump in much larger numbers than they did for him 4 years ago. In Little Havana last night, oh, it was a party. Waving Trump flags, yelling, cheering, honking horns. It appears that Trump's boosted Hispanic support in Miami-Dade cut his 2016 vote deficit in the county by a whopping 200,000 votes.
All the Cuban community is for Trump. You can see it here. You can see it. All the support to Donald Trump. No sleepy, yo!
In President Trump's first election night remarks at around 2 this morning, almost immediately he spoke of his new home state, the Sunshine State.
We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
Trump also improved his 2016 performance in the crucial I-4 corridor. That's Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach, adding 25,000 votes over 4 years ago. And Phil, the pre-election day research showed Biden underperforming with Hispanics in Florida. Oh, it did. Biden knew it. The campaign, though, did not fix it. At 11:03 Eastern Time last night, that is when the Fox News decision desk called it. Trump wins Florida by 3.4% in a state typically decided by about 1%. Former Vice President Joe Biden held several Florida campaign rallies in the past couple of weeks, multiple drive-in style rallies, but it all may have just been too late. By the way, Biden did win Miami-Dade County by about 7%. However, 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade County by 30%. That's a huge difference and a huge amount of votes lost for Biden. It is. Yeah, Phil Keating live for us in Miami. Phil, thank you.
All right. Phil makes a great point there. Let's take a spin on the touchscreen. I'll show you just how different it was this time around as far as that lead in Miami-Dade. Here's Florida with Trump securing 51.2% of the vote. Phil was pointing out something we were watching throughout the evening, Trace, right? Mm-hmm. Looking at Miami-Dade County, obviously heavily blue. Biden securing 53.5% of the vote there. That was important to see, Trace, because you flip this to 2016 results, and he won by a much narrower margin in that county than Hillary Clinton did back in 2016. You go back to the 2020 results from last night. Joe Biden, Broward County. You flip that to 2016. You can see also a narrower margin of victory for Biden than Hillary Clinton back in 2016, as was the case Palm Beach County. You move further north into the state. Trace, I know you were watching Sumter, home to the villages, to see the lead that the president had there. This is 2016. 70% of the vote there helped bring him to victory. This time around, almost the same. Narrower margin of victory for the president there, but still a commanding victory in Sumter. 68% of the vote there. Trace, as we went through the evening, we were waiting, remember, Ari Fleischer, everybody on Fox Broadcast, for the panhandle. The panhandle went solidly red for President Trump. We were watching for Okaloosa County, went to Donald Trump. The Pennsylvania governor, I'm told, is speaking now. Crucial battleground state we are waiting on. Let's listen.
Full faith that we will similarly meet this moment, and I will do everything within my power to ensure that the results are fair and that every vote is counted. Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and that election will be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania. And every Pennsylvanian can have confidence in the outcome of this election due to the diligence, the the county election officials, and the hard work of Secretary Bookvar and her folks at the Pennsylvania Department of State. So thank you again to all Pennsylvanians who voted. Rest assured your vote will be counted if it hasn't already been counted. Your vote will make a difference in this election. This is the way we elect our officials. This is the way we hire the people who are our public servants. It's a promise that we give to all Pennsylvanians, all Americans, that their vote counts, and I intend to keep that promise here in Pennsylvania. Now I'm proud to turn this over to Secretary of State Kathy Bookvar. Sorry.
That's it. Good morning. So I want to echo some of what Governor Wolf said about once again thanking all the, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of election workers that were and are still involved in the process of enabling this great democracy in Pennsylvania and across the nation. The work they have done and continue to do is just tremendous. And, we've been talking, Department of State folks were, at our operations center, 4:30 in the morning, went to take a shower, and we're back within a couple hours of that. So I've been working around the clock, as are many of the counties, and we've been talking about yesterday again and how incredibly smooth. It's one of the smoothest, least issues presidential elections than I've seen in any time that I could possibly remember. And I've been in and around elections for a long time as a voting rights lawyer and a poll worker. This was incredibly smooth, and that's a huge credit to all the election workers, both at the state level and at the local level, as well as our state partners like PEMA and Office of Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security, who made sure that all those things that people were worried about, whether it was voter intimidation or issues at the polls, really could not have gone more smoothly in the middle of a global pandemic with all the voting reform changes that we saw from Act 77 and Act 12. So that's huge kudos to everybody involved. Also, we are exactly where we said we would be. So we said it was going to take some time to count the mail ballots, and we are approaching 50% of the mail ballots counted, which is great. As you know, you can go to our Election Night Returns website and the supplemental dashboard to get the greater details on that. But there are still millions of ballots left to be counted. So the counties are working incredibly hard. You're going to see a lot of updates in the next couple of hours and throughout the day. We have been, there were a number of counties that made some major additions in the wee hours in the morning. So if you checked kind of early on this morning, you may want to check again, because there's already been more ballots accounted for on our dashboard. Again, this is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot. The vote count, as I've said many times, is never done on the day of election night, and the counties are doing this accurately, and then accurately as quickly as they possibly can. And again, I'll also just remind everyone, military and overseas ballots are not due until a week after Election Day. So next Tuesday is the deadline for military and overseas voters to cast their ballots. And we want to make sure that not only every civilian absentee and mail-in valid voter is counted, but also that every man and woman who are serving our country, that their votes are counted. So thank you, and we are happy to take questions. Should I stay for?
I'm sure you want to talk to Kathy. Any questions? Dennis?
Can you tell us where we stand right now and what you know of challenges, legal challenges from the Trump administration, and how are you preparing to deal with those?
So I think, basically what that's been publicly reported, that's really all we have at this point. So, and I can't talk about active litigation, unfortunately. So, but as things are filed, of course, those will be publicly accessible.
Do you have attorneys that are going to handle that, or are you bringing in somebody from the outside, and who would that be?
We have a mix of, what we've been doing all along with all the litigation that's been flying this year is we have a mix of in-house and outside counsel. Plus the Attorney General is also representing us in a number of these things. So there's been a great team. I have to say the attorneys, I'm just going to give a shout out to the legal team in the Department of State who have been really put to work this year, and they are amazing. So Tim and Kat and team, thank you. But we also have tremendous teams of outside counsel who have been involved in all of this. And as the governor said, we will make sure that every vote is counted. Every eligible voter has the right to cast their vote.
How many counties are handling ballots that are coming in Tuesday, Thursday, Friday? How are they handling that? And is each county setting them aside? How is each county doing it?
So you can go online to see our guidance, and then last night we also gave sort of more technical guidance to the counties, which we can forward to you. It lays out the process. So you're talking about the late arriving ballots. So everything's going to be segregated. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but all those ballots will be segregated, but they will be counted, and the counties have been given detailed instructions, which again you could find in those guidances to walk them through how to segregate those races, those ballots. Sorry.
Can you talk about the order in which those things will be counted? I mean, is that a county by county decision? Can we expect to see those numbers being already reflected, or is that something they would get to later in the process?
Yeah, they'll get to, so basically it's going to depend, right? There's some counties that are already done counting their mail-in ballots received before 8 p.m., so those are going to start sooner, but they won't be reflected on the website. They won't be intermingled in the website as you see it now. They will be segregated. So, but it is going to vary from county to county when they start because they're working on the other ones first.
How it will be reflected on the website, though? I'm unclear on that.
Well, I think stay tuned on that. Yes.
So on those segregated ballots, there were 500,000 ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, there were 500,000 mail ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday. Is there a way for the state to determine how many of those 500,000 people chose to vote in person instead, or do we need to operate under the assumption that all 500,000 could come in before Friday?
So all that will be trackable, but we won't have it today. So basically between provisional ballots and the poll books, and then of course the mail-in ballots, as you all know, only one vote can be counted for any voter. So you'll be able to see all of that, but it will take some time for that data to be quantified. Yes, sir.
Last night, I think your comment was that we didn't know how many mail-in ballots had arrived yesterday, right? Do we know yet how many ballots arrived yesterday? What is the number of mail-in ballots?
I don't have that with me this morning, but check on the dashboard, and that will be updated throughout the day. Yeah, sorry. Jan?
Representative Benninghoff keeps raising this point about how ballots that arrived yesterday that can still be counted may not have a legible postmark on them, and raising questions about whether or not they should be counted or not. And he said it's because of the prepaid envelopes that the state provided. I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Sure. So I'm not sure, he may be confusing. So anything that arrived yesterday, it doesn't matter whether it's postmarked or not. Anything that arrived yesterday is a valid vote. That's what Pennsylvania law has always been, right? So talking about the late arriving ballots. So the postmark, first of all, the way we did prepaid postage in Pennsylvania is we went to the counties where they are. So if they wanted it to be through their business reply mail, USPS permit, we did it that way. If they wanted to literally have us reimburse them for stamps or metered postage, we did it however they want. So some of them are not even, and I don't remember how many, but we could get you that information, how many counties are using business reply mail. but those are still postmarked. They have timing marks, they are date stamped, they are still trackable by date. So it's a tiny fraction of any of those things, whether it's business reply mail or regular mail. I mean, we've all had that situation where you get a letter and it's not postmarked. It's rare, right? Same for business reply mail. They do what's called a timing mark, so that's just, it's not accurate. They're all stamped.
No mark on it. If it is one of those rare occasions, would it be counted?
So under the current Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision, which is currently the law, yes, as long as there's no affirmative evidence that it was postmarked after November 3rd, as long as it's received by November 6th at 5 p.m., it will be counted. Yes.
It's my understanding that the state's website is showing 18 counties with 0% mail-in ballots counted. Is that accurate? Do you have any insight into that?
So, what I would suggest, sometimes counties are uploading on their own websites and haven't transmitted the file to the Department of State because, they have their own local races. So I urge you, if you see any, and this is what we're going to be doing throughout the day, go to the county website. You should always do that. It's a great way to double check. But we're going to be following up with all those counties to say, hey, make sure you get us the files. Some of them, this year, because for the first time, we had a website that was going to itemize the mail-in ballots from the in-person ballots from the provisionals. Some of the counties, when they uploaded the results, it merged the two types into one, and that was just, they formatted it wrong. So we're working through that to make sure that the actual attribution of the ballots are right.
Notice that there's a larger than expected number of counties that have reported.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they haven't counted. It may just mean that it's just not uploaded to the Department of State website yet. So I do urge you to check the county websites and see if that's available on their website.
Last thing, I'm sorry, if I can just double back on something. If I heard you correctly in your introductory remarks, it was between 2.5 and 3 million mail-in ballots. Is that, and you're roughly 50%? If you could speak with as much specificity as possible regarding that would be helpful.
Well, I think, the numbers that I gave yesterday, it was just under 2.6 million, as I recall. But again, I'm not sure what has additionally come in. But so as of yesterday, at some point, it was just under 2.6 million that had been cast. And that's when I think I said it was 83% or something like that. So we can get back to you again. Go on the website. You'll have that information available to you. I just don't have it at my fingertips today.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell us how many mail-in ballots are outstanding on a county-by-county breakdown, or is that also on the website?
It's on the website. Yep. So if you go to the regular ENR reporting website, it also tells you that you can click on the supplemental dashboard, and you click on that. It breaks down. There's a tab for mail ballots that breaks it down by county, how many have been cast, how many have been counted, and how many are remaining. There's a tab for in-person precincts reporting, broken down by county, so it'll tell you how many precincts are in each county, how many are
You've been listening to Pennsylvania officials and the governor there, Tom Wolf, give an update on those million-plus votes yet still to be counted in that state. Could come down to Pennsylvania as we have those key battlegrounds that are still too close to call. The governor saying we may not know results in this state today. Kind of expected. It could take several days, possibly go into weeks. We will see what happens. He said we will make every vote count. Officials are working to count all of those ballots that are left. That is an active process in Pennsylvania. We'll continue to monitor that for you.
Yeah, let's bring in Bill McGurn. He's a Main Street columnist for the Wall Street Journal, former chief speechwriter for George W. Bush, and a Fox News contributor. And Bill, I don't know if you were watching this, but I want to get your take on the breaking news here in Pennsylvania, because really, I mean, you've got a GOP-controlled legislature in Pennsylvania. We just heard from the Democratic governor, Tom Wolf, there. They're at odds over this law that you can accept absentee ballots coming in after Election Day, and that's kind of the thing the Supreme Court decided not to get involved in for the time being. The question remains, this is litigation that could mess up a lot of plans over the next 5, 6, 7 days.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say Pennsylvania invited this kind of outcome and for things to be messed up with litigation by the way they changed rules. My understanding, when the Supreme Court upheld the court's decision on Pennsylvania and the rules. My understanding was that that was just about a stay.
Right.
In other words, they rejected the Republican request for a stay. So that can be revisited. And in that short period of time, we now have Amy Coney Barrett on the court. So it could change a lot. Look, this is the worst outcome, where everyone goes to vote and then overnight people are counting votes, we don't know what's going on, and results change. And we should do everything to try to prevent that. But again, Pennsylvania and other states invited this.
Yeah, did you expect, Bill, for this race to be this close? I mean, I don't think a lot of people did. What about you?
Well, actually, if I could brag a little bit, I did. I wrote a column that came out the day of, talking to one of those pollsters, Matt Towery, who had called it for Trump in 2016. And he said, look, the two big problems he had is this is going to be a narrow race, right? He thought Trump would win, but it was going to be very narrow. And he dismissed the big blue waves that a lot of other people were predicting because of that. And I think he's been largely vindicated on that. Some of these things were crazy. I mean, an ABC poll, I think a week out, had Wisconsin up 17 points. And his point was that the polls were not capturing Trump voters. They certainly didn't catch, like, the wave of Latinos in Florida and so forth. So on that particular one, I don't often get much right, but I think I have a good record there.
Well, kudos to you on that, Bill. And I want to read this, the Wall Street Journal editorial saying so much for the landslide. It reads as follows. It's already clear that the biggest early losers are the pollsters. The mainstream media polls all had Mr. Biden winning in a walk with a popular vote margin in the upper single digits. Mr. Biden still seems likely to win the popular vote, but the margin will be narrower than predicted, and the Electoral College was still up for grabs. Lamenting the Electoral College is hardy perennial, but both parties know that it's the measure of victory or defeat. Your thoughts on that editorial?
Yeah, I thought it was a fantastic editorial. I mean, I didn't write it, so I could say this was a fantastic editorial, and it gets right to the point. It gets right to the point. And I think, again, we treat polls as though they're scientific, and there's a lot of educated guesses that go into them about the sample size. And we shouldn't put so much faith in them before, but so many were just so lopsidedly wrong.
And lastly, Bill, what was it, do you think, the deciding that kind of push that buoyed and lifted the president? Was it the economy pre-pandemic? What is your thinking on how the president kind of lifted up at the last minute?
Well, I think our editorial said correctly that the growing economy that we had with great performance for Latinos and for African Americans and so forth, for all sorts of people, I think that helped. I think also there was a big movement among young people who just don't want to be shut up at home, and they consider Joe Biden the candidate of lockdowns.
Bill McGurn, always good to talk to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Trace.
Yep. Thank you. The country and the world watching as we await those key battleground states in the race to 270, both President Trump and Joe Biden fighting for that magical number 270, the number of electoral votes needed to secure victory. Our special election coverage rolls on.
Veterans, if you could lower your mortgage payments by $250 a month, $3,000
Over-the-counter eye drops typically work by lubricating your eyes and may provide temporary relief.
Ha! These drops probably won't touch me.
Xiidra works differently, targeting inflammation that can cause dry eye disease.
What is that? Xiidra!
It can provide lasting relief.
Oh.
Xiidra is the only FDA-approved treatment specifically for the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. 1 drop in each eye, twice a day. Don't use if you're allergic to Xiidra. Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort, or blurred vision when applied to the eye, and unusual taste sensation. Don't touch container tip to your eye or any surface. After using Xiidra, wait 15 minutes before reinserting contacts.
Got any room in your eye?
Talk to an eye doctor about twice daily Xiidra.
I'd prefer you didn't.
Xiidra. Not today, dry eye.
Attention! Are you on Medicaid or Medicare? The U.S. government recently announced that 12.2 million citizens are eligible for additional benefits beyond what they receive from original Medicare or Medicaid. These additional benefits include up to $1,000 of dental credit, up to $1,200 to spend at your local pharmacy, up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. Call Go Medicare today to see if you are one of the over 12 million people that qualifies for these benefits. Call now at 800-838-1064. Call and benefits review are 100% free with no obligation to enroll. These benefits will make a difference in your health insurance coverage with additional benefits like dental, vision, and over-the-counter medications. Make Medicare and Medicaid work for you. Call Go Medicare today at 800-838-1064. That's 800-838-1064.
Okay, Trace, that is the morning of Election Day, waiting on some key battleground states still.
We're seeing Michigan now at 30,000 votes. Joe Biden is up with 96% of the vote in, which is fascinating. It shows you this thing is far from over, and it's going to go down.
Nevada could get called a short time from now. Of course, Pennsylvania could take days. We'll see. We'll be watching it all. It was a long evening last night, a great morning this morning.
It was great, yeah.
We don't have an outcome yet. We'll still await that. And our special coverage continues here on the Fox News channel. Thank you for joining us. Martha and Brett.
Well, a few hours later, the fight for the White House is still on. This election now in overtime as we await the results in 6 big battleground states. Good morning. I'm Brett Baer.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. Brett, good morning to you. As we get rolling again today, this is where we stand in the race towards 270 electoral votes. President Trump has 213 at this hour. Joe Biden has 238. We've got Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. 6 states, the same 6 that we left you with last night, still not able to call those states. But early this morning, the president came out and declared that in the way he viewed it, he had won enough states to win. While Joe Biden came out and said also he believed that he was on the track to a victory, but called for patience. He said this is not over until the votes all have been counted. And that is happening right now.
So we'll dig into all of these states. We'll take a look at where that stands with Bill Hemmer at the Billboard. Yes, he's back too. But first team coverage, Fox team coverage. Brian Yanis is live in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Jonathan Serry live in Atlanta. Peter Ducey live in Wilmington, Delaware. But we start with Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts. Kicks things off from the North Lawn. Did you leave and come back, or did you just have another change of clothes, or?
I don't live that far away, so it didn't take me long to go home and try to get a couple of hours sleep and then get back. Good morning to you, Brett and Martha. I was on a conference call in the last hour with the Trump campaign in which they tempered a little bit what the president was saying last night in terms of declaring victory, but insisting, Bill Stepien and Jason Miller, that there still is a path to victory for the president in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. In fact, they put some figures on it. They said that the votes are out there to potentially give President Trump a victory in Arizona of around 30,000 votes, a victory in Pennsylvania of around 40,000 votes. Also floating the idea that Wisconsin could be in recount territory. The Trump campaign says they want all legally cast ballots to be counted and all illegally cast ballots to not be counted, though they didn't go into detail as what the difference is between legally and illegally. The president watching closely what's going on, tweeting within the last hour, quote, "How come every time they count mail-in ballot dumps. They are so devastating in their percentage and power of destruction. The Trump campaign is already fundraising for potential legal action ahead. It's unclear exactly what the Trump campaign plans to do legally, but at 2:30 this morning, the president coming down to the East Room, you see him there, making it clear that we should expect legal challenges to at least some of the results. Listen here.
For the good of this nation, this is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
The president has been laying the groundwork for legal challenges for months now, from literally the moment that state governors began talking about dramatically expanding mail-in voting. The president insisting that it would be a recipe for fraud and abuse, arguing that the only way he could lose the election to Joe Biden was if the election was stolen, a notion that he repeated early this morning. Listen here.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
And the president in another feud with Twitter this morning after Twitter partially censored a tweet that he put up a little while ago where the president said, "Last night I was leading off and solidly in many key states. In almost all instances, Democrat run and controlled. Then one by one they started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted. Very strange. And the pollsters, in quotation marks, got it completely and historically wrong." Twitter took a look at that and said they didn't like it. They slapped a disclaimer on it. The president, furious that happened. Brett, Martha?
You know, John, we should point out we're waiting for the Michigan Secretary of State to pop up here in a virtual press conference sometime. But I want to ask you two questions. One is, on that campaign call, they still believe in the math in places like Nevada and Michigan. And the second question is, what kind of legal challenge? Are we talking about absentee ballots and verifying them? Is that where the road they're going down?
You know, as to the legal challenge, I have no idea, because you know the whole idea was that the campaign may try to exclude counting ballots. But now they're saying, no, we want all of the ballots to be counted, because they believe that in places like Pennsylvania in particular, that there are enough ballots on the mail-in side to give President Trump the victory. Now, they're doing splits like, well, let's say that it's 95-5 for Joe Biden in Philadelphia, but elsewhere across the state of Pennsylvania, it's 70-30 for Biden. That would give President Trump enough to win. So on the one hand, the president is complaining about mail-in ballots, but then on the other hand, the campaign is saying, let's make sure that we count all legally filled out ballots. And they also believe that in Nevada, there's a chance for the president to win as well, but they insist that they still potentially have Arizona. Despite the calls last night, they mentioned again that they pushed back against us and the Associated Press for making that call. Right?
Yeah, it sounds like they want to keep open the question of Arizona today and whether or not all of those votes have been counted. John.
And one of the reasons is because if you discount the chance that you could win, then people start to move on. Mm-hmm. So they want to really keep alive the idea that this is not done by any stretch of the imagination, and they want to keep people on their side saying count the votes, make sure you count the legal votes, and challenge whatever you can.
Thank you, John. John Roberts at the White House. Meanwhile, no movement from Joe Biden this morning so far. The former vice president is home in Delaware, while ballots are being counted in 6 crucial key states to the victory for whomever it will eventually go, Joe Biden says that he's confident that he is on track to win the presidency as well. Watch this.
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are.
So Peter Ducey is in Wilmington, Delaware once again this morning. Peter, what are you hearing today from the Biden campaign? They seem a bit more optimistic today.
A lot more optimistic, Martha. The Biden campaign is telling us now they expect that Wisconsin may be called as early as this morning for them. They think Michigan may be called as early as this afternoon for them. They think Nevada may be called as soon as tomorrow for them. And Pennsylvania, they know, may take a few days. They're not counting on that right away, but they think that's going to be called for them too.
Joe Biden is on track to win this election, and he will be the next president of the United States. So we believe we are on a clear path to victory. By this afternoon, we expect that the vice president will have leads in states that put him over 270 electoral votes. Today, the vice president will garner more votes than any presidential candidate in history.
Georgia, they think, is more of a toss-up. North Carolina, they think more of a possibility for a loss, and they are making the exact opposite argument Trump is making, stressing that if vote counting stopped right now, they would win. The campaign manager goes further, telling us in a statement she emailed at 3:50 a.m. this. The president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. It was unprecedented because never before in our history has a president of the United States sought to strip Americans of their voice in a national election. The former vice president, we're being told, has just one event on his schedule today. It's going to be remarks in person somewhere here in Wilmington, which is a lot more of a heads up than we had last night when his remarks were were put together at the very last minute.
And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys."
And before Biden came out very early this morning, the campaign had been testing out some light effects and some music and a visual effect with some people on a Zoom screen that was projected on a nearby building. They didn't wind up using any of that, and we don't expect to see any of that this afternoon because it just wouldn't work with broad daylight. Normally, also, though, with an election night, the way that it was set up last night, the stage would come right down, the Secret Service would leave. Everything is still set up, so we may not be done with this location yet. Martha?
Peter, thank you very much. Brad, I just want to make one point that we talked about last night. I mean, essentially what we have this morning is both campaigns saying that they believe that they have won when they look at the numbers out there. And Jen O'Malley Dillon talks about the president wanting to stop the counting of votes. That's not what the president said last night. What the president said last night was that he wanted the voting to stop as of November 3rd, Election Day, which is when the voting has to stop all across the country. The counting, both camps are agreeing, is what needs to continue until all of the valid votes are indeed counted in these states.
I think that what we have to find out is if there is a legal challenge, and John Roberts and others are saying they expect it, what that looks like. And does it look like a challenge to absentee ballots? Does it look like something that, do you match the signatures? And if you don't, is that a legitimate ballot? I mean, suddenly, when you open that door, you could file things in all of the states and challenge how those absentee ballots were handled. Yeah. It gets very messy and sticky, but you know who can straighten it all out? 6 states. Bill Hemmer can. Back at the board for a breakdown. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys. Good morning to you. You guys are fresh.
Who are you, sir?
What's it been, 5 hours? Why don't we reset where we left off around 5 a.m. East Coast time and just give you a sense of what has perhaps moved since then, maybe what's changed a little bit in this direction or that direction. I want to start here in Wisconsin. And just at the moment, you've got a 21,000 vote lead for Joe Biden. Now, 4 years ago, that was flipped. Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes, went to a recount early in December. And just looking at a little article from earlier today, when they did the recount, they found 318 more votes for Donald Trump. So I don't know if we're in recount territory in 2020, but we might be here in the state of Wisconsin. Just a point of note here. When they did it 4 years ago, not a lot changed. That's the point here. Michigan, we last left off, and I was telling you about Trump trying to track down Biden. Well, here we are at the moment with Joe Biden today with a 22,000 vote lead there in Michigan. 4 years ago, Trump won the state by about 10,000 votes. So this is a bit of a flip at the moment also. So we'll see how that turns out. Pop on out here to Nevada. We are told, talking with Darren Shaw just about an hour ago with our decision team, Nevada has said they will not give results again until tomorrow. So what's the state of play? Nevada's got an 8,000 vote difference, which is it's razor tight. It was 26,000 for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, and this year it's been cut by 2/3. We are told that the outstanding ballots in Nevada don't just come from Clark County, which is Las Vegas, or Reno up here in the Northwest, but it comes from all over the state. So that might lead us to think about the logic that John Roberts was giving there from the White House about the fact that they feel like they're still in Nevada, and we'll see if that's the case. John was also talking about Arizona. I know the White House has not given up on this. You guys know the great pushback we were given last night when we made that call. In the middle of the night, the Associated Press did the same thing. At the moment, Arizona has not changed. It's still blue. I'll pop down here to Georgia. You know what? Before I do that, let me make this point here, guys. Because this is what it's all about. Of those 3 states I just talked about, if Joe Biden were to hang on to Michigan and hang on to Wisconsin and keep Nevada, he's at 270. Don't know what's going to happen down here in Georgia or North Carolina or Pennsylvania. Get that in a moment here. Here's the scenario now. Go ahead and reset this sucker, and we shall restart her in the morning here. For the Trump team, this is what they're looking at. The margin in Georgia, I'll show you in a moment here, is just so super tight. You want to keep Georgia. It's a few points here in North Carolina. I'll show you that in a moment here. You want to keep North Carolina. And then are there more votes to be found in Michigan and Wisconsin? There might be, but at the moment it doesn't appear that that's to be the case because of these mail-in ballots tend to skew blue, as we've been saying now for a day and a half. But what about Nevada? What happens if you take the lead out there in Nevada with all
easy, but I'm saying at the fringes of possibilities, both existed, including that blue wave. You wake up this morning and you think, wow, are people out of touch? Because what Democrats see is a presidency that's been divisive, chaotic at times. If we were just talking about the Latino community, we know about the president's harsh rhetoric with regard to immigrants. And people are thinking, well, why is that? How can they just vote for Donald Trump? They don't understand it. And I think there's going to have to be a lot of sort of not necessarily retrospective analysis, but I think prospective in the sense that figuring out who are your voters and why is it that the other team somehow gets their folks out with such passion. I think Democrats see this as politics. Maybe Republicans see it as something else.
Juan, just staying with you for a minute, there's also been the criticism that perhaps it's the media that just doesn't get it, where people are in the United States and what they care about. We're seeing that in the Hispanic vote, family values and Christianity and a number of things along those lines are very foundational to their culture, and that is what we're seeing picked up here. And we have seen in many ways sort of an ignoring of some of those facts in some quarters in political punditry in recent years, to be sure.
I see your point, Martha. I mean, I would say that, as I listened to you, I was thinking about the evangelical vote, very strong in the South. And again, back to the Latinos, you have a lot of Latino evangelicals. But my thought is that it's not that people would look at someone like Joe Biden and think he's not a family person. It's not that you would look across the board and say that Democrats aren't concerned with union workers. Historically, they've been very concerned. I think that from the Democrats' point of view, there are lots of questions about race. I think there's lots of questions about the very image of Donald Trump, the kind of masculine, macho image and how it plays. And the Democrats need to plug in, if you will, tap into the emotional quotient that's such a power for Trump.
Yeah, stand by, everybody. The Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, has just started this virtual press conference. Let's listen in.
Months. The election clerks throughout the state of Michigan and I called on our state legislature to update our laws to provide time for pre-processing of ballots that were on par with many other states, like our neighbors in Ohio, who were able to count the vast majority of their ballots yesterday. Now, our state legislature chose not to make that change to our laws, and here we are in Michigan where our counting process is continuing long after the polls have closed. But rest assured, we're focused on counting every single ballot. That's our focus. Every single valid ballot in Michigan will be counted. And importantly, also, right now, there are tens of thousands of ballots that still need to be counted. And jurisdictions have been reporting throughout the morning, as many of you know and have been following. But the information I have is that ballots are still being counted in our largest jurisdictions, including Detroit, Grand Rapids, Flint, Kalamazoo, and numerous other Michigan cities and townships. Now, these ballots were cast by tens of thousands of Michigan citizens who have the right to have their vote counted. And we're going to make sure that right is protected. We're going to ensure that the results of our elections accurately reflect every single valid vote that was cast. And this is particularly important in close races, as the numbers of outstanding ballots are still greater than the margin of difference between many races with leading candidates. So at this point, I ask for patience out of respect to the will of our voters and the work of our election workers who are volunteering in communities all across the state to serve the public and are committed to ensuring an accurate count. Now, I continue to expect, though I had for weeks said we expect results to be in by Friday. We're still certainly on track for that. But as I've also mentioned recently, we are on track to have our results in much sooner. I'll continue to expect that we'll have more information throughout the day. And as I mentioned last night, I'm optimistic but that by the end of the day, the majority of our ballots will be tabulated and will be much closer to having a full, if not a full and complete unofficial result to announce at that point. But I also want to mention that yesterday in our elections, one of the best stories was how smoothly everything went. Voters were able to vote. There were minimal lines throughout the state, with the exception of sometimes when a lot of voters showed up all at the same time. So it's great to see the process working. It's great to see that throughout this election, more citizens voted in Michigan than ever before. It's great to see that more citizens, 2/3 of the electorate, voted absentee than ever before. And it's really encouraging to see that yesterday, throughout the day, over 28,000 eligible citizens registered and voted on Election Day. The vast majority of those were young voters under the age of 30. So it's a great story coming out of Michigan today. It's a story that's a reflection of people in every community rising up to ensure their votes are counted and their voices are heard. And now our job is to make sure we do right by them and make sure we do count every valid vote so that their voices can be heard. So I also call on everyone who is watching this election, everyone who is on the ballot in this election, to join us in respecting the work of our election workers here in the state of Michigan, respecting the voters and the clerks who have together worked to ensure that we are seeing this high level of participation all across the state. As results come in, there may indeed be ways to determine the winners in statewide and other races. But again, I would ask that those determinations be made on actual data and vote counts, which I am committed to providing as transparently as possible as the hours continue. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. Apologize again for the technical glitches and difficulties today, and we'll continue to, throughout the day, provide you with updates in a smoother process than this one. Thanks. Please raise your electronic hand if you have a question to pose to us today.
Good morning, Secretary Benson.
All right, we'll listen into those questions, the Q&A. I don't have an electronic hand to raise. I can't raise it. But you hear the Secretary of State there from Michigan, Jocelyn Benson. We also will hear from the Secretary of State of Georgia in a little bit. Let's bring in now Andy McCarthy, former Assistant U.S. Attorney, Fox News contributor, and Jonathan Turley, law professor, Fox News contributor. Gentlemen, good morning. A few hours after we talked to you last. Thank you very much, because what you told us last night really was spot on about what we're potentially facing going in here. Jonathan, I want to get into what could the legal challenge be. As you listen to the Michigan Secretary of State, they're talking about absentee ballots. Pennsylvania, each state handles things differently. But from the Trump campaign's perspective, what potentially could they go after? How the absentee ballots were handled, the matching of signatures, that sort of thing?
Well, before the election, I identified 3 states that I was going to focus on, and that was Nevada, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And that was largely because of 3 factors. They had all made changes to some extent in their election practices or laws. They were expected to be very, very close. And they were also dealing with unprecedented numbers of new forms of balloting, like mail-in balloting. It's not that mail-in balloting didn't exist before, just
Jonathan,
not to
I'm just going to interrupt you real quick. The Secretary of State of Georgia, let's dip in and listen.
Get with our election team, and we'll get that out as soon as we have that information.
There's a word that the USPS was supposed to do a sweep of their facilities, make sure all the absentee ballots had been delivered, and that in some places that didn't take place. Do you know if that happened here in Georgia? Is that any concern?
Well, it would always be a concern. We want to make sure everything gets to us. Don't have anything specific on that. But that's why we also instituted the absentee ballot drop boxes. Our concern actually was that voters would wait too long and then it'd be too late to mail, and that's why we had the absentee ballot drop boxes, which was very well received by voters in Georgia.
So you don't have the word that took place in this?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific, but as soon as we do, we'll circle back and get that information out.
Can I give you a quick follow-up about...
Can I get with this, ma'am?
Do you have the breakdown of what counties still need to improve the votes?
Well, it's several counties, but we know that DeKalb, Fulton, Forsyth, even have 7,000 voters. So it's really, it's something, when you have such a large number of absentee voted, and then you have some early votes, it's really multiple counties, and we're just knocking those down one at a time.
Sir, could you speak to the process of absentee ballots? I know this is timing kind of a moving target. The first one was about moving today. But for those of you who are wondering why they're not can you kind of speak to the delay, the difficulty of absentee ballots?
Yeah. So the state election board gave the counties the authority that they could begin the process of scanning the absentee ballots, which is very helpful. So I know that down in Muskogee County and Richmond County, they were really current with everything they had received, but then all of a sudden we also had additional ballots come in on Monday and then Tuesday, so they're being dropped in. So they had to scan those. And so they'll be getting that as soon as they can, but it is a 2-page ballot. It just takes longer to get those ready for the scanning process. Is there another question back there? I know that right now that we have, my numbers here were 52 to 54,000 in DeKalb. Right now we have 74,000 approximately Fulton County absentees and 43,000 early votes in Fulton County. And I have about 7,000 right now in Forsyth. We can get you the entire list because just make sure we include all the counties.
Secretary, can you walk through what the rest of the election process looks like, from the military ballots coming in to the audit, the certification process? What's the next part before we can say we're just certified?
Well, the next process obviously will be make sure we get all the ballots counted, and also the UOCAVA, the overseas military ballots, to get those in and have them incorporated in the vote totals. We're going to begin the risk limiting audit process later this week, which is really important. So many people are not aware of that. This is the first time we're doing a statewide audit. And so what that will really give you, first of all, we have, I think, a higher confidence of voters. I know there's a lot of information out there, a lot of misinformation out there, and some of it's just lack of knowledge. And we understand that. And that's why the risk limiting audit, what that will do, will verify results. So if there's a race that was, say, reported 51-49, when we do the audit, then we can verify what the result is, and we have over a 90% confidence level. That gives people additional assurance. I think also having that paper ballot, voters are very comfortable. They just gave them that comfort feeling that looked at it before they cast their ballot, and that's a good thing also. Then by Friday, November 13th, we then will have the certification. So nothing is certified until after we do the risk limiting audit.
And then with the presidential race probably going to be so close, and even some down ballot races that maybe
well, if there's a race that was in 0.5%, it is your right as the candidate that is close but not over the top, then you could ask for a recount. So we actually could have a request for, say, a state representative, county commission race, or any race that's within 0.5%, and we'll just wait till we get every ballot counted, and that's why it's very important we follow through the process. It'll be actually pulling out, running those through, and then it'll be actually seeing where that brings us, and then looking at the words that are on the ballot at some point.
Secretary, can you explain what you know about what's happening in Kitsap County? Apparently they're having some issues with scanning or giving existing thousands of ballots.
Well, if they do, then they'll follow through that. That's the advantage of having the verifiable paper ballot, and you can rescan that. But that's why if some of the ballots do kick out. And the reason they kick out is if they don't fill out the ballot correctly, or they put it actually, they circle a name. That's why we have the adjudication panels, the Republican, Democrat, and then the election official. They have 3 sets of eyes on there to verify that. So we want at least a 2-1 adjudication vote on each ballot, so we can make sure that we capture the correct voter intent.
If there are legal challenges made to votes cast before 7 o'clock yesterday, absentee ballots, will your office in the state defend those ballots against legal challenges?
Yeah, we want to make sure that we follow state law. We are always going to look at what is the state law, and that's why Ryan Germany, our legal counsel, can answer any legal questions you have. We want to make sure the law is very clear, and we follow the state law, and we don't believe that judges should legislate.
Just get a quick assessment from you of the timing of this taking with the count. Is this taking longer than you expected to take, and why?
Oh, no, it's really good, much quicker, and that's why we're really pleased with the state election board allowing us to scan that. If you look at some of these states, this morning is when they actually opened up their absentee ballot boxes, and that's when they started actually the process of separating out the absentee ballots. That's a very extensive process, verifying the signature and going through there, separating it out. We have saved days and days. You're going to be waiting a long time in some of these states, much to many people's consternation, because we understand it's a close election.
You're saying this is right on schedule?
Yeah, we're doing fine, and we're really pleased with it. We'll be off everyone's radar, and they'll be worried about the states up north.
Your website doesn't keep up with the absentee ballot, the progress on
right. Yeah, as it gets reported, then it'll be just added to that total.
So how do private citizens keep up with that?
It's just because it's a process, and we just keep on adding that, and then eventually when we have them all done, you'll know that we'll notify them or put a note there that these are the final totals for that particular county.
We're going to test one.
I got one.
Yes, sir.
Our question about rejected ballot, we talked about that last week. Now that these are coming in, what
heard anything about rejected ballots and what happens to those ballots?
Well, yes. Last time we actually had about 1%, but of that, probably 75% of those rejected ballots were actually received late. So very few of those actually were rejected by the adjudication panel. When they actually looked down at that, all three of the folks...
All right, that's Brad Raffensperger, who's the Secretary of State of Georgia, and there you hear him talking about the process. They're going through the ballots there. Interesting, Martha, that he said, quote, will be off everyone's radar and the focus will be back on the states up north. He's hoping that's the case, but it does seem like Georgia is trending towards President Trump, and they seem that spread as they get the vote coming in is significant. We're back with Andy McCarthy and also Jonathan Turley. Jonathan, just listening to the Secretary of State there, we're pointing out Georgia, but Pennsylvania, there are already legal cases that are being litigated, and one of them is in Montgomery County, where they have a case where they had 27 absentee ballots, 2,700 mail-in ballots with potential errors, and that the Board of Elections there helped 93 voters correct or cure their ballots. And there's a case there that's being, pursued. I was asking you about the possibilities of legal avenues for the Trump campaign when the Secretary of State popped up there.
Right. There are a myriad of potential challenges, but that one's a wonderful example of what we're going to be looking at. When you start to turn on this review of individual balloting, that's what you're reduced to. You're reduced to these small groups of challenged ballots, conditional ballots, provisional ballots. You start to look at machines and how they're calculated in terms of discriminating between signatures on record and on balloting. For example, in Michigan during the primary, there were a great number of mismatches on balloting that occurred in the Detroit area, and they believe that they have rectified that, but obviously those are the types of challenges that loom greatly now in the general election. Pennsylvania has had a slew of lawsuits that have been filed over changes to the election laws, some of which deal with matching of signatures, accepting of ballots. So we're moving from a stage of counting ballots to keeping ballots, and that can be slow, and it can be meticulous, and it can be maddening.
Andy McCarthy, we've seen before that when you start these processes of recounting ballots, it sometimes goes both ways. What states are you watching really closely this morning, and what are you observing about all of this at this point?
Well, I think Pennsylvania, obviously, for many of the reasons Jonathan just outlined, to me is the most important one. And what I keep thinking about is, last night, as you guys were talking about it, Dana Perino, before the president came out to speak, said that, they would make sure that the statement he made was properly lawyered. And then he came out and it seemed like they didn't do that. And I think it was a real mistake not to, because there's a preliminary issue here, which is that the Supreme Court is the master of its own docket. It doesn't have to take cases. It's up to the court whether to take the cases or not. And we have seen up until now, before this thing was as thermonuclear as it is at the moment, the court did not want any part of this case. And I believe that what the president said last night is going to play into the hands of the faction of the court that would rather say, let's sit back and let this play out. And it may turn out that when all the dust settles, maybe we don't have to make a ruling here. Yeah. So I think
the president said something to the effect of, we're going to get the Supreme Court on this. And as you rightly point out, Andy, that's not the way it works. You've got to have a case that bubbles up from an actual case, a discrepancy in any one of these states that gets contested, as we heard Amy Coney Barrett talking about. So you see that as problematic from just a PR perspective for the Supreme Court, not that they think about public relations in the way that most people do, but is that what you're saying?
Well, I think also from a tactical legal standpoint, Chief Justice Roberts' approach to this, it seems to me, Martha, from the middle of October going forward, has been, if we just sit back and let it play out, maybe we won't have to get involved. Now, as I said last night, I think that's a dicey proposition, and it would have been much better for the country if they had said, Pennsylvania, the court is not allowed to change the state law of election conditions and terms. We're not going to allow the additional 3 days of counting. Only everything that came in by 8 o'clock on November 3rd is going to count. It would have straightened out the rules. I think that would have been better. They didn't do that, and the approach they took was, let's see if we can avoid getting involved in this at all. I think they may still think they may be able to pull that off.
Yeah, or they may end up smack in the middle of it now as a result of what you point out.
Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, thank you very much.
So the presidential race, if you are just joining us, is still too close to call at this hour, the day after the election, despite some media predictions that Joe Biden would win in a landslide. That was some of the estimations that were out there before we started last night. So what happened to the blue wave that so many were expecting?
We made
app download today.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-946-8120. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-946-8120. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-946-8120. That's 800-946-8120.
These folks, they don't have time to go to the post office. They have businesses to grow, customers to care for, lives to get home to. They use Stamps.com. Print discounted postage for any letter, any package, anytime, right from your computer. All the amazing services of the post office, only cheaper. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/now and never go to the post office again.
When you've tried everything. I was getting chemical peels, bleaching cream.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Introducing Muesli Face RX, prescription skincare delivered straight to your door. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives, so you'll finally see a difference.
My skin looks amazing.
It's amazing.
I'm a loyal customer forever.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
So there were folks out there who thought there might be the potential for blue wave last night as President Trump and Joe Biden remain locked in a very tight race to 270. And there's no sign, though, of what we saw as a landslide. Howard Kurtz, Fox News media analyst and host of Media Buzz. Howard, you know, there's always a lot of guesses before an election, but this is one that did not happen last night, and it seems to be reverberating in a difficult way in some corners of the media today.
Oh, big time. I mean, no matter who wins this nail biter, this has been a debacle for the media, which in every possible way pointed to an easy Biden win, endless stories about who would serve in Joe's cabinet, and instead got an acid flashback to 2016. 4 years later, journalists are still underestimating Donald Trump. The media said the president was crippled by the pandemic, crippled by the economy, crippled by his weakness with women and suburban voters, and yet he still has a shot at a second term. And at the same time, the media collectively overestimated Joe Biden and perpetuated this fantasy that he was somehow going to win states like Texas and Florida. The media narrative here has been utterly blown up.
Howie, you know, just 30,000 feet, you look at this president and his relationship, and not a good one, with the media. But one, how wrong the polls were. Two, that really there's so much hate for him. Some channels wouldn't even take his rallies. There were 2.5, 3 years of the Russia investigation. There was the Hunter Biden story that wasn't picked up by any media except us and a couple others. You know, the disparity there is really something, and yet half of the country voted for him. 70 million plus on a day in person in the middle of a pandemic. That disconnect is real.
It's real and growing. Yeah, 4 networks broke away from the president at 2 a.m. Eastern when he was prematurely declaring victory. I don't have any problem with questioning that, but let the president speak. Look, on the polling industry has just gone through a 21st century Dewey defeats Truman. Second straight botched presidential election really undermines the industry's credibility, but journalists also are addicted to polling. But you make a broader point, Brett, and that's this. Too many journalists live in bubbles in New York and Washington and Los Angeles and don't really, even at this late date, understand the heartland, understand that many Trump supporters view him as a cultural warrior against the elites, and that elites includes many of us in the media. When he attacks fake news, they're saying, yeah, they think that too many journalists are biased and condescending toward them. And the president very effectively taps into this. Now, look, Joe Biden could still win if the dominoes fall a certain way, but it is obviously going to be a much narrower win, and that is not at all what you were led to expect going into the coverage last night.
And let me just say that I'll give another shout out, and I did early this morning, to the Trafalgar Group, because they really nailed a lot of these states with their polling. They were called wackos and way out there, and the mainstream media overall called them outliers who had no scientific basis, and yet they were the closest, Howie, to where we are today.
Yeah, I also think it was a gutsy call by the Fox decision desk to call Arizona early, despite pushback from the White House. Look, what happened last night was Democrats got their hopes up because the early return showed Biden leading or tied in several states you would expect to easily go to Donald Trump. But that's because of the early voting, which suddenly came in, boom, you know, 1 million votes here. And eventually the president caught up and surpassed Biden in many of these states when the same day vote, which leans more toward his side, was counted. And so you could almost sense the sense of defensiveness and justification on the other channels. One CNN anchor says, well, maybe some people are only listening to the Trump-hating pundits. Well, there are a lot of Trump-hating pundits out there, and I think they provided a picture that was at odds with this very divided country and the very close result that we have right now, where we're sitting here Wednesday morning and we don't know who won this election.
Howie, there's a challenge ahead for the media in covering this remaining portion of this as these states slug it out. And I'm mindful of the fact that the president came out last night. He had very strong language about how he feels, saying essentially that he thought he had won. He was lambasted for that. I think that's, you know, it's fair to point that out, certainly. But what we're hearing from the other side is pretty much the same language. We heard from the beginning that there would be no concession on the part of Joe Biden yesterday, no matter what happened, and that if they felt they were ahead, they were going to get out there early and say so. And this morning, from the lawyer on the Biden side, Bob Bauer, he says, we have won the election, and we are going to defend that election. So it's incumbent upon all of us to cover, the language that both sides are using here fairly.
That is precisely right. And look, campaigns are going to try to get every possible advantage, including declaring premature victory. In this tense time with the country so polarized, so divided, it really means that journalists have to stay cool, play it straight, and not favor either side.
And cover both sides, and the president kind of steps in it. We say that, but we cover both sides, Democrats and Republicans. How about that? Indeed. Howie, thanks.
Thanks, Howie.
Sounds good to me. Thanks, Brett. Thanks, Martha.
So more than 17 hours since the first poll closings began, and the presidential race is still going, folks. Millions of votes are still being counted today. Our Fox News Democracy 2020 coverage continues. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon now. I'm Martha McCallum.
It is afternoon. I'm Brett Baer. The race is now hinging really on 6 key battleground states. Have not been called, still too early to call. Michigan and Wisconsin really taking a focus, the Midwest, states that President Trump had been ahead in last night, now turned the morning hours. Former Vice President Joe Biden, some of those Democratic areas coming in, taking a lead. The president remains ahead in North Carolina and Georgia. We just heard from the Georgia Secretary of State as we await more results in these states.
President also leading in the state of Pennsylvania, but the state's governor today saying that there are more than 1 million mail-in ballots to be counted. The 2 candidates early this morning with reaction to this stalemate.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
We believe we're on track to win this election. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted.
We have live Team Fox coverage. Chief White House correspondent John Roberts standing by at the White House. But first, let's go to Peter Doocy at the Biden campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Hello there, Peter. What's the latest from their camp?
Martha, the latest is the newest sign that we're not close to a final resolution here, because the Biden campaign is telling us they have not been in contact with the Trump campaign about anything that has happened or about anything that is coming. They are, though, speaking very confidently about every outstanding state here in Wilmington, with the exception of North Carolina. They are also saying that if the Trump campaign starts firing off lawsuits, they are prepared with their own lawyers.
If they want to push something up to the Supreme Court one way or the other, presumably they can do that. We're not worried about it. As far as our own planning, we're winning the election. We've won the election. And we're going to defend that election. So we don't have to do anything but protect the rights of voters.
So when does the Biden Brain Trust think they might cross 270? They think they've already won Wisconsin. They think Michigan is going to be called by midday today for them, and they are confident about Pennsylvania in the next few days. The former vice president spent most of his night at home watching returns. He didn't give anybody much notice that he was planning to come give remarks, including some members of his own staff, because the press pool very early this morning, traveling with him, described Biden staffers as being frazzled and giving them wrong directions that eventually left them running to get there in time. He did not speak for long and just really preached patience for what comes next.
And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys."
And this entire area along the Christina River in Wilmington, Delaware, remains completely locked down. The stage that they had set up for a very elaborate victory celebration last night remains up. We do expect to see Joe Biden at some point somewhere in Wilmington in the next couple of hours. Martha?
Thank you, Peter. Peter Doocy. So the Trump campaign says that they're confident with their path to victory as we await the results in these key battleground states. Let's go to Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts with that side of the story today. Hi, John.
Martha Brett, good afternoon to you. The Trump campaign fighting on two fronts here, waging the PR battle in terms of the current voting and getting set for potential legal battles ahead. Earlier this morning, the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, and senior advisor, Jason Miller, holding a conference call in which they insisted that despite some states beginning to turn in Biden's direction, there are still the votes out there for President Trump to win, particularly in Arizona and Pennsylvania. Here's what the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, said about it. First Arizona, then Pennsylvania. Listen here.
Anywhere from 2/3 to 70% of these votes are coming to the president. That math adds up to a margin at day's end of around 30,000 votes in the president's favor. Arizona, with the votes that are still being counted, will come the president's way. The president wins Pennsylvania by 40,000 votes. By 40,000 votes.
And that's the early vote that they're talking about. The Trump campaign insists that all legally cast votes need to be counted and that all illegally cast votes need to be discounted. However, they did not go into detail on that conference call as to what constitutes a legal vote and what constitutes an illegal vote. As the campaign still talks about a potential path to victory, they are getting ready for a potential legal battle ahead. As I mentioned at the top, they are sending out fundraising emails for asking for money to fight the legal war. Trump campaign manager, or rather the senior advisor to the Trump campaign, David Bossie, talked about that earlier today on Fox and Friends. Listen here.
I can tell you right now that the lawyers are warming up in the bullpen, and they're going to make sure that it's one vote for one person. And that's what this process has to be, and I think the American people demand it.
The president's also in a new fight with Twitter after a tweet that the president sent out this morning about all of this was partially censored, labeled possibly misleading by Twitter. Here's what the president wrote, quote, "Last night I was leading, often solidly, in many key states. In almost all instances, Democrat run and control. Then, one by one, they started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted. Very strange. And the pollsters got it completely and historically wrong." The president tweeting, "What is this all about?" He couldn't understand why Twitter would decide that they would partially censor that. Certainly the president has been railing against big tech over these last few weeks of the campaign, and it's pretty clear that Twitter is watching every move he makes. Brett, Martha?
That's for sure. Thank you, John.
Thanks, John. For more on the race where it stands now, Bill Hemmer joins us from the Billboard.
Good afternoon to you. I wish I could bring you new information. I mean, you know, we thrive on new data, right? It keeps us going in many ways. But, I mean, at last hour, I told you where Georgia was. Hasn't changed. 100,000 votes between Biden and Trump. Pop up here to North Carolina, same story. 94% of the votes in, no change between these two men here. Wisconsin, you were just talking to Howie Kurtz a moment ago, right, guys?
Yep.
ABC, Washington Post, about a week ago, I think it was, right, on the calendar, they came out with a poll in Wisconsin that said that Joe Biden was up 17 points. How's this happen?
Good question.
How's that happen? Remarkable. No change there. We're still looking at about 21,000 votes in Wisconsin and Michigan here. Just a quick little tabulation. So this is interesting. I did not catch this earlier. So this is a county far up in northern Michigan. This is Traverse City here, by the way. The president won that county by about 3 points, okay? So we will try, just go back here. Okay, so that was red 4 years ago. Was 65% of the Antrim County up there in northern Michigan. So just watching that, guys, trickle in real time, too. Nevada hasn't moved. We were told it would not move either. We were told to hang on until tomorrow before the Silver State checks in a little more. 8,000 votes separate Biden and Trump. What's happening in Arizona? The Trump team is still making a push. I heard John Roberts' report from Bill Stepien, the campaign manager. So far, at the moment, we were the first to call it. We're hanging on to it right now, Arizona's 11 electoral votes. You can do the what-if calendar now, the what-if map, and try and figure out who can get the 270. I'll show it to you guys. For Joe Biden, you hold Wisconsin.
Alaska, Bill?
Yeah, good question. You hold Michigan and you hold Nevada if you do it again. That's why You get there. Just ran up to talk to Darren Shaw about that exact question.
Okay, good.
Jason Chaffetz, of all people, sent a text in from Salt Lake City, Utah. He said, why can't you call Alaska? We don't have enough information on the ground, and we don't know how many mail ballots went out, and that's why we're holding back, because we don't have a lot of eyes and ears, I guess you could say, in Alaska, and that's the reason.
All right, so just paint the picture for Trump. So he goes, he gets Alaska, and then he gets Georgia, and then he gets North Carolina.
He holds Georgia, holds North Carolina, 247.
Okay.
Okay.
He pulls out Pennsylvania.
I give him that in this scenario, yes.
So he needs...
Give him Maine 2.
He needs Nevada or Michigan.
Yeah, there's a network calling the state of Maine, but Maine splits up its votes, as you know, 4 electoral votes overall, but Congressional District 2 divides its vote. The president won there 4 years ago. We're thinking he wins again this year. That's our projection. We'll see if that holds up. The other 3 electoral votes have been called by another network, but we haven't gone there just yet. So you said, what was the last one you said, Brett?
Well, he needs he needs Nevada or Michigan.
That would do it. 274. Michigan, that would do it. Wisconsin, that would do it. On the ground here, however, in Michigan, this is the state of play. And Joe Biden has a lead. You know, from 20 years ago in Tallahassee, you know, we were talking last night about count every vote. You know, that theme from the Democrats and Al Gore. It makes a lot of sense. But what Jonathan Turley said about 20 minutes ago makes a lot of sense, too. Because we've moved from counting votes to trying to figure out what is a vote. And the situation in Florida led all the courts and ultimately to the U.S. Supreme Court to try and figure out what is voter intent. You're going to hear a lot about that phrase. What is the intent of a voter? 20 years ago, it was Chad, that little piece of paper that was on the ballots that was not uniform throughout the 67 counties in Florida. Is it 3 corridors torn?
Butterfly.
Yeah, well, the butterfly ballot was in Palm Beach. You're right about that. And that was a whole different, set of can of worms there. But the Chad was, are 2 corners peeled off or 3? And then they went down, Brett, as you recall, whether or not there was a dimple placed in the Chad itself. Now, that question moved to the state Supreme Court in Tallahassee at least twice, as I recall, then ultimately to the U.S. Supreme Court in early December. But this whole question about voter intent, just to prepare our viewers, if we go to the courts now, that's going to be the movement and really where the intensity for the story goes, and it's going to be less about the numbers on this map throughout the country and more about a couple thousand votes here, a couple hundred votes over here to figure out who ultimately can be the
It seems like the voter intent question this time around will be focused on those mail-in ballots, Bill, and whether or not if someone didn't sign it and they sent it in, is that voter intent? Things along those lines. If they send it in and it doesn't have a postmark, does that make it clear that they obviously wanted to vote? So that's going to be our version of the,
I would just add to that.
Chad.
Yeah, you're right, Martha. I would just add to that. We're just starting to get into those definitions. It's going to take us time to understand it based on different states. But we got a clue again from the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania last hour when she talked about how a lot of the envelopes that went out to voters in Pennsylvania, not universally, but depending on what the county wanted, they would put a date or a marker on that envelope to denote that had been received and then had been put in the mail as of yesterday at the close of business. So we're going to get into this. We're going to understand it as we go, and we'll figure out what voter intent is in some of these states that have that are too close to call.
Bill, thank you. You know, we're taking all these Secretary of State news conferences. Yeah. We heard from the Michigan Secretary of State, Georgia Secretary of State. Expect to hear from the Pennsylvania Secretary of State.
We did.
This is their moment in the sun. You don't usually hear from these folks, except really around elections.
Watching them this morning, we're going to get to know these people really well because we all remember the characters that we got to know in Florida over the course of that. So, so as is clear to you at this point, we're still waiting for several key battleground states, including Wisconsin, including Michigan. We're going to get you live reports from the Blue Wall states, as they are known. They broke for President Trump last time around. He rallied the heck out of them over the course of the last few days in an effort to pull those to his side again. Was he successful or not? We'll talk about it when we come back.
mortgage-free homes.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind.
It means a lot to know that this is our same home, that we have all the memories in here.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts. Please visit ThomasTheTowers.org.
Attention veteran homeowners. Record low mortgage rates have dropped even lower. At New Day, veterans can shortcut the refinance process and save $250 a month, $3,000 a year. With the VA Streamline Refi, at New Day, there's no appraisal, no income verification, and no out-of-pocket costs. One call can save you $3,000 a year.
Call 1-855-248-4701. The presidency still undecided as votes continue to be counted. Karl Rove and Sarah Sanders have must-see reaction to the critical race on the next Hannity. This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll, whether for yourself or someone you love. Call the number on the screen now. Call now.
President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden locked in this tight race for the White House, not moving right now, hinges on 6 key battleground states, including the state of Pennsylvania, where hundreds of thousands of ballots are still being counted. Pennsylvania's 20 electoral votes will give one candidate a big boost. Right now, President Trump has a big lead. Brian Yennis is live in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Brian, how close are we to reaching an answer there? And first of all, I want to say thank you for all of your emails in the early morning hours about those specific numbers being counted, because it really helped us on the desk get through some of that specifics.
I appreciate that, Brett. Well, look, the latest numbers out of Pennsylvania are that 1.2 million ballots have been counted and about 1.2 million ballots remain. So we are about 50% in Pennsylvania. I'm in a courtroom inside of the Government Administration Building in Luzerne County. This is a swing county in a swing state, and this is the process. This is counting and democracy at action right now. Over there to the left, that looks like a deli slice machine. That's called the envelopener. I'm not kidding. The envelopes are open with that machine, and then all the way in the back, over here at the table, these volunteers, 50 volunteers, are opening up every single mail-in ballot and then putting them to the side. And then in the back, you see those 2 printers. Those are scanners. The ballots that are opened by these 50 city volunteers are then counted by that scanner. Luzerne County, at this point, Brett, we are at about 50% of the 57,000 mail-in ballots have been counted. And over here to my left is David Pedri. He's the county manager. Everybody's asking, why is this taking so long?
Well, first off, it's a long process. We have 57 county workers here. It's a long process. You take the outside envelope, you take the inside envelope. This is what we have here in Pennsylvania. And most importantly, if the Pennsylvania State Legislature gave us an extra couple of days to pre-canvass and open these up early, we would have had this done by election night. Instead, by law, we had to open them up at 7 a.m. on election day.
My last question for you is, what percentage of the mail-in ballots that you have counted arrived late and are being put in a separate pile, perhaps for legal action?
As of today, we've received 57,066 ballots at this point. Those have been received by 8 p.m. on November 3rd. As of this moment here, right now, we have not received any additional ballots at this point. Now, the mail may be coming. If they are segregated, they will be put to the side.
You only expect about a few hundred ballots to be segregated when it's all said and done.
We think a very small number here in Luzerne County. Most people came out to the polls or voted by mail. We're ready to go here.
All right, and Brett, at the end of the day here, Luzerne County went to the president by some 20 points in 2016. He is now leading Luzerne County right now by 22 points, a very important county for the president. And as you can see, the mail-in ballot, 0 ballots have been segregated and put to the side because they have arrived late out of the 57,000 so far. Brett?
Brian, when you get off here, please thank David and his staff for their patriotic duty, because this is big time. This is important stuff. And just to remind everybody, you're wearing a mask, and we're in the middle of a pandemic, and people are working to go through these ballots. Let me just ask you a quick question. They have, you're saying 1.2 million now? It was 1.4 overnight. 1.2 million?
It's now at 1.2 million ballots that now that's according to the state dashboard, which, by the way, is supposed to be giving real-time information. But as the Secretary of State said, these counties are delayed in bringing in the results. But the latest data is it's at 50%. 50% of the mail-in ballots have been counted. And by the way, those ballots are breaking for Biden at a 3-to-1 rate. Okay, so that's what we're seeing. That's also consistent here in Luzerne County. And again, Luzerne County, they plan on counting all the way through the evening. They hope to be done tonight, probably tomorrow morning, with some about 27,000 ballots here left. And again, you were right, Brett, 50 employees here. There are about 5 or 6 air purifiers in this room. We're being asked to kind of leave and come back to try to, but it's a packed room. And these folks have been working so hard, 7 a.m. yesterday, all the way through the night, and they'll be back here, and they're continuing to do this. They're going to have a lunch break soon and work all the way through the night.
That's a civic duty,
we're in
and
the
that's
middle of a pandemic.
It's really a big deal. So, Brian, thank you. If your camera operator could lock in on those people working those ballots, we'll take some live shots as we continue discussion of this state. Brian Yanis, thank you very much.
Yeah, and great to have our cameras in there watching them do their work today. Let's bring in Katie Pavlich, Town Hall editor, and Marie Harp, executive director of Serve America PAC. Both are Fox News contributors. Hi, guys. Good to have you with us this morning. I thought it was very interesting in the conversation that Brian Yanis had with the head of the commission there, the Electoral Commission in Luzerne County, who was clearly, Marie, unhappy that the state of Pennsylvania didn't do what so many other states did and let them open these ballots before the election so that they could get a jump on the ones that had already come in.
Absolutely, Martha. And we have been talking about this for months. We were talking back in the summer about things states should be doing then to make sure that they could quickly handle this onslaught of what we knew were going to be mail-in and absentee ballots because of the pandemic. But the folks on the ground are going to work. We saw those folks in Pennsylvania. They're going through these ballots. They're doing their job. And they're doing that against the backdrop of a lot of noise, particularly coming out of the White House and President Trump. Possibly some legal action, as you were talking about earlier. So keeping those folks in mind right now, they're just counting ballots, which is the heart of democracy. And all this other noise, I think, will continue for a few days. All eyes, of course, will be on those counts in Pennsylvania.
You know, Katie, I look at these images live in Pennsylvania, and I think of the image back in Tallahassee of that one guy holding up the ballot with the glasses looking at the hanging Chad. And, you know, I was down there for 37 days and nights. But these folks are going through each and every ballot, and what's going to happen is there will be some percentage of those mail-in ballots that are contested, that they don't have signatures, that there's something wrong with them. And then that's going to be a part of this process as well.
Well, I'd be interested, Brett, in your over-under on whether this will be more than 37 days or fewer than 37 days as we move forward with the 2020 election. You're over to the under. I mean, if you look at this image that you're seeing on the screen right now, and it really is just all encompassing of the year that we've had with the pandemic, with the warnings about these mass mail-in voting. And there are major questions now from the Trump campaign about why vote counting is taking so long, not just in Pennsylvania, but in places like Nevada as well. And then we talk about noise. Well, the Biden campaign, the lawyer for the Biden campaign is now declaring victory for him and saying they're going to defend the election. So the Trump campaign has sent out a number of different talking points this morning, a lot of material about how they will fight this out in the courts if they have to. The Biden campaign is doing the same thing. In terms of the specific ballots, there are big questions about signature matching, postmark dates, the end date for when votes can be counted after they were received by Election Day. And so these are all very serious questions, and a lot of this has been playing out in Pennsylvania in the courts already. And the Trump lawyers and the Biden lawyers are going to have to find other legal issues that have not already been litigated or decided by the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania to get this through to the next level.
Yeah, we just saw one of the women in the room hold up an envelope, and then a man comes over, takes it from her. Obviously, that goes into the disputed pile. So, I mean,
you see her wave it. You know, it's just
like,
kind of.
I got one. That maybe doesn't have a signature or something along those lines. Marie, before we let you go, I just want to get your big picture take on the Senate and the House. Pretty surprising outcome from what was anticipated last night.
Absolutely, Martha. Democrats woke up this morning cautiously optimistic that Joe Biden will win Michigan and Wisconsin and become the next president, but feeling pretty down about the Senate and the House. I think they had their expectations probably falsely high about the Senate. There's still a small path through Georgia and Maine for Democrats to take the Senate back, but I think there will be a lot of discussion inside the party about the millions and millions of dollars that Democrats spent in places like Kentucky and South Carolina that were always long shots. And when it comes to the House, very briefly, this just shows that the 2020 electorate was very different than the 2018 electorate that gave this blue wave to Democrats in the House. When Donald Trump was on the ballot, a lot of those moderates that won in swing states in 2018 on the Democratic side just couldn't overcome the Trump wave. That's what we saw last night. It wasn't predicted. It was a surprise, but it's not shocking when you dig into some of the data this morning.
Marie, I just 20 seconds, but do you think the Democrats have to figure out a way to talk to the other side? You know, we requested former Vice President Biden every week, probably twice, 3 times a week, to come on the show. He never did. Neither did Senator Harris. But half of the country voted for Donald Trump. And I think there are Democrats saying, what happened? I missed this.
Yeah. I think both sides need to figure out how to talk to each other a lot better, Brett, honestly. Clearly, we are a very divided country, and Democrats were hoping for a blowout, and they didn't get it. And they're waking up this morning saying, how can we have those conversations? Is it in the media? Is it around the dinner table? That's going to be happening, I think, in the Democratic Party, and I hope it is in the Republican Party as well.
Thanks,
guys.
Brett, can I just respond to that
real quick?
Yeah, I just want to say that, President Trump has gained the largest non-white vote share of any Republican since 1960. Every seat that Republicans flipped last night and going in today was flipped from a Democrat to a Republican is a minority, a woman, or a veteran. Those are numbers that Democrats are going to have to grapple with. Black support from black women for President Trump doubled from 2016, and those are things that they're going to have to look at since they thought were in the bank for Joe Biden going into last night.
Good point. Thank you very much, Katie Marie.
We're keeping a close eye, obviously, on the battleground of Pennsylvania and in that room as they're counting those ballots. That state could determine, obviously, the whole shooting match for the White House. Plus, we'll have a brand new update from Wisconsin. We're expecting to hear more from former Vice President Joe Biden today. Anytime now. Busy day.
I'm Pete Talbot, along with
can't pay for it to get it fixed.
Here's how CarShield works. When your car needs repair, you take it to your favorite mechanic or even your dealer, and CarShield gets them paid directly. That's why CarShield is America's #1 auto protection provider.
CarShield is just the best thing to take away the fear that when something is going to go wrong with your car, because it will, and CarShield is going to be there to back you up.
My experience with CarShield is that they absolutely come through every time I need them.
If my car breaks down, I can count on CarShield to cover it for me. CarShield definitely has my back.
Now it's the time to make the smart choice and protect yourself from sky-high auto repair bills. Call now for a free and instant protection plan quote. It's only a matter of time until repairs are needed, and once your car breaks down, it's too late.
Call 1-800-908-6039 or go to carshield.com. Get covered today.
I love eggs, and there's a big difference between ordinary and the best. Which egg tastes more farm fresh and delicious? Only Eggland's Best.
Which egg has 6 times more vitamin D, 10 times more vitamin E, and 25% less saturated fat? Only Eggland's Best.
Which egg is so special, I'd never serve my family anything else. For me, it's only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Today, your information is exposed and vulnerable to cyber criminals. That's why Norton and LifeLock are now one. Get all-in-one protection on Norton.com.
It's an important time to save. With Priceline, you can get up to 60% off amazing hotels. And when you get a big deal, you feel like a big deal. Priceline. Every trip is a big deal.
All right, straight to it. No new information, folks. We're still waiting on these states. How many ways can we say it that we don't have any of these 6 states yet? But we're going to have them at some point, hopefully over the next few hours. The probability meter in Wisconsin, you can see it leaning towards Joe Biden slightly as we get ready for some more information there. Mike Tobin reporting live from the Democratic stronghold of Milwaukee. But do we want to go to this election official first?
Yes.
Mike, hang on one second. Let's listen to the election official there first, and then we'll go back.
Observable. And I think that's really important. Every step of the elections process is publicly observable. You can observe Election Day and voters casting their ballot. You can observe the votes being tallied at night. The voter registration records are public information. The absentee data is public information. Each of the results are posted on the county's websites. So again, our job as election administrators is to follow the law. And what the law says that on election night, that each municipality submits their unofficial results, unofficial being the key word, to their county, and the county then posts the unofficial results by reporting unit on their website. There is no certified election night aggregate of results. That is according to state law. That is not a process that we made up or adopted. That is according to state law, and we followed state law. Part of democracy is following the laws that have been prescribed by our elected lawmakers. And the elected lawmakers have prescribed this process for canvassing in our...
Like we may have lost the feed from the camera there.
Hopefully the voting didn't freeze.
Yeah, hopefully the voting didn't freeze. Everybody, all the states have these dashboards that they're probably already established, but that everybody's going to be paying a lot more attention now, where they're going to be showing these votes as they come in, and in an effort to be as transparent as possible. Mike Tobin is in Wisconsin for us today with the latest from his post. Hi there, Mike.
Hi there, Martha. Megan Wolf there did predict that we'd be doing this into the next day, and here we are. As of this morning, there were 2 counties in Wisconsin that didn't post final numbers. One of them, Pierce County, has posted their final numbers with 28 of 28 precincts posting or registering. They've got a net gain of 164 votes in favor of President Trump. But that is not enough to close the gap, which opened up at about 21,000 votes in favor of Joe Biden, largely from what happened here in the city of Milwaukee. At the counting center there, they were going over some 169,000.
And I hope the Postal Service either appeals to the D.C. Circuit or takes some action to refuse to produce a witness just because he says he now wants to hear testimony.
Jonathan, last thing, just play this out for me, this legal fight. What is the remedy that the Trump campaign eventually looks to get?
Well, that's the odd thing about the suggestion by the court that it's going to pull in the Postmaster General to force a review of what's occurred. That sounds sort of like a legislative committee, and the election will be long over, and there's no suggestion that the Postal Service did do anything with malicious intent. It did miss the deadline set by Judge Sullivan, but the Postal Service said, look, you just told us to search every facility in this wide array of states. We're doing it as best we can. But at the very end, they found basically a dozen ballots that had to be delivered. That's not exactly a sucking chest wound of an electoral problem.
That's visual.
Thanks. Emily, as you look at all of this and you laid out some of these court decisions that we've got to be, it feels like we have to be watching every state and every potential decision that could come up. If you're on the Trump or Biden teams, they have to sort of pick their places, right, where they think they have their best argument to make.
That's exactly right, Martha. And in addition to that, again, where the margins are the narrowest. Now, some that, for example, Republicans have been focused on include Clark County in Nevada. We know that just last month they filed 2 additional actions. One is about requesting images of the signatures and another about mail-in ballot procedures. And then again, 2 just filed yesterday in Pennsylvania about the opportunity to cure and about disqualified voters filling out provisional ballots. So every day there's new ones, but yes, focusing efforts is important for both parties.
All right. Jonathan, Andy, Emily, thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Yeah, well, it's been an interesting 2 hours. We haven't advanced the ball that much, but thanks for watching. Stay with us all day long here on Fox News Channel for continuing coverage of the presidential election.
Harris Faulkner with Outnumbered Overtime is up right after this break, and we'll see you later throughout the afternoon and evening.
Change my Medicare plan, right? That's right. Just call 800-731-9962 now to see if you're eligible for new Medicare Advantage plans with Medicare-approved benefits including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage.
What additional benefits can I get with a Medicare Advantage plan?
New Medicare Advantage plans may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free prescription drug delivery, and much more. You may also qualify for a plan with $0 premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. You don't get these benefits automatically. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Did you know you may now be eligible for new Medicare Advantage plans with Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? Just call 800-731-9962 now to see if you qualify. New Medicare Advantage plans may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free prescription drug delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. You may also qualify for a plan with $0 premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays.
How can I make sure that I'm getting the benefits that I deserve?
All it takes is one fast and easy phone call. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for new Medicare Advantage plans that may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free prescription drug delivery, expanded at-home telehealth visits, and much more. Don't miss out on these new Medicare Advantage plans. Make sure you're getting the benefits you deserve today.
I want these new benefits. I'm calling right now.
There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-731-9962 now. That's 800-731-9962.
Election day has come and gone, as we know, but we are still awaiting calls in some key states. Joe Biden leads this race with 238 electoral votes at this point. President Trump has 213. Several states are still counting enough ballots to tip the scales, so we're told. You're watching Outnumbered Overtime. I'm Harris Faulkner. Right now, battle on over which candidate will hit the magic number of 270 electoral votes, with 6 key battleground states still undecided. President Trump overnight expressed frustration with any delay after early poll results showed
between President Trump and Joe Biden. The rules allow you to request a recount if that margin is within 1%, and it is well within 1%. The campaign manager, Bill Stepien, with a statement saying there have been reports
counted in Nevada, outlying county, Republican counties in Michigan and Wisconsin within 1%.
The president running into some criticism for declaring himself to be the winner last night. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie calling it a bad decision to come out and do that at 2:30 in the morning. But the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, was a little more generous to the president. Listen here.
Well, it's not unusual for people to claim they won the election. I can think of that happening on numerous occasions. But claiming you win the election is different from finishing the counting. And what we're going to see here in the next few days, both in the Senate races and in the presidential race, is each state will ultimately get to a final outcome. And you should not be shocked that both sides are going to have lawyers there, both in these close Senate races and in the presidential contest.
The president's campaign is using the possibility of legal challenges as a fundraising tool, blasting out emails asking people for money to fund those legal challenges ahead. Unclear what they are going to do at this point, though, Harris, to challenge the vote. I'm sure they're working pretty hard, burning a lot of ink and computer power to try to figure out the best way to go at this. Harris?
All right. John Roberts, thank you very much. And we have heard from the Joe Biden campaign that he will speak this afternoon after he expressed confidence earlier today and urged his supporters to be patient.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Peter Ducey live for us in Delaware. Peter?
And Harris, in the 12 and a half hours or so since we last laid eyes on Joe Biden in that clip, his campaign staff have started to tell us they think they have won Wisconsin and they think they are about to be named the winners of Michigan.
By this afternoon, we expect that the vice president will have leads in states that put him over 270 electoral votes. Today, the vice president will garner more votes than any presidential candidate in history.
The Biden campaign is also confident that calls are coming for them in Nevada soon and Pennsylvania in the next couple days. But they do see North Carolina as trending towards Trump, and they see Georgia as a toss-up. They are watching very carefully, though, as outstanding ballots come in from heavily Democratic Atlanta. The Biden campaign also tells us they still have not been in any kind of formal contact with the Trump campaign. That is something that usually happens if one side or the other is preparing to make a concession call. But both campaigns' lawyers may soon be in contact as the Democrats brace for Trump legal challenges that may go all the way to the Supreme Court.
If they want to push something up to the Supreme Court one way or the other, presumably they can do that. We're not worried about it. As far as our own planning, we're winning the election. We've won the election. And we're going to defend that election. So we don't have to do anything but protect the rights of voters.
All the Biden campaign is telling us on the record is that
be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania.
The governor's defense comes as Republicans have already filed a lawsuit against one county right outside of the city. Republican Kathy Barnett challenged incumbent Democratic Congresswoman Madeleine Dean. She did win re-election, but her challenger is suing the Montgomery County Board of Elections for helping voters with their ballots, claiming that violates election law. She wants 1,200 ballots tossed out. County said it only helped 93 voters to correct those mistakes. A federal judge did hear that case this morning, no decision yet. Back live now, let's take a look inside at the mail-in ballot counting that's continuing. State officials expect up to 3 million votes. Just under half of the mail-in votes so far have been counted. But there was one dust-up here in Philadelphia. Republican poll watcher Gary Feldman, he was at first denied entrance to a polling place, even though he was correctly credentialed and had certification to enter that polling place and observe the voting. Officials later called it a mistake and misunderstanding. Gary was eventually let inside, but he told us this morning why he thinks he was barred.
The Democratic watcher certificate are blue. The Republicans are gold. So when they see the gold, they're like, get them out of here. So maybe that's it.
Because you're a Republican?
Because I'm Republican.
Well, the counting here will continue probably at least until Friday. There's some whispers it could go to Monday or Tuesday, but it seems as if the count potentially could be finished by Friday. Harris, back to you.
All right, Eric, Sean, thank you very much. The sooner the better, as we know. Everybody is anxious. President Trump appearing to claim victory last night in some key states, although the results were not clear. Some Republicans say he went too far. Governor Mike Huckabee will join me to talk about it. And John Roberts just told us Wisconsin is still too close to call as the president's team is requesting a recount there. The Biden team says the state will be theirs. We're live on the ground to get the story from there in Milwaukee.
Not survive.
The doctor came to me and he said, "Mom, you don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm going to take care of your baby."
St. Jude won't stop until no child dies of cancer. Please call or go online right now and become a St. Jude Partner in Hope for only $19 a month. When you call or go online at pourstjude.org with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support for the children of St. Jude.
We were very afraid when we came here, and now we're not.
Please call or go online at pourstjude.org.
Want more Fox News? Download the free app. Trending stories, breaking news alerts, watch live. America is browsing, watching, listening. The Fox News app. Download today.
Attention! Are you on Medicaid or Medicare? The U.S. government recently announced that 12.2 million citizens are eligible for additional benefits beyond what they receive from original Medicare or Medicaid. These additional benefits include up to $1,000 of dental credit, up to $1,200 to spend at your local pharmacy, up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. Call Go Medicare today to see if you are one of the over 12 million people that qualifies for these benefits. Call now at 800-838-1064. Call and benefits review are 100% free with no obligation to enroll. These benefits will make a difference in your health insurance coverage with additional benefits like dental, vision, and over-the-counter medications. Make Medicare and Medicaid work for you. Call Go Medicare today at 800-838-1064. That's 800-838-1064.
Joe Biden right now is leading Wisconsin by a hair, and with the numbers so close, neither candidate is ready to admit defeat. And the president's campaign, we just learned from John Roberts, breaking news this hour, wants a recount in Wisconsin.
That is recount territory. Super tight race. We are monitoring the returns as we speak. It is within 1%. That is recount territory. Michigan, we believe, we know there are outlying Republican counties still left to be counted. We are confident in a pathway that includes Michigan. Nevada, we know that late-breaking mail helps us in Nevada. We believe that once all legal ballots are counted in Nevada, the president wins Nevada, and we believe by a margin of 5,500 votes.
We have a very clear sense of the votes that are there, the votes that are in, what's left outstanding, as we talked about, and we're very confident that Wisconsin is ours.
It's like a Rorschach. They see it so differently, the two campaigns. Let's get the story from Wisconsin. Mike Tobin. Mike.
Well, Harris, with the announcement from the White House from the Trump campaign that they are going to seek a recount here in Wisconsin, that puts Megan Wolf, the administrator of the Wisconsin Election Commission, in the hot seat. She has already responded to that late-night allegation from the president that the process is riddled with fraud.
There's no opportunity to add additional votes to the tally, right? Because you have to make sure that everybody's registered to vote, that they have a lawful absentee request on file, or that they sign the poll book where they show their photo ID. There is no opportunity to count a ballot that did not go through that incredibly meticulous process to make sure it was issued correctly, to make sure that it's counted correctly, and then again, it also has to go through those three
steps. Now, the Trump campaign went into Wednesday. The Trump campaign went into Wednesday morning leading by more than 100,000 votes. But there were 169,000 absentee and early ballots to be counted here in the city of Milwaukee. It's a Democratic stronghold. Those votes were expected to go in favor of Joe Biden, and they did. They ultimately were loaded onto a flash drive, and a woman named Claire Woodall-Vaugh, the city clerk, hand-delivered them under police escort to the county. They made the difference. Also, when you get into Green Bay, those votes went in favor of Joe Biden. So that 100,000 vote plus split that was in favor of the president's flipped to a 21,000 vote split in favor of Joe Biden. There is one county, Richland County, which still is unable to post final numbers. The county clerk there, Victor Vlasic, says there is one little township, Willow Township, which just didn't turn in their numbers. The county clerk there tells me that the township clerk got sick yesterday, went home sick, and didn't turn in the numbers. But according to the Wisconsin Election Commission, you're talking about a total of 300 votes in a county of 8,600 votes that were cast, 835 of them in favor of the president. So it's not enough votes to make a difference, but you do still have one county out here that's unable to post final numbers. Harris?
So what does the law do about that? The Willow Township clerk went home, wasn't feeling well, and didn't post the votes. I mean, what happens to those people's votes?
Well, it's kind of interesting because I think you're into uncharted territory in this case. And when I talk with the county clerk out there, Mr. Vlasic, he says they have tried to reach the township clerk, and they just can't round her up one way or the other. And short of just figuring out where she lives and driving there, it's going to be there doesn't seem to be a sophisticated process. But that's where it stands right now. But again, you're not talking about enough votes to make a difference. You had 835 votes that were a net gain for the president in that counter. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Real quickly, you know, I talked about how differently these two campaigns are looking at some of the same numbers and that this will continue. It's my understanding that they're going to recheck all the way through this evening. Maybe they can go knock on that woman's door in Willow Township. But then is that separate from a recount, that recheck? Do you know?
Certainly a recount would be top to bottom, but it's a pretty complicated process when you start talking about a recount. There's a number of time parameters, but the one thing that's clear is that in order to qualify for a recount, the aggrieved party or the aggrieved campaign has to be within 1%. And just like the Clinton campaign was in 2016, the Trump campaign is now within that 1%. Harris?
Mike Tobin, beautiful day in Milwaukee. Great to get the news. Thank you very much.
Got it.
The looming legal battle as the Biden and Trump campaigns prepare for election fights that could be decided by the U.S. Supreme Court. What the judicial tug of war could look like. Plus, one of last night's biggest stunners, President Trump cruised to victory in battleground Florida with big support from Latino voters. Was it a huge misfire for the media, for Democrats? Power Panel weighs in.
The Fed is printing money like crazy. Debt now open.
That means I can finally change my Medicare plan, right?
That's right. Just call 800-731-9962 now to see if you're eligible for new Medicare Advantage plans with Medicare-approved benefits including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage.
What additional benefits can I get with a Medicare Advantage plan?
New Medicare Advantage plans may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free prescription drug delivery, and much more. You may also qualify for a plan with $0 premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. You don't get these benefits automatically. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Did you know you may now be eligible for new Medicare Advantage plans with Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? Just call 800-731-9962 now to see if you qualify. New Medicare Advantage plans may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free prescription drug delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. You may also qualify for a plan with $0 premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays.
How can I make sure that I'm getting the benefits that I deserve?
All it takes is one fast and easy phone call. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for new Medicare Advantage plans that may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free prescription drug delivery, expanded at-home telehealth visits, and much more. Don't miss out on these new Medicare Advantage plans. Make sure you're getting the benefits you deserve today.
I want these new benefits. I'm calling right now.
There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-731-9962 now. That's 800-731-9962.
In Florida, Donald Trump overperformed his numbers with Cuban American voters. The vice president did not underperform. We just saw Donald Trump increase his support with the Cuban American vote.
The Biden campaign conceding one of this election's huge takeaways. The president made inroads with Latino voters, especially in Florida's Miami-Dade County, the most populous in the state, and home to the nation's most visible Cuban American community. The president matched Hillary Clinton's support there in majority Hispanic districts. He also made large gains with black voters. Our own Tucker Carlson hit the mainstream media for missing this during our coverage last night.
Miami-Dade is 70% Hispanic. That's not what you would have expected if you've been watching for the past 6 months, this attempt to racialize everything, to make, Trump the greatest racist in world history. He's doing better there with non-white voters than he did 4 years ago. We, the media, need to pause and ask ourselves serious questions about how we're thinking through what's going to happen and how we present it, because our predictions affect outcomes to some extent, and they also, of course, determine our credibility.
Power panel now. Former DNC Deputy Press Secretary Jose Aristimuño, Bruce Lavelle, Executive Director of the National Diversity Coalition for Trump. Great to see you both. Jose, I'm going to start with you. It is actually, it's not true. I was going to say disingenuous. It's actually just false for Democrats to say that the vice president did not underperform with Latino vote in Florida. He did far worse than Hillary. That is an underperformance. What happened?
Well, look, I'll tell you what happened. I think first and foremost, there's no question that the president did well. He gained support, especially in Miami, looking at Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans. I think it's his message, unfortunately, about socialists, that Biden is a socialist, that Biden's going to be the next Maduro. They're all false, of course, but I think a lot of Latinos in South Florida believe that, number one. I think we did do well. Let's recognize that we did well with Puerto Ricans. Biden got over 70% of the Puerto Rican vote from the numbers that I've been seeing. But I think Puerto Ricans feel disrespected by this president, and I think we saw the consequences of that last night.
Bruce, you were tweeting and have said on this program many times that the Democrats are missing the point, or the points, if you will, the important points with black voters. What are they, and why have you been saying that for so long?
Well, and thanks for having me, Harris. Well, one of the things is the president is bringing an opportunity for black America that they can win on. And it's unfortunate, Harris, for many, many decades, as much as 50, 60 years, these communities
smile shine bright so you can start the new year feeling all right. Call 1-800-ASPEN Dental 7 days a week or book today at aspendental.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and as you know, my passion is to help each and every one of you get the best sleep of your life. That's why I created my new Giza Dreams bed sheets. I started by using the world's best cotton called Giza. It's only grown in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. It's ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. My Giza sheets also include full 21-inch wide pillowcases that will fit over any pillow and deep pocket sheets that will fit over any mattress. The first night you sleep on my sheets, you'll never want to sleep on anything else.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now to get your very own MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets. Giza Dream Sheets are available in a variety of colors. Use the promo code and Mike will give you 2 for 1 low price and free shipping. That's right, get 2 for 1 low price plus free shipping.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, it clings to the surface, and it instantly fills gaps and holes. Flex Paste dries to a strong, flexible rubber, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Use it to help prevent flood damage, stop rodents from getting in your home, or even crafts and hobbies. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure, anything.
We searched you online, and maybe you can explain this?
Can't believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so false.
Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who've improved their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
There are lots of people who are confused about which Medicare plan is right for them.
Hey, that's me. I barely know where to start.
Well, start here with me, Karen. I'm a licensed Humana sales agent.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Karen. I'm John Smith.
Hi, John. At Humana, we know you're unique, so you have different needs from other John Smiths.
Yeah, I've always thought so.
And together, we can find a plan that's right for you.
Great. I go to the doctor a couple of times a year, and I have some prescriptions, but I'm never fully sure of what's covered and what's not.
With Humana's all-in-one Medicare Advantage plans, you get coverage for hospital stays, doctor visits, and Part D prescription drug benefits, all for an affordable and sometimes no monthly plan premium.
Do you have any more information?
the mail-in absentee vote. So down in Florida, it looked early on that Joe Biden was going to have a big lead. But then as the day of votes came in, you saw how Donald Trump kind of dominated and won big in Florida. I think we're probably a couple days away. What we don't know is where the legal avenues go. And then it opens up a whole nother door and maybe more time.
Yeah. We're taking a look at that map real quickly. I don't know, if you're a pollster today, compared with 2016 and 2020, are you looking at maybe opening a dog walking service? Like the polls, that's what everybody was talking about last night. I'm curious just to get your take, and then we'll let you go.
I think there has to be a real examination of that entire industry. There was only a couple of groups that were anywhere near what we are looking at. Remember, it was plus 11 nationally. Our Fox poll, to be fair, we were plus 8 nationally. It's right now 2 points, popular vote. You look at the battleground states, ABC Washington Post plus 17 in Wisconsin for Biden.
Yeah, I have it in front of me.
It's plus 1. So they were really off. I think that what's interesting now, how this all plays out, obviously, with the presidency hanging in the balance, Harris. But don't forget, there are some Senate races here that we have yet to call. We're getting news that there could be a news conference in Maine that the Democrat is conceding to Susan Collins, the Republican, which would be a huge hold. We haven't called that yet officially. But if she holds, it looks like it could go to Georgia with 2 races there in a runoff in January, possibly for control of the U.S. Senate. And think about that. I mean, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah. That's a lot to watch. Glad you're doing it. Thank you, Bret Baier. Good to see you always.
Thanks, Harris.
Well, as we await more results, as Bret was just talking about, President Trump is facing criticism for his comments on the counting of ballots, which is still going on in many key states. Even some of the president's strongest supporters say it was not a good move. Former Governor Mike Huckabee is here with his take next. Here.
How can Experian Boost help you?
I raised my score.
I need to sell my house. Now, there are a lot of places that claim to know how much it's worth, but they don't really know my house or my neighborhood, and they definitely don't show me all my options. That's where HomeLight comes in. I just answer a few questions, and HomeLight gives me a side-by-side comparison of my options, personalized for my needs. And they'll show me what verified buyers will pay for my house right now. It's easy, and it's free. No matter how you choose to sell your home, selling starts at HomeLight. Get started today at HomeLight.com.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I've spent much of my career asking tough questions in search of the truth, the right questions. And if you have Medicare, like me, now is the time you should be asking yourself some important questions. Like, will the plan you have today be the best one for you when January rolls around? Are you sure? Because Medicare plans can change each year. What you'll pay, the doctors you can see, the benefits you'll have. That's why you need this free report from eHealth, an independent insurance agency. It shows you the Medicare plans in your area and exactly what each will cover starting in January. This is the information you need to have so you can make sure you get the plan that's right for you in the new year. Please, don't put this off. It's too important. Now give these guys a call. I trust them, and I think you can too.
There's no obligation, and the consultation is free. Just visit advice300.com or call now.
The Dow Jones, take a look at this. It is on track for the largest post-election rally in 120 years. Now, we don't know how it's going to close up because we're a few hours away from the market's closing, but on pace for best positive post-election day rally in 120 years. Market Watch is reporting that this could be because it's already factored in whichever man wins. And if it were to be Biden, as long as the GOP stays in the hands of the Senate, it may be being held by the GOP keeps Biden from being able to raise taxes. All right. So that's happening. And then simultaneously, you see the call for the race in Maine. The Fox decision desk is calling Susan Collins, and Brett Baier was just on moments ago and said, we knew she had a news conference coming up, and he thought she might be conceding the race. And there you go, the Democrat there. Gideon, what a night for incumbents, that being the overall thing that we were watching. And again, I just mentioned what the Dow is doing. It would appear the Senate still very much in the hands of Republicans, even though Democrats picked up 1 or 2 last night. They picked up 2, actually. They lost 1 in Alabama, a Senate seat. It's kind of a push. This is an important hold for the Republicans with Susan Collins. And according to Market Watch, this is the type of thing that investors are looking at, because if Joe Biden does pull through and he keeps the promise to raise taxes on people making more than $400,000 a year, the GOP Senate would keep him in check. A lot going on there. Again, we don't even know who won last night, but we are watching the breaking news as it happens. Former Arkansas governor and Fox News contributor Mike Huckabee joins me now, and a lot is happening as I come to you. Let's talk about Maine first. Your reaction.
Well, I think it's a great night for Susan Collins. I think it's also an affirmation that the people recognize that the Republicans in the Senate have done a good job. They've provided a strong ability to affirm judges. Nobody was punished for bringing Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. In fact, they were rewarded. And I think it also proves something else, that I don't care how much money you spend, voters are going to do what they're going to do, and you can't buy them off. And that's encouraging, because there was a ridiculous amount of funny money that came out of Silicon Valley, Hollywood, and Wall Street to try to defeat a lot of these Republican senators, particularly Joni Ernst, Lindsey Graham, Martha McSally, who may end up losing, and I would hate that. But basically, for the most part, they've held their seats, despite the ridiculous amount of money that's been spent against them.
You know, we are hearing so much, and I want to get your take on how much you want to hear from the candidates at this point. You know, the president is taking some grief today for not just walking out what he thought might be a victory, and I liked how Senator Mitch McConnell put it. Don't we all want to win? Doesn't everybody want to be a victor?
Sure.
But this is a little bit farther when you talk about how the voting is happening and all of that. What is your response when you hear, and I think we've got it. Do we have Representative Adam Kinzinger? Let's roll that. All right, this is Chris Christie. First with Adam Kinzinger. Stop, full stop. The votes will be counted and you will either win or lose, and America will accept that. Patience is a virtue.
I talk tonight now not as a former governor, but as a former U.S. attorney. There's just no basis to make that argument tonight. there comes a point where you have to let the process play itself out before you judge it to have been flawed. And I think by prematurely doing this, if there is a flaw in it later, he has undercut his own credibility in calling attention to that flaw.
Governor, your reaction?
There's a time to be a candidate. There's a time to be the president. I think right now President Trump has to be the president, not the candidate. The campaign is officially over. Now, the vote counting may not be over, but the campaign is over. There's nothing else that the candidate can do. There are no candidates anymore. And I think the most important thing for the president is to be the president and be strong as the president. And that way, if he wins, people say, boy, I'm glad he did. And if for some reason he doesn't, they'll say, but didn't he exit with an extraordinary sense of class and grace and determination to finish well? But his attorneys and the people in the campaign, they certainly have every right to go back and ask for clarity, for transparency, if that means recounts, if that means for opening up and making sure those ballots have signatures and validity, that's his right. In fact, I would say it's even his responsibility to do that. But it's not yet time, I think, to declare this as being over from the Biden campaign to the Trump campaign. Still a lot of unanswered questions out there. And I think most importantly, let's just today, until we get these results, be grateful that more people voted in America than have ever voted in history.
Amen.
What a great sign of the health of our great republic, that we have this many people that care enough to vote. We always say, well, people need to vote. Well, they did. And we need to celebrate that regardless of the outcome.
So true. I said last night in our coverage, voting is the most American thing we do, and we were all Americans together yesterday. I want to hit you one last point. I mentioned the Dow Jones and how it is performing better than it has post-election day in 120 plus years. We don't know how it's going to close, but for the rally going on right now. And Market Watch saying, well, that could be because there's a factored in point that the GOP retains the Senate. And if Biden gets in as president, it's going to be hard to raise taxes. Your quick take on that?
I think that's right. The market likes two things. It either likes a conservative, low tax, low regulation environment, or it likes gridlock, so nothing really does get changed. If the Republicans retain the Senate, Joe Biden may scream and yell and holler, and he wants to raise taxes, triple taxes, raise the capital gains tax, but it ain't going to happen. And so the market says, okay, we're comfortable with that, as long as he can't do it. Now, God forbid, if he were able to do it, and then I think you'd see the markets take a very different direction, and people getting out of the markets because they can't make any money at it. And ultimately, the markets exist for one thing, for people to make money. And if you tax their money away from them, they're not going to stay there. They'll find something else.
Governor, always great to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you, Harris.
President Trump vowing a Supreme Court challenge over the handling of elections in states like Pennsylvania. The Biden campaign firing back. A legal expert to break it down next.
Greetings, mortal. Your journey.
Call 800-454-1178 now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Now is the time during the Medicare